Hello everyone, you're on the Jin Fiction channel. I've found another cool Naruto story for you, so give it a like and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget about my Boosty, where I can post everything without censorship or ads. Enjoy your viewing.
The second stage of the Chunin exams was supposed to be a large battle royal for the various teams to get Earth and Heaven scrolls, one each then arrive at the central tower. Team 7, led by Sasuke Uchiha, to Naruto's chagrin, was making good progress. They managed to defeat 2 teams and secure extra Earth scrolls, having 3 in total. However, everything went to shit when Naruto, after returning from a pee break, was blasted away by a powerful gust of wind. Followed by appearance of the nightmare of a sound ninja who took sadistic pleasure in attacking Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, thanks to his ingenuity and shadow clones, managed to kill the massive snake that was attempting to eat him and rejoin his teammates against the weird sound ninja. The battle became even more intense thanks to the inclusion of Naruto, who was subtly getting enhanced by the Nine Tails chakra throughout the fight. He was darting all over the place, punching and slashing at the snake-like ninja. Massive gusts exploded from the clashes between the two monsters. In the distance observing the fight, Sakura was finding it hard to breathe under the weight of the sound girl's chakra and the evil feeling coming from Naruto. Sasuke was silently observing, finding it impossible to force his body into action. Orochimaru glared at the blonde after their latest clash. He was starting to feel the Nine Tails chakra burn his hands. His movements are becoming sharper. The boy has no real talent for ninjutsu if Kabuto's Rakan is correct, which explains the lack of jutsu so far. He's a loudmouth and seems to be similar to how that fool Jiraiya was at that age, the attack first ask questions later type. I could kill him in an instant. Though it's strange, the longer I fight him the better he responds to my movements. I suppose his lineage simply wouldn't allow him to be completely talentless. He mused. The hidden snake nin decided to cut the battle short and seal off the biju to deal with the blonde. It was time to mark Sasuke and leave. He spent more time here than he planned. He was sure that the old bastard or at the minimum the Anbu were on the way thanks to the large quantities of chakra being thrown around. Naruto tried to dodge, he really did. He could clearly see the freak coming at him, but no matter how hard he tried his body couldn't move in time. It was more frustrating than any fight he's had with Sasuke, who was frozen watching the battle. The snake was simply so much faster than him it was impossible to move in time. A hand that shone with chakra, each finger holding an elemental symbol on it, was slammed into Naruto's stomach right over the Nine-Tails seal. Naruto's eyes widened in immense pain as he fell over, almost passing out instantly. He would have fallen hundreds of feet if it weren't for Sakura's quick thinking, who threw a kunai to snag his jacket on the tree to catch him. The last thing Naruto heard before the darkness took him was Sakura calling out to Sasuke. Which was just typical, he was likely about to die, and she calls for Sasuke. The Nine Tails, or rather its chakra, having been cut off from Naruto's chakra due to the additional seal, allowed something to happen that had been impossible ever since Naruto was 20 minutes old. All the chakra that was in his body was wholly his own. Nothing good came from imbalance. The entire purpose of the second stage was to teach this. If you're too focused on your physical strength, or Earth, you'll lack the mental strength, or Heaven, to succeed as a Chunin. Naruto, due to having the yang half of the Nine Tails sealed within him, was overflowing with physical chakra, and had a major deficit of yin or spiritual chakra. This stunted his body in several ways. It was because of this that he was so hyper. It was because of this that he was unable to control his chakra like others were able to. Considering he had to subconsciously overcome the imbalance that was his overabundance of yang chakra, it was no wonder simple jutsu escaped him. He was, unknowingly, having to siphon out the massive quantities of extra yang chakra and bolster his lacking yin side and somehow arrive at the ratio to perform jutsu. But now that the Nine Tails chakra that had been slowly dripping into his network since he was born was cut off, it allowed Naruto's body to reach his natural equilibrium of mind and body, yin and yang. It allowed his soul, the core of his and of all shinobi's power, to fight back and bring forth all of its potential after being denied it since his birth. Naruto didn't know this, no one knew this, but he had been born with tremendous power. It was there just out of reach for his whole life due to the imbalance of his chakra. The leaves and trees swayed lightly, clouds in the sky started to move away. Animals throughout the forest perked up on instinct. All of nature knew that a metamorphosis was taking place. It was as if the entire world was welcoming Naruto's rebirth. Naruto's body was correcting itself after so long, like a free diver coming up after a long swim. It was taking a deep breath that was impossible for nearly 12 years. Allowing his birthright to emerge and change the very balance of the world. It had been a rough couple of days for Team 7. Sakura Haruno was currently fighting 3 sound ninjas with all her might, or what was left of it. The ninja in question found it amusing to taunt her with their strength and torture her by not attacking all at once to just finish the fight. She ran a hand through her now much shorter hair. Sadly, it took so very long to get it to that length. Oh well, the ugly sound girl had to go for her hair, despite taunting her by saying caring about hair was for children. Seems she was just jealous because she was ugly and had terrible split ends and took it out on her. Honestly, how hard was it to use conditioner? Snapping her thoughts away from the dumb bitch, she looked to her 2 teammates as they laid next to each other completely unconscious. Last she checked, Sasuke was running a fever and Naruto's chakra wouldn't settle, making it hard for her to stay hidden. Yet another annoyance. Even in this state he's causing problems. I'm gonna smack the hell out of him after this. She roared in her head as she threw another volley of shuriken at the 3 sound ninja in front of her. Ha, is this the best you have, you stupid bitch? Shouted the one with strange arms and spiky black hair. Sakura hadn't bothered remembering their names. There was ugly bitch, weird arms and mummy face. God, Naruto was rubbing off on her. She didn't let the taunt get to her, but she was at the end of her rope. She was awake for well over 2 days watching both of her teammates and had been fighting for a while against these 3. They weren't really coming at her due to all the traps in the area, but she's been hit by several air blasts that she didn't have a good way to block from weird arms. Desperation was starting to take hold as her already small reserves of chakra were nearing 0. Please, I need one of you to get up. She thought while gripping her last kunai. The sound ninja with his face covered in bandages stepped forward. I will ask this once again, hand over Sasuke Uchiha and we will leave you and your other teammate alive. Dosu, why are we bargaining? We should just kill. The angry boy was interrupted by a wave of chakra exploding into the air. All the ninja in the area. Team 10 in the bushes, Team Guy in the trees, the sound team and Sakura all felt the chakra blast into existence over the immediate area. Each of them felt sweat fall down their foreheads as the weight of the chakra fell upon them. It was larger than any of them have ever felt by orders of magnitudes. Even the sound ninja that were subjected to the terrifying presence of Orochimaru could only shake in fear at the feeling of such power. They didn't know what to do. None of them spoke as it was becoming difficult to breathe due to the pressure. Unknown to the ninja in the clearing, it wasn't just them feeling it. Everyone felt it. It only lasted an instant to those outside the forest of death. Everyone who was able to sense chakra beyond a basic level felt their nerves scream at them, telling them a predator had just emerged. The third Hokage in his office felt his battle instinct flared to the max, causing him to turn to the forest in worry of who at that level managed to infiltrate the village during the exams. He was already signaling his personal guard to move out. Jiraiya the Toad Sage, who was sitting in a tree overlooking the hot springs in the southern part of the Leaf Village, snapped his pen and instinctively flared his chakra to prepare for battle. Unfortunately, the women in this particular spring were ninja and pounced on the pervert after noticing his chakra. Kakashi Hatake dropped his book. Might Guy fell from his handstand. Asuma Sarutobi dropped his cigarette. Kurenai Yuhi nearly tripped over herself as she walked home. The Anbu were frantically moving into action. The barrier squad members nearly passed out. All over the village hidden in the leaves, shinobi were feeling the pulse of chakra that signaled the birth of the one who would change everything. They would likely pass out in shock if they knew it was coming from the knucklehead Naruto Uzumaki of all people. In the clearing, it was Sakura to figure it out first. She was the closest in proximity to Naruto and managed to turn her head towards him to see a minuscule amount of chakra glowing around his body. It was blue in color, and it was partially translucent, but she could see it covering him, and her mind made the only connection that made sense. Naruto, she managed to say as the chakra pulse was slowly dying out. Her voice caused everyone from the leaf to turn to the unconscious blonde in shock. The sound ninja looked to her blonde teammate nervously. In the next moment the chakra was gone from the area. Everyone was able to breathe normally and wipe the sweat from their faces. Some, particularly those who knew Naruto, chalked it up to a weird fluke and tried to forget about it. Till Naruto stood up. The air around the blonde seemed different. almost as if it was waiting for his command, as if the world itself was waiting for him to demand something so it could happily oblige. The hairs on the back of everyone's neck stood up, as if a massive tiger was standing right behind them staring at their necks with drooling fangs. Again, it only lasted a moment before the feeling went away. Sakura looked to her now awake teammate nervously. "Naruto, are you okay?" she asked quietly, considering there were 3 enemies listening. Naruto took a deep breath and opened his eye to take in the scene around him. In a single second he was able to figure out what was going on, which was strange, he mused. His mind had never been this clear. He could tell everything that was going on. There were 2 teams just watching the fight, one in the trees above them. He recognized them as the Bushy Brow Squad. Then in the bushes were his former classmates, all staring at him with sweat visible on their faces. Shikamaru in particular looked seriously spooked. Sakura, it seemed, was defending both himself and the bastard from the sound team, all standing in defensive positions, likely trying to figure out their next course of action now that he was awake. Based on how Sakura looked, exhausted, bruised, and she was nearly out of chakra, she wasn't winning the battle. "Your eyes," Sakura whispered in shock. While staring at him she noticed something else. "Your whiskers are gone." This time at full volume, as she couldn't fathom what had happened to her teammate. The rest of the Leaf Ninja noticed what she was pointing out now that she mentioned it. Naruto's eyes were still blue, but they held a glow to them that was unnatural. They held an image of power that unsettled any who looked into them. While his face was free of his whisker marks somehow, Ino in the bushes thought it was a shame as they were cute. Unknown to everyone, the whiskers were a sign of the imbalance of Nine Tails chakra within his body, and now that he was at equilibrium they faded from his face. Like how both the previous holders held no marks signifying their status as Jinchuriki, neither did Naruto now. Naruto turned to her and felt his mind go into a shock for a millisecond. Now that he was really focusing, he could see everything: the chakra in the air, the chakra flowing through the trees, the residual chakra of jutsu that were used. If he focused hard enough, he could tell what type of jutsu had been used earlier. It was too much information. He couldn't focus. Then in the next second he somehow acclimated and he ignored the thousands of stimuli to look at his teammate once again. "What do they want?" Naruto questioned calmly, ignoring her comments, as he pointed to the 3 sound ninja. Before Sakura could answer, the loud one with the strange arms yelled at him, "Hey! Ya stupid blonde bastard!" Were. No one saw it, no one could follow it more than a faint blur, but before anyone knew it, Naruto crossed the distance between himself and the sound ninja to slam his fist into the boy's chest ruthlessly. There was a faint glowing trail of blue chakra from Naruto's fist as he flooded his body to enhance himself. The air was displaced around him from the force behind the impact. Leaves flew away, the ground where Naruto pushed off from was cratered. Rock Lee, observing in the trees, was blown away as he was unable to follow the attack properly. "He's become very dangerous," were the collective thoughts of Neji and Shikamaru as their highly strategic minds reassessed the blonde's capabilities from that maneuver, and they didn't like their odds. The sound ninja who took the hit coughed up blood before flying back to a tree, slamming into the base completely out cold. If his chest wasn't moving slightly, everyone would have thought he was killed by the attack. Sakura couldn't believe it. Hell, none of the Leaf Ninja could. The boy who clumsily and awkwardly fought alongside too many clones to coordinate properly did that. Naruto stood up and shook his fist off. "Who the hell was that guy?" he asked Sakura with a confused tilt of his head. Well, he was attacking us to get to Sasuke. All 3 of them were," she answered with a glare to the 2 remaining sound ninja and a vindictive flare in her eyes. "Hell yeah, Naruto. I don't know what's going on, but kick those jerks' asses. Cha." Naruto turned to them and then back to Sakura. "For real, they seem pretty weak?" he asked with a frown while pointing his thumb towards the ninja in question. He had looked at their chakra, the amount, density, nature, how and where it was channeled, all of that, and he just couldn't consider them anything more than small fry. Then he turned to the other Leaf Ninja surrounding them. "Also, why are all of you just watching this? Do you want to take our scrolls or something?" he asked while rubbing the back of his head, trying to figure out who he was going to have to fight. 6 Leaf Genin felt their eyes widen in shock as the blonde revealed that he knew they were there. Team 10 stood from the bushes, Shikamaru still visibly sweating. That chakra wasn't normal. It felt terrifyingly powerful, and I know it came from him. Those eyes, the change in his body, whatever happened. I want no part of it. We were going to jump in if Sakura couldn't handle it. Shikamaru gulped. Both Ino and Choji knew to let him take the lead here and stayed quiet. Naruto smiled. Ah, that's nice of you, Shikamaru. Bushy brow, are you guys doing the same? He asked to Team Guy standing in the trees now visible to everyone else. Neji stepped forward before Lee could answer. No, we were merely observing. We are leaving. With that he and his team left in a hurry, Lee doing so at the glares of his teammates as they knew he wanted to speak to the blonde. Which they adamantly refused to allow at the moment, since they didn't know what Naruto would do next if they stuck around too long. Huh, why are they running off? Naruto wondered aloud. Well, not like their team isn't weird, I mean anyone with a sensei that has eyebrows like that is surely crazy. Right, Sakura? He laughed while looking to his teammate with a grin. She could only nod dumbly, completely shocked at the change in tone of the situation. Before it was a life or death battle that she was slowly losing hope of winning, and now Naruto has made it almost like a social gathering with no real danger. Dosu, the leader of the three-sound ninja, felt his heart settle back down and knew when to cut his losses. We will retreat without fight if you allow us. As an offering, here is our scroll, he said while setting down their heaven scroll. Naruto watched as they picked up their teammate before fleeing into the forest. Huh, guess they didn't want to fight anymore. He laughed lightly then clapped. Well then, I guess they were terrified of my sheer awesomeness, huh? Sakura picked the sleeping princess up and let's get moving, we have the scroll we needed now. He ordered with lazy smile on his face. Sakura twitched at being ordered by her idiotic teammate. You know what? She met Naruto's eyes causing her to flinch and went to pick up Sasuke without a fuss. He's so solid, she mentally squealed while rubbing Sasuke's muscles as she carried him. Naruto stared dumbly at her for a moment, before letting his eyes roam over Sasuke's form. What the hell? Who put such corrosive chakra into him? When did that happen? Why is it attacking his body and chakra network? What the hell? Does that enhance him and cause withdrawals like a drug? Who could create that? Who would create that? Who would do such a terrible thing to Sasuke? That strange sound girl. The hell did I miss? Naruto didn't realize it yet, but he thought all of that in blink of an eye as his mind was able to process information hundreds of times faster now thanks to his now activated bloodline. Hey Shikamaru, are you guys coming with us? We're headed to the tower. He called out to Team 10 who were still frozen in the bushes watching the events that just happened. While tempted, Shikamaru shook his head. We don't have the necessary scrolls yet. We'll see you there, he answered before rushing off, dragging both Choji and Ino behind him, the latter of which looked like she wanted to comment before being pulled away. Sakura watched them leave numbly. She didn't believe for a moment that they would have helped had it gotten worse. Had it not been for Naruto's new terrifying presence asking them why they were here, she doubted she would have even seen them in the first place. She was sure they would have stepped in either right before she died or right after, hopefully the former. Maybe I wasn't ready for this test, she thought sadly. She was behind Sasuke and even Naruto before entering the exams, and it was the trials of the forest that hammered that home. Naruto, completely unaware of Sakura's inner thoughts, walked over to Sasuke and jabbed a finger overflowing with chakra into Sasuke's upper spine with a frown. If he was right and what he was seeing was correct, then that should slow the spread of that evil chakra into his system. Sakura felt the impact and spun around to Naruto with a glare. The hell did you just do? She questioned him fiercely, protectiveness of Sasuke overpowering her unease around Naruto. Naruto raised his hands with a smile, hopefully slow the spread of that chakra from the mark on his neck. Let's get going, we're not that far from the tower, he answered lightly. Sakura didn't know how to respond to that and just decided to follow him silently. Her head was starting to hurt at the changes Naruto just went through. It took them 2 hours of walking to get to the tower. Naruto dealt with 3 teams that tried to ambush them at lightning speed and they made it to the tower without much hassle. Sakura was done trying to figure out what was going on with Naruto and just accepted that he was somehow way better than before and followed behind him tiredly. At this point she just wanted a shower and a bed, she didn't care anymore. Sasuke was heavy on her shoulders, and it wasn't nearly as fun carrying him anymore. Inside the tower they saw a sign telling them a riddle concerning heaven and earth. Sakura didn't even bother reading it, she let Naruto give his new brain a go at it. Naruto read it over a few times before snapping his fingers. Ah, We need to open one of each type of scroll at the same time. He exclaimed happily. Sakura sighed, sure, let's give it a go. Wahoo! Naruto cheered as he opened both at the same time while wiggling in place, excited at what was to come. Sakura felt her exhaustion fully hit her and unceremoniously dropped her crush to the floor, then sat on the ground. She was even more tired watching Naruto's excited attitude. An explosion of smoke came from the scrolls and from it emerged their teacher from the academy, Iruka. At first, he smiled at Sakura, then frowned in worry at the unconscious Sasuke. Turning to Naruto, he felt his heart stop. The chakra coming from him was the same as the terrifying pulse from earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that it contained no traces of Nine Tails chakra, he would have believed the seal was broken and the demon was free once again. What the fuck happened to Naruto? He thought in shock, unable to form words. He didn't even want to mention the glowing eyes that made his head spin. Naruto didn't know nor care about the internal thoughts of Iruka and just waved happily. Iruka-sensei. Long time no see. We finally finished up in the forest, thank goodness, cause there's bunch of weirdos in there, I'm tellin' ya. He laughed. Iruka chuckled nervously, is that right? Well, I was supposed to tell you about the meaning behind heaven and earth, but I think we need to get Sasuke to the medics, and Naruto, I think you may need to see them too. Naruto waved his hand back and forth, no, I'm fine, not hurt at all. Sakura is out of chakra though and her coils are pretty strained. Also someone needs to look at Sasuke's neck mark, it's poisoning him with chakra. He informed Iruka while picking his ear. Iruka looked at Sasuke's neck and gasped in recognition, then turned to Naruto in confusion at his knowledge to what was going on. Sakura just sighed from her place on the ground, she knew Iruka-sensei would catch up. Naruto spent the remainder of the time before the second part of the exams finished in his room just staring out the window into the forest and thinking. He didn't really get it when he woke up the first time, but he was starting to figure out how his eyes worked now. He'd have to think up a name for his eyes, they were clearly an ability similar to Sasuke's Sharingan. The best way to describe it would be as if someone who saw the world in the earliest, most basic version of a television, now saw it through the latest cutting-edge monitor that the hospitals used. He instinctively understood chakra, and could control it with the closest thing to perfection. Not to mention he was able to remember things he saw perfectly and process information at extremely fast speeds. Naruto could see everything in incredible detail, he could even focus and see things in even greater detail than his normal vision, like from a tree to the individual threads that made up the leaves. He flooded his body and muscles like he knew the more experienced ninja did to enhance themselves to be stronger and faster, and found that not only could he do it unlike before, but he was able to do it to a level he didn't think possible till now. Earlier against the sound ninja he was able to rush forward and punch him without anyone reacting, and he wasn't even really pushing himself. Another thing he noticed was that his eyes didn't turn off like Sasuke's Sharingan. They were always active. The constant input of information was helpful during a fight, and if he were trying to understand a situation as quickly as possible but just sitting around lounging, it was a bit annoying. He actually started closing his eyes when he didn't need them. He found he was still very much aware of the world around him even with them closed. He'd have to think of a better solution because he was sure he looked a bit strange walking around with his eyes closed but still moving as if he could see perfectly. Since the pulse of chakra, people were taking the situation of the exams a bit differently. The Jonin and Anbu were stationed at various places around the tower to monitor for whatever or whoever was responsible. Jiraiya skipped all pretenses of waiting to run into Naruto organically and went to the tower to meet up with the third Hokage to investigate the situation. The Hokage, when he arrived at the tower along with Jiraiya and Kakashi, were pulled aside by Iruka. Iruka stared at what was likely the three most powerful leaf ninja with a serious expression. "It's Naruto," he said seriously. All three of them, who all had different levels of attachment to the boy in question, looked at Iruka with narrowed eyes, hoping it wasn't something bad. Iruka gulped. That chakra, it was Naruto, he's different. When the prelims start, you'll see. He's in his team's room right now if you want to see him now. Although I think addressing Sasuke Uchiha's curse mark is more pressing. Which is what the three of them did. Thankfully Sasuke was still out cold when they arrived, so they were able to bind the curse mark with a sealing jutsu called the evil sealing method quite easily. Sasuke woke up shortly after, groggy and confused. While more irritable than before, He wasn't too different after getting briefed on where he was in the situation with the seal. Although safe from the effects of the seal at the moment, Sasuke mentioned his chakra was a bit more wild than normal. The three moved on and decided to wait till the next day when the prelims would take place to see the changes in Naruto. Which is where they found themselves, all gaping at the blonde's glowing blue eyes and terrifying chakra that was barely held beneath the surface. The other Jonin, from the leaf or otherwise, were all doing the same. While the blonde in question was chuckling at Sasuke, who in turn glared at him hatefully, which caused him to laugh harder. Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya, "Have you?" "No," the sage answered seriously, "that is not something I've ever seen. If I couldn't feel his chakra, and see that his whiskers are somehow gone, I would assume that he was just pushing a lot of chakra into his eyes for whatever reason and nothing was all that different. But they are different, and the glow is unnatural. Neither Minato nor Kushina had anything remotely similar to that." Kakashi uncovered his Sharingan for a moment to look at the blonde. "I would ask a Hyuga to confirm, but his chakra is calmer than I've ever seen it, and his eyes have a tremendous amount of chakra flowing through them, similar to an activated ocular jutsu, like mine or Sasuke's Sharingan." Hiruzen hummed for a moment as his mind worked at light speed. "We will see what changes have come in the coming moment during his battle. I suspect things are going to be a lot more interesting soon." Kakashi and Jiraiya both agreed. In the far corner, a concealed Orochimaru was staring at Naruto with a gaping mouth in complete shock. "What the fuck?" the snake thought uncharacteristically, a sentiment shared by everyone else in the room that has met the blonde before. Down with all the genin, Naruto was still enjoying himself by laughing at Sasuke, who was in his normal grumpy attitude. "Ya know that evil chakra is sealed off, right? So why are you acting all moody? Sad Sakura is not babying you anymore?" he asked with mocking frown. Sasuke continued to glare at the blonde, while Sakura just stared ahead completely over it. Naruto had been poking fun at her and Sasuke ever since they got to the tower, and no matter what either of them did, they couldn't touch Naruto to shut him up. Yelling at him just made him laugh at them. It was a horrible day when the class clown, prankster, suddenly became all-powerful. The third Hokage appeared before the crowd of Chunin hopefuls with a smoking pipe in his mouth and his hands folded behind his back. "Congratulations for making it this far," he said gravely. Naruto smiled at the old man, then proceeded to tune out the rest of his speech. He got the gist of it. This was a substitute for war, and they needed to fight for the village. He got it. They were show ponies for the future of their respective villages to potential clients. When they asked if anyone wanted to drop from the exams, the guy with the info cards quit for some reason, even though he wasn't hurt or lacking in chakra. Naruto rolled his eyes, assuming that he was a coward or something. While stronger than practically all of the genin here, the guy still ran off, so Naruto didn't spare him much thought. After that, another monologue started, and Naruto decided to be himself. "Ah, old man, we get it. Can we move on? I'm about to pass out here." Naruto whined with his hands in the air in exasperation. The Leaf Jonin forgot about Naruto's new presence for a moment and were reminded that he was in fact an immature idiot. Many took to glaring at both him and Kakashi, who was rubbing his head nervously, as Naruto's disrespect reflected poorly on him. "Truly, do you understand?" Hiruzen asked in amusement. "Duh, ya damn geezer," Naruto answered, getting hisses from many of the Leaf Nin and a small snort from Jiraiya up in the Hokage observation platform. "We're show ponies for the old fogies, and there are too many of us for the main event, so you got to weed out some of the weaklings. I swear you take 100 words to say 20. The disrespect was ignored in favor for the surprise that Naruto of all people understood the situation when he was clearly not paying too much attention. "Well, very good," a surprised Hiruzen muttered with a nod. "I leave it to you." He turned to a sickly-looking Jonin, then moved to his platform with Jiraiya. The man introduced himself as Hayate. "If you would all look to the monitor," he said with a small cough. Names began flashing, and after a while it was Sasuke's, and someone named Yoroi. Naruto looked at his teammate's opponent and saw that his chakra seemed to have special properties around his hands. "Sasuke, watch out for his hands," he said quietly. Sasuke barely heard it, and before he could ask why, someone else did. Kakashi, who was suddenly leaning down with his head next to Naruto's, added, "Why's that?" he whispered. Naruto fell back in shock. He didn't even know when Kakashi got there. "Whoa, how do you do that, Kakashi-sensei?" he asked in bewilderment before answering, His charka, it's got something interesting going on with his hands. He whispered to the two who gazing at the boy in question. Kakashi hummed in interest, so his eyes did have some type of ocular jutsu that allowed him to see chakra. Well, you heard him, Sasuke. Let's get up to the second level, Sakura, Naruto. Kakashi said with an eye smile before walking towards the stairs. Moments later it was just the Uchiha and the strange genin left, and their fight began. Sasuke made quick work of the guy with Naruto's warning and Sharingan enhanced hand-to-hand. Naruto cheered loudly and obnoxiously, "Woo! You did it, you beat that guy," he shouted, getting glares from some of the others in the room. Kakashi clapped with an eye smile next to the blonde while Sakura was on the other end of the stands next to Kurenai pretending she was in Team 8. Fights continued for a while. Naruto made a genuine nuisance of himself by calling out everyone's weaknesses as a joke while they fought, then made both helpful and unhelpful suggestions. "Shino, your bugs are really gross. I mean, they're inside that guy's arms. Yeah, they should eat that chakra, it's like an air cannon. Whoa, Choji's extra fat, that sound guy will have an easier target now. Hey Hinata, he's hitting those chakra point things inside you, you should block that. Fuck you Hyuga guy, I'll kick your ass. Is he a puppet? Think Bun Bun will notice it's a wind jutsu. These sound ninja are all on brand, huh? I mean genjutsu from a bell. Think they go out of their way to stick to their niche. Oh cool, Shikamaru won." The only ones that were enjoying Naruto's commentary were Kakashi, Hiruzen and Jiraiya. All three who would have been bored out of their minds watching genin fight. Also, Naruto's observations gave them insight into his eyes' new abilities. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. "Oh, hey, I get Kiba," Naruto said with a cheer. "Ha, Akamaru, we get an easy one." Kiba cheered while petting his faithful companion who was laying on the ground refusing to move. "Huh, what's wrong?" Naruto jumped down to the arena before turning to Kiba. "He's scared," he called out happily. Kiba glared at the blonde, as if he probably doesn't want to waste his time with a dead last. "No worries, I got this myself," Kiba said arrogantly, not noticing Akamaru was shaking while looking away from Naruto. It was unfortunate that his enhanced senses were primarily in his nose, as he didn't quite notice how much Naruto has changed beyond his eyes. To which he thought Naruto was just trying to get more attention. Hayate looked between the two nervously. Well, the blonde made him nervous, not Kiba, then started the fight on the Hokage's signal. Everyone, from the genin to the Hokage, leaned forward in anticipation. Naruto watched Kiba approach him as if he was in slow motion. He could see every muscle twitch and minuscule detail of the boy's approach and felt like he had hours to respond. A punch from the Inuzuka flew at Naruto at speeds that he would have likely been unable to dodge before his evolution. To everyone's shock and Kiba's horror, Naruto disappeared, then was suddenly behind Kiba looking in the direction of his punch. "Who was that aimed at?" he taunted lightly. "I would advise you start moving a bit quicker or you'll never hit me," he added with a chuckle. Kiba shouted in anger before releasing a barrage of attacks. Each time Naruto would disappear, then blur behind Kiba with a laugh, not even once going on the offensive. In the stands, everyone was shocked at the blonde's new abilities. It was unbelievable how he went from one of the weaker idiots in their generation to this. "What the hell?" Kurenai muttered in shock. Kiba was a very talented genin. She was confident he was going to have a chance to beat nearly anyone here. Now he was being led around like a child by someone that should have been useless. Kakashi was observing with his Sharingan active. He's supplementing his body with chakra. "I don't think a single drop is being wasted," he said lightly, hiding his surprise. Guy was looking down seriously. "Lee, he is going to be a tough one to beat," he said lowly to his apprentice, who nodded seriously. Neji had his Byakugan active and was watching in shock. When did that blonde moron get a bloodline? His eyes have chakra running through them, similar to how mine or the Uchihas do when our eyes are active. Everyone heard his comment and found their suspicions confirmed. Jiraiya continued to watch closely. The young Hyuga confirmed what Kakashi was saying. "We'll have to talk to Naruto after the prelims, sensei. Something changed Naruto, and I'll bet my fortune it has to do with Orochimaru attacking Sasuke in the forest. It was the only thing that made sense after all." Hiruzen nodded. "I agree. I'll have Kakashi bring him to us afterwards. Although I'm sure he would have anyway." Sasuke glared as he watched with his Sharingan. "I don't get it, that idiot didn't have a bloodline before," he said in shock. Sakura walked over. "In the forest while you were both unconscious, Naruto's chakra and body changed," she said with a frown. "He was different, or rather his presence was. He's still an idiot, just able to take out an enemy in the blink of an eye with no effort." Kakashi turned to her. "Yeah?" he asked lightly, although his performance right now led him to believe it. Kakashi was still curious at Naruto's improvements. "The sound Genin Zaku, the one Shino fought," she answered. "I'm honestly surprised he managed to make it here after that. Naruto hit him harder than anyone I've ever seen." Shino, who was near them watching with his team, spoke up. "Then that would explain where the broken ribs that my bugs felt came from. I found it odd he was that injured and still fighting," he commented. Down below, Naruto was having a great time, but found he was getting bored. "Hey, I'm gonna attack now, okay?" he said to the huffing Inuzuka. Similar to before, Naruto blurred forward and punched Kiba. This time he made sure not to hit him nearly as hard as he did the sound guy from the forest. Though, Kiba was still blasted off his feet and sent rolling back till he hit the wall completely out cold. Naruto frowned as he looked at his fist. "Am I that much stronger or is he that weak?" He turned to Kakashi. "Did I hit him too hard? I expected him to be okay at that level. I didn't even put that much chakra into it." Kakashi answered from the stands with an eye smile. "Naruto, there was enough power in that punch to knock out any Chunin I've met," he said with a thumbs up. He didn't mention that some Jonin would likely have been taken out due to the impressive speeds Naruto just showed. Naruto listened to his sensei before turning to Kiba, who was starting to come to. "Hey dog breath, you suck. Oi bronchitis, call it ease finished," he called to the proctor in amusement. Hayate's sweat dropped. "Is he referring to me?" He looked at Kiba for a moment, who was failing to get to his feet, before nodding to himself. "Winner Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto whooped, then jumped back up to the stand smiling at his team. "That was pretty easy," he laughed with a comical expression on his face. Teammate Sensei Kurenai gave him a side eye at his disrespect, but didn't call him out. Shikamaru, who had been unable to think of anything else since Naruto's awakening in the forest, stepped forward towards Naruto. "His personality is the same, so he may answer me here." "What's up with your eyes?" he asked nonchalantly. Everyone subconsciously leaned forward, hoping for answers. Naruto perked up. "Oh yeah, I have super awesome eyes now," he said with a grin. Everyone in earshot fell over at his answer. Shikamaru shot up. "I get that, you idiot, what's new about them?" he shouted, much to his team's shock. Naruto leaned away from the Nara. "Whoa, why are you all upset? I mean, I can see way better. Not to mention my chakra control is really good now. Honestly, it's not too big of a deal, I'm as awesome as I've always been," he said with a devilish grin. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead tiredly. "I don't know if he's messing with me or just the same old dumbass." Kakashi smiled at the interaction. "Interesting. I guess we'll have to talk to him later. At least his ego isn't too much bigger," he thought with a chuckle. Sakura didn't care about her troublesome teammates' weirdness anymore. Meanwhile, Sasuke was staring at Naruto with his Sharingan active, trying to understand him. "Stop gazing into my eyes, ya bastard. Shut up, loser." Naruto watched sadly as Sakura and Ino fell to the ground in a spectacular double knockout. The fight was boring, they were moving slower than anyone else so far. The only interesting part came when Ino managed to slam her mind into Sakura. Who would have thought that Sakura has a second personality? Naruto thought cheerfully. Shame that she lost, it would have been nice for all three of us to make it to the finals. But, with a showing like that, maybe it's for the best. Kakashi set Sakura down against the wall, with Asuma doing the same next to him with Ino. Team 10 and Team 7 gathered around their unconscious members. "Well, not like that wasn't a lame showing," Naruto said simply. He turned to the two Jonin with mock disappointment and pointed to the two girls. "That's your fault. I mean, they were so weak they both lost." Kakashi thumped Naruto on the head while Asuma glared at him but didn't say anything. Sasuke looked at Sakura sadly. "I expected more from her. She did well to protect us in the forest," he grumbled. "Yeah, but that was against the sound ninja, and we've seen they're pretty weak. I mean, Shikamaru beat one without throwing a punch," Naruto said, then chuckled. The only remaining sound ninja in the room, Dosu, could only glare at Naruto as he was too terrified to say anything in response. Kakashi thumped Naruto again. Don't insult other countries. He chastised, barely. Naruto, in a lightning blitz of speed that Kakashi wasn't ready for, shot his arm out and thumped Kakashi on the shoulder, since he couldn't reach his head. Stop that, Naruto whined with an overdramatic frown. Kakashi only chuckled while he waved his student off. He really is the same as before, he just has this crazy ability enhancing his skills. He thought lightly. The next fight was Rock Lee versus a guy from the sand, Gaara. Naruto and the others watched as the beginnings of the fight were strictly hand-to-hand, most of which was Lee defending from omnidirectional sand that was protecting Gaara. The sand is filled with chakra, Naruto said with an uncharacteristic seriousness. Kakashi, Guy and the rest turned to him with a frown. Down below, Lee back flipped away then blitzed forward to reengage. Obviously, otherwise he couldn't control the sand, said Sasuke with narrowed eyes, unknowingly saying what was on the Jonin's minds. Naruto shook his head. Yeah, sure, I wouldn't have mentioned it if it was just his chakra. But that sand has 2, no 3, different chakras in it. Strange, he said with a hum at the end. The Jonin who managed to hear him narrowed their eyes at the information, particularly Kakashi who uncovered his Sharingan. Guy who was next to him leaned over as his rival worked to confirm his student's information. Kakashi covered his eye with a sigh. Whatever he is able to see, it's beyond what I can. To me the sand has chakra in it, that's all. Lee landed on the statue after a series of dodges and Guy, having more insight into Gaara now, decided to allow him to remove his weights. Rock Lee took those words with genuine excitement as he happily revealed weights beneath his leg warmers then quickly held them up after removing them. Gaara merely watched silently, still showing no emotion on his face. Which was ironic considering the tattoo on his forehead of the kanji for love. Naruto smiled at the interaction, not fully understanding the ceremony of the situation. You wouldn't think taking a few weights off would make someone that happy. He wondered. Who knows with those two? Kakashi sighed tiredly, long past trying to figure out Guy's eccentricities that were unfortunately passed on to his student. Everyone watched as the weight fell to the ground, wondering what the big deal was. The sand ninja watching didn't believe it would matter all that much. Till the earth shook from the weights hitting the ground. The reaction from everyone in the room, from Genin to the supervising Jonin, Orochimaru in disguise, Jiraiya, and the third observing up top. They're insane. Naruto shook his head in amusement. I'd love to have a fight with Lee, he's got some incredible strength if he's that fast with those weights and no chakra helping him out. He said lightly. Lee shot off towards Gaara several times quicker than before, Guy cheering him on with all the Genin muttering in shock at the speed. Naruto was able to easily follow the fight despite the incredible speed that they were moving at now. While Lee was moving at, Gaara seemed just as surprised and unable to follow the green beast as the rest of the Genin. After removing his weights, Lee's movements were not only faster but far more precise. Naruto decided to watch him far more closely. The way Lee's muscles would contract for his movements, the placements of his feet, the way his shoulders angled, everything Lee did Naruto soaked up with glee. Now that his brain was processing information hundreds of times faster, he was able to pick apart what was happening in incredible detail. Lee's fighting style revolved around striking very hard and very fast. Naruto knew that his own technique left much to be desired, so he would work to incorporate these movements. At the same time, Gaara was able to maneuver his sand in more widespread ways now that he was directing it with his hands. Naruto was able to see the various types of chakra commingling within the grains as he attacked. What's he doing? His bandages are moving, Naruto wondered aloud, getting Kakashi's head to snap towards him before he watched the fight more closely. True to Naruto's observations, Lee managed to kick Gaara in the chin, launching him into the air, then proceeded to follow up with an impressive series of kicks. Each impact reverberated through the room, getting small flinches from the Genin at the powerful display. The bandages wrapped around Gaara, allowing Lee to grab and spin the sand ninja into the hard ground. Naruto tilted his head in wonder while watching the turn of events. He looked over at Kakashi and Guy, who were talking back and forth slowly, then to the Genin around the stands watching in anticipation with impressed looks on their faces at Lee's capabilities. Then he decided to ruin it for fun. That was a pretty good substitution by Sandboy, Naruto said with a devilish smile. Hope Lee isn't hurt too bad by the backlash, since he didn't really accomplish much. The ninja around him looked at him in shock, Team Guy in horror, before turning back to the fight to watch as Lee's attack landed and was revealed to be wasted. "How the hell?" muttered Tenten while watching Lee barely dodge the sand due to the pain from the lotus. "When?" muttered Neji. Guy was frantic while watching the fight progress. "I didn't even see it," he shouted in shock. "It was during the kicks," answered Kakashi with his Sharingan exposed. "When you closed your eyes to pray, he switched out in a flash. I would pull him from the fight, Guy. He's in no condition to continue." Guy glared at his rival, but before he could talk, Naruto spoke up lazily. "Nah, he's gonna be fine. He's pushing chakra to those inner blockers. Give him a minute or so and he'll have quite the boost." "Blockers?" asked Sasuke, not seeing what Naruto was talking about with his Sharingan. "They're called gates, the 8 inner gates to be exact," answered Kakashi while turning his Sharingan enhanced glare to Guy. "And you taught how to open them to a genin. You're going to cripple that boy." Guy gave his rival a side-eye before focusing back on his struggling student while leaning forward over the railing. His fingers were pushing into the metal railing due to his nervous squeezing. "You wouldn't get it, having everything come to you so easily," he said in a low baritone. "For the rest of us, we have to claw and crawl for every bit of strength. It's even worse for Lee. Even the most basic ninjutsu and genjutsu is beyond him." His expression turned fond as Lee was slowly getting faster as he was overcoming the backlash of the primary lotus. "Lee just wants to prove he's a splendid ninja with his hard work. I only did everything in my power to help him with his dream," he proclaimed proudly. Naruto smiled down at Lee. He was truly impressed with the boy's drive to achieve his dream. Not to mention the evidence of thousands of hours of hard work getting him to where he is now with his lack of ninjutsu or genjutsu. "I think he's gotten there already, bushy brow sensei," Naruto interjected lightly. "Something I've learned is that ninja don't always improve on a slow curve, it can be a sharp and immediate increase as well." Lee's movements became even sharper than before as his body was acclimating to the 8 gates activation. His eyes flaring with incredible power, and his entire body shining brightly with green chakra. Every movement was perfectly executed and delivered with tremendous force, destroying the fighting arena. Gaara was pushing even more chakra into the sand, trying to keep up with Green Genin's speed, but was being sent flying by a rapid aerial combo. "I mean, he's already adapting and improving with every second. I can tell that he's become way better than he was before this fight. If he keeps going as he is, then he'll no doubt become one of the best taijutsu users the Leaf Village has ever seen." Naruto finished with a small smile as his glowing eyes took in every detail. Guy looked down happily, a bit of water popping up in his eyes. "Thank you for those words, young Naruto. I'll trust those eyes to see Lee's incredible potential." Naruto laughed in response. "Leave it to me," he said with a thumbs up. The rest of the fight was both incredible and terrifying for those watching. Ino and Sakura had woken up just before Lee awakened the gates fully and were enraptured by the boy's skills. Both of them fully realizing that they were way out of their league if those two were potential opponents for them. Lee's explosive use of 5 of the 8 inner gates showed Naruto that there was so much out there that he didn't know. While observing the world with his new eyes that allowed him to begin understanding it better, he was only now realizing that he had a fundamental lack of knowledge to connect the dots. Otherwise, he would be able to put things into words beyond, limit thing, chakra wall thing, different chakras moving all strange. It was just hard to put into words what he instinctively knew. As the fight was reaching a climax, Lee was completely unable to fight and fell to the ground, his body giving out under the stress of the 5th gate. Gaara didn't hesitate and shot his sand at the boy with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The Jonin, Guy in particular, were about to rush to save Lee, but a blur shot forward first, stopping the sand from even touching Lee. The resulting impact blasted all the sand away, making most turn away from the shockwave. Naruto had shot forward and smacked the sand away with a hand packed with dense chakra. He turned to Lee with a frown. Based on the injuries, it would likely take weeks if not months of rehabilitation to get back into fighting shape. Though it would have been nigh impossible if Gaara was able to crush Lee in his sand like he wanted. "Hey sand boy, you won, no need to go that far," Naruto said with a frown while standing guard in front of Lee as he subconsciously released his chakra. Gaara began breathing heavily at Naruto's appearance. His chakra began moving erratically as his instincts flared beyond what he's ever felt. Naruto's presence driving Gaara to near hysteria as the beast within was screaming to flee to save their lives. In the next moment, Baki, the sand Jonin, who looked visibly nervous, appeared in front of Gaara with his arms spread. Guy and Kakashi also landed in front of Naruto looking serious and bored respectfully. You guys didn't have to help me out, I would have taken these losers out. Naruto laughed while picking up Lee, his grin became fiendish. I mean that Sandy Jonin over there seems pretty nervous just looking at me. Kakashi sighed tiredly. Please try and not cause an incident with the hidden sand village, Naruto. Baki interjected, I think we can end this and move on. Gaara, go back to the stands to Temari and Kankuro, he ordered, somehow snapping the frantic boy out of it and getting him to leave in a swirl of sand. That seems to be a very uncomfortable way of travel, muttered Naruto lightly. Getting sand everywhere would be miserable, he thought. Guy moved to take leave from Naruto. Thank you for jumping in, Naruto. I was hesitant to interfere, but that was the right call, he said shamefully while holding his nearly crippled student. He knew that had the sand wrapped around Lee it would have been the end of his journey. Kakashi patted his rival on the back before grabbing Naruto to body flicker back to the stands. Try not to interfere again, they may disqualify you, Kakashi chastised lightly. Naruto frowned in frustration at the thought of being disqualified for saving a comrade, which caused his chakra to flare and eyes to glow brighter subconsciously. He didn't even notice it was escaping him. Everyone in the room who wasn't in the clearing during the second test felt the weight of Naruto's chakra in person for the first time. It was very different than an instinctual fear from the flare. Now that they had a front row seat to it, the genin were visibly terrified and unable to move while the Jonin and Hokage became extremely weary. Somehow it was Sakura of all people who smacked Naruto on the back of the head. Stop it, you're scaring everyone, dumbass, she told him tiredly. Her hand was shaking but she managed to hold firm, knowing in her heart that he was still the same Naruto for the most part. Naruto's presence instantly went back to normal, and he looked around surprised. Everyone from Sasuke to the other Jonin sensei were looking at him warily. It was a different look than what he was used to getting as a kid, one of loathing and apprehension. This was just plain fear. He didn't really understand why. He wasn't trying to scare anyone. He turned to the high stands where the Hokage and some other old dude were standing and shot over. He needed to figure out what was going on with everyone's reaction to his chakra, and the old man knew more than most about stuff like this. He was really strong himself. Hiruzen and Jiraiya were able to follow Naruto's approach, but they were blown away by the boy's speed. He was easily on par with skilled Jonin. Although his movements weren't exactly skillful, it was due to his masterful chakra control allowing him this speed, not physical skill. Landing on the railing, Naruto looked at the Hokage with a frown, then felt a bit vindictive, which caused his eyes to crinkle in amusement. Hey, old man, is everyone here so lame that I scare them that much? I don't get it, he asked with a whisper shout, making sure everyone could hear him to twist the knife. He found it pretty funny that everyone was so scared of him now. That prankster personality and his normal ego take on a much different tone now that he's this capable, mused Hiruzen. Had it been anyone else he would squash such things here and now, but Naruto's childhood flashed into his brain, and he felt the blonde probably deserved some respect as recompense. Jiraiya was the one to answer. You may not get it, but your chakra presence is far stronger than most would have ever encountered, much less greenhorns like we have here, he said seriously. He didn't want to mention that the number of people he's felt that scared him more with just their chakra were in fact just two. The third Hokage and Hanzo of the Salamanders. Naruto nodded the information, then turned to Jiraiya. Who the hell are you, ya old man? He questioned comically. Instead of being put off, Jiraiya grinned happily at the question. Who am I, you ask? He shouted while getting into a pose, and he readied his summoning jutsu. Hiruzen interjected. He's a former student of mine, Jiraiya, he answered, making Jiraiya fall over and sulk due to his intro being interrupted. Naruto stared at Jiraiya for several moments, causing both Hiruzen and Jiraiya to look at him curiously. Jiraiya felt like he was being broken down to the smallest details by those eyes and found that he didn't like it one bit. Right as he was about to say something, Naruto turned around. So, he's an old guy like you. Cool, I guess. Your chakra is very interesting, geezer, he said lightly before speeding back over to his team. Jiraiya turned to his sensei with his face serious. I don't know what happened to him, but he's unlike anyone I've ever come across. I didn't sense a speck of the Nine Tails chakra either. It was like it was completely gone from his body, he said while watching Naruto get lightly reprimanded by Kakashi for bothering them. I would like to learn more about his eyes and what he's able to see, but for now let's assume it's unique to him and be thankful he's been given such a gift with those men out there looking for him. Hiruzen said with a puff of his pipe. Not to mention Orochimaru lurking around itching to cause trouble. We may have need of Naruto's newfound strength soon. He'll need some growing up to match his power up before he's all that reliable. Jiraiya said with a snort, getting a laugh out of the Hokage. Ha, he's always been a brat, now he's a brat with terrible power. You saw how fast and strong he was in that match. Hiruzen said lightly, if he were to hammer in the basics of taijutsu, he may become faster and stronger than any of us with just chakra enhancement. We also don't know what he's like when pushing it to the max. I would honestly put him on a level above most in the village shinobi. We need to see his abilities with ninjutsu and genjutsu to really understand, but as of now only the very best would be able to face him and win. It was a crazy thing to say, but Jiraiya believed it after getting a small up-close look at him. Naruto didn't know it, but he was giving off a vibe of supreme confidence, that when mixed with his strength made him all the more fearsome. He supposed that this was why even experienced jonin like Asuma and Guy were weary around him at the moment. Indeed, Hiruzen agreed, I would have normally allowed you to go about meeting and training him in your own way, but as of now we will be dropping all pretenses. He has awakened a new bloodline that has granted him unknown abilities. After we speak with him, he is to be with you at all times. I do not want Danzo to have time to approach him. That is the last thing anyone needs, and I do not want to hear about it from the other elders that he needs to be trained properly. Jiraiya could only nod silently while he mourned his precious research time in the coming weeks. But even he could understand the gravity of the situation. It wouldn't take long for Naruto's awakened abilities to spread through the village, then the continent. Mix in his now uncanny resemblance to Minato now that his whiskers were gone, thing are gonna change. In his expert spy opinion, Naruto would have the month before everyone in a position of power to have at least heard a rumor about him. In their discussions, Hiruzen and Jiraiya didn't notice that the last of the prelim fights were finished and the winning genin were gathered on the floor again to determine their opponents for the finals. Hayate gestured to a small podium with a box atop it. We're not going to make it complicated, pick a number. Number 1 will fight number 2 and so on. Sasuke Uchiha, please step forward. Sasuke walked up silently and drew his number. Funnily enough, it was number 1. From there it continued. Naruto watched on as it was decided that Puppet Dude would fight Shino. Shikamaru would fight Wind Girl. Dosu the sound guy got the highest number, meaning a free round, and finally he drew his number with a comical expression. He showed it to everyone else. He had been hoping for 2 to fight Sasuke, but he got 3, meaning the Hyuga. But that means, Naruto thought warily while looking to Gaara, who by process of elimination was to be Sasuke's opponent in the first round. He locked eyes with Kakashi, who gave him a reassuring eye smile that only made him worry more. Sasuke could only clench his fists as he stared forward, ignoring everyone. So these are the matchups for the first round of the finals. We need time to allow the dignitaries and Case Cage to arrive, so you have 1 month to train. I would keep everyone in the finals in mind as you prepare. You don't know who you could end up facing should you win. Instructed Hayate to the Chunin hopefuls. With that, the second exam was officially over and everyone began leaving. The supervising Jonin and Chunin left to perform their duties while the sensei gathered their teams to lead them out of the forest towards their designated training areas. Unlike the rest, Kakashi led his team to the Hokage, who then gestured for them to follow him out of the forest to his office in the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya was silently accompanying them while the Hokage's Anbu guards were following from the shadows. Standing in the Hokage's office, Naruto absent-mindedly took in the room as the old people got settled. It was an interesting room if he were honest, not due to the items within the room but the residual chakra that had seeped into the environment. The desk that the old man sat behind was practically glowing from the chakra of 4 of the most powerful people in history having sat behind it. Naruto. The blonde's head shot up at Sakura's shout to notice that everyone in the room was staring at him. He tilted his head in confusion. I wasn't listening, he said plainly. Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads in embarrassment. Their teammate was as annoying as always, while Kakashi laughed awkwardly from his spot on the wall. Naruto, I asked what you can tell me about your eyes. The Hokage asked again while staring directly into Naruto's new eyes. Naruto pursed his lips in thought. Well, I'm able to see chakra, you know. But that is a way too simple way to say it. It's like I can truly understand chakra and its place in the world. He explained lightly with a shrug. Kakashi latched onto that. What do you mean, its place in the world? He questioned. Well, it's like the difference in knowing that salt is in ramen and knowing why and how much salt would make ramen taste the best, answered Naruto. While a strange way to explain it, the Hokage and Kakashi actually understood what he was getting at. Jiraiya looked like he understood and smirked in amusement at the way he tried to explain it. Sasuke and Sakura weren't even surprised that ramen came into the conversation, so they just accepted it and moved on. If I'm really honest, I'm able to fully understand what I look at, but I'm having trouble putting it into words. Like the desk you're at, old man, it was created by water and earth chakra bound together by yang chakra. Naruto continued while pointing to the desk. Then there is the faint traces, almost impossible for me to see, of the same chakra that exists naturally in the world around us flowing through the wood. I guess since old man first had the ability of wood style, that's where it came from. He really must have been incredible. Everyone was spellbound at the insight Naruto was given by his eyes, most particularly Jiraiya, who had experience with teaching a person with tremendous eye powers. These abilities aren't too dissimilar from the Rinnegan that Nagato possessed. He too was able to perceive and understand chakra. There is a test to see just how similar, he thought before moving over to Kakashi. I need chakra paper. I know someone eclectic as you would carry some around. Kakashi didn't really get why, but he handed the small stack of chakra papers he had over to Jiraiya. The sage moved over to the three genin and handed one to each of them. Sakura, if you would be so kind, please push chakra into that paper. Jiraiya instructed the girl, who did so curiously. A moment later and the paper crumbled into dust. An affinity to earth jutsu, very nice, something you and I share. Sasuke, please. He gestured to the Uchiha, who looked at his paper intensely. After a moment, instead of bursting into flame, his paper crinkled. Huh, Kakashi mused from the wall, interesting. Sasuke looked down in melancholy. It would explain his issues with using the fireball jutsu in his younger years when learning from his father. Seems he just wasn't as inclined to fire as the rest of his clan, as much as him, and that made him look lesser to his father at the time. Lightning, interesting for an Uchiha, but with your teacher it may be a blessing, mentioned Jiraiya with a thumb pointed to Kakashi. Then he turned to Naruto. The real reason he asked for the papers, the Rinnegan gave the user completely malleable chakra able to utilize all 5 elements as if each were the primary affinity. He and everyone looked at Naruto as he held up his paper. After a second, Naruto grinned fiercely and the paper began to glow a subtle blue. He turned his head to look over at Jiraiya and waved the paper happily. Ha! I broke your little test. Jiraiya felt his body weaken at the unique reaction. Never in his life had he seen something like that. No one had no affinity. Nagato's paper had a reaction of all the elements at the same time before turning into a strange black metal. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan to look at the paper and Hiruzen was frowning as he looked on, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Just kidding, laughed Naruto, and in the next moment the paper sliced in half. Wind, muttered Jiraiya in shock, then he glared at Naruto. What did you do, brat? He demanded, as that earlier reaction to his chakra wasn't natural. Naruto threw the scraps away with a shrug. Oh, well, I was watching when Sasuke and Sakura used their paper and noticed what was happening. The paper is so sensitive that even the faintest trace of elemental chakra cause a reaction, yeah. So I removed any and all elemental traces from my chakra. He explained happily with a grin and an amused glint in his glowing eyes. Kakashi felt himself get a bit lightheaded. The level of control needed, he said in astonishment. The Hokage was feeling similar to Kakashi. He grabbed a chakra paper and tried to do the same. After several moments, when he felt he may have succeeded, the paper burst into flames, showing his fire affinity. Not even I could do it, he hummed. Jiraiya didn't bother trying himself. If sensei couldn't do it, then no one alive could do it. Maybe Tsunade, as she is intimately familiar with her chakra and she never spent much time learning elemental jutsu. But that's beside the point. Both she and sensei have literal decades dedicated to learning and perfecting their chakra control. Naruto did it on a whim to mess with me. I think I'm understanding just what he's capable of now. Last test and this will seal it. The sage walked up to Naruto, who looked up at him curiously. Everyone in the room watching curiously. Do this, Jiraiya demanded as he held up his palm and created a perfect rasengan. Hiruzen and Kakashi connected the dots and felt sweat build on their heads at Jiraiya's implication with this test. If Naruto succeeded, then that would mean he had literally infinite potential with chakra, internally and externally. Naruto stared at the orb and felt himself be drawn in almost hypnotically. It was incredibly dense and was made up of hundreds of streams of rotating chakra. The orb was completely self-sustaining and would likely pack quite the punch on whoever was so unfortunate to be on the receiving end. He could tell this would be an incredibly difficult jutsu to learn. It just required too much to focus on and control to create, likely taking months of practice to get it to the level of being usable in battle. Whoever designed such a jutsu was on a whole other level in terms of smarts and ingenuity. Yeah, give me a second. Naruto cupped his hands and focused hard, looking directly at the jutsu then back to his hands. After a moment it started to form. It was slow and sloppy, barely held the proper form at first as wisps of chakra were leaking out of it at first. It was slow, taking well over a minute to create, but after a moment it was done. Naruto extended his hand right next to Jiraiya's and the two orbs of destructive chakra danced next to each other almost identically save for color. Jiraiya's held a small faintest tinge of red at the outermost layer as his natural chakra color made itself known. While the other, Naruto's, was a deep blue with a white core similar to his eyes in color. That's, Kakashi exclaimed in shock, he couldn't even put it into words. The Hokage had long since put his smoking pipe down lest he drop it on his stack of papers. Neither could form into words the implications of what they were looking at. Sasuke had his Sharingan active and was unable to copy the jutsu. Sakura frowned as she watched. She recognized the rasengan from the textbooks and knew just how absurd the feat Naruto just accomplished was. Naruto drained the chakra from the orb and put his hand back down. I think that was the perfect jutsu for me. I've got some interesting ideas from it. He said happily. He never considered chakra manipulation like that, which made him think he was thinking too small on what he should start learning for jutsu. Jiraiya let go of the orb and rubbed his eyes. Naruto, you didn't copy it similar to the Sharingan, did you? To me it seems as if you just instinctively know how to use chakra at near-perfect levels. That and your ability to see and comprehend chakra was what enabled you to create a rasengan after just learning of the jutsu. Correct? He asked, already suspecting it to be the truth. Pretty much, yeah, Naruto said happily. You know, you're making it easier for me to understand these eyes. I know what they can do, but I don't really get it. But I'm getting it now. Hiruzen latched onto that with a smirk. You were a truly terrible academy student, Naruto. He said, lightly, getting snorts from Sasuke and Sakura, who knew firsthand how true that was. I believe you both know the best path forward for Naruto's training. He asked towards Jiraiya and Kakashi. Both of them nodded with a small snort of amusement. Oh yeah? Asked Naruto, what's that? Kakashi walked forward and patted Naruto on the head. You need to study. You have a fundamental lack of knowledge which is impacting your understanding of your newfound awareness thanks to those eyes. Speaking of which, we'll have to name them. It's a new bloodline after all. I don't know, Kakashi, you know who had the worst naming sense I've ever known, and if Naruto is anything. Jiraiya laughed, but he was interrupted by Naruto, who was staring past everyone out the window behind the Hokage's desk with a serious expression on his face. The six eyes, he declared, causing a shiver to some in the room. In my heart I know that they are called the six eyes. I figured that would be the case, mused Hiruzen. Similar to other bloodlines that could be named one thing or the other, there is always the true name that people who awaken them instinctively know. Lava style rather than magma is one. Boil style and steam style both being their own branches. Everything has a true name, and it would seem that the six eyes are no different. Very well, then Naruto will heretofore be known as the first user of the six eyes bloodline, declared the Hokage, settling the issue. That being said, news will spread on its own due to Chunin exams, but until that is the case, I urge everyone not to mention them to anyone that doesn't already know about them, much less their abilities. Sasuke, you understand the danger of being one of the only users of an ocular jutsu. Sasuke frowned and gave the Hokage a nod in affirmation. When he was younger, he always had an ambush shadow for the sole reason of protecting him from kidnappers and thieves. Security was tight for people like him ever since the Cloud incident with the Hyuga. Naruto laughed and waved a hand. Ah, don't worry about that, I'm plenty strong enough to take care of some small fry going for my eyes. Please, spread word of my awesome abilities, he demanded with a devilish grin and arms spread. He got dead eyes from his teammates in response, making him sweat drop. While Jiraiya and Kakashi just ignored him. That concludes everything I wanted to go over. Hiruzen announced, subtly hinting for them to leave. Ah, I had a question, Naruto said simply with a hand raised. What are we gonna do about the snake girl? She was the one to mark Sasuke with the evil mark that's actively trying to poison him. Jiraiya stepped forward and whacked Naruto on the head lightly. Leave that to us. That girl was in fact my old teammate in disguise, Orochimaru, who's perhaps the most dangerous traitor the Leaf has. I bet I could beat him now. Naruto responded without acknowledging the smack. Speed, strength and a rasengan won't be enough to do that, and we don't want him going for your eyes. Responded Jiraiya seriously, now starting to understand how deep Naruto's ego ran. Naruto shrugged without care, pretty sure the fourth became feared above all others with those three things, but whatever, I'll step in if it gets bad. He declared before turning around leaving the office. The rest of the room watched him leave dumbly. Sasuke and Sakura decided to follow his lead after bowing to the Hokage. After the three genin were gone, Kakashi turned to the Hokage and Jiraiya seriously. How could this have happened? He asked, voicing the thoughts of the other two without knowing. Jiraiya shook his head, no idea, there's never been a concrete reason for bloodlines existing. The Byakugan and Sharingan have been around for thousands of years, so their origin is nearly unknown. The first Hokage's wood style was said to be a mutation unique to him as a result of his titanic life force and the Senju family's affinity to earth and water. Hiruzen stood and looked over to the pictures on the wall, particularly of the fourth Hokage. Naruto hails from a very esteemed bloodline in Kushina, the only daughter of the Uzumaki clan's main bloodline in that generation, and was a distant cousin to Mito, who hailed from the same family. Both were born with powerful chakra that allowed them to subdue even the Nine Tails. But that isn't the only family Naruto was born from. Are you suggesting that Sensei's family had the 6 eyes? Kakashi questioned incredulously. No, that's not possible, Jiraiya said with a shake of his head. Hiruzen raised his hand, to stop them. No, not in the way you're both thinking. First, we know nothing of Minato's family. He was an orphan from the Second War as far as we were able to trace. No, I mean that Minato was always able to understand things quickly, and for a person without the Sharingan he was able to perfectly move and react at immense speeds. It could be that his unique natural talents and Kushina's immense chakra power merged into what has been born into the 6 eyes that Naruto has awakened. We also shouldn't completely ignore the presence of the 9 tails in both Kushina and Naruto. The third Hokage sat into his chair tiredly. At the end of the day, mutations becoming bloodlines is something no one really understands. Orochimaru drove himself insane trying to understand the world because of things like this. He sighed. At the end of the day, the how doesn't exactly matter. Jiraiya said with a sigh, what's left is to see where Naruto goes from here. We don't have to worry about his potential anymore. I don't think anyone has been born with more than him. Kakashi nodded, agreed, with all this taken care of, I'm going to be taking Sasuke to train for the month. He needs to be ready for Gaara, he said before leaving the office. The room was silent for a moment before Jiraiya spoke. It could be him, sensei. Jiraiya said full of melancholy, the child of prophecy. Nagato was killed as was Minato. Perhaps it is Naruto who has the best of both worlds. Powerful eyes, immense power, and Minato and Kushina's spirit. Hiruzen gazed at his former student fondly. Perhaps you are correct. Good luck with him, he added lightly. 1 month later, Chunin exams arena. Naruto walked through the tunnel leading to the open area where the finals would take place. In the last month it wouldn't be small to say that he had changed in incredible ways. He, at the demands of Jiraiya and the Hokage, was forced to speed every morning, poring through textbooks that he pointedly ignored during his time in the academy. Though a benefit they learned of the 6 eyes was increased processing power for his brain, with that he finished his required readings after the 2nd week. From that it was just practicing taijutsu maneuvers to get his body up to the required level of a Chunin. By Jiraiya's estimate he had the raw skill of an experienced genin rather than a Chunin hopeful like he was expected to have. Again, with practice and training he mastered the Leaf Village's basic forms, Jiraiya's personal advanced steps, and several grappling techniques that he found interesting. Without chakra enhancement and his eyes closed he was at a solid Chunin level in raw skill, which was a drastic increase. Naruto smiled as he looked around. While not completely off, with these glasses on he was able to limit the amount of input his eyes gave him. This way he could do things like eat dinner, walk around the village, and water his garden without the constant stream of information his eyes allowed. It didn't tire him out or cause him headaches or anything, just a bit annoying sometimes when he just wants to relax and enjoy his ramen. In addition to his sparkling blue glasses that mirrored the color of his eyes, he changed up his outfit as the colors and style clashed something fierce. Instead he opted for a slightly oversized black almost blue-tinted jumper, over a black shirt with similar pants. The shins weren't taped down like most as he didn't mind the bagginess, then typical shinobi sandals to round it out. In Jiraiya's own words, he didn't look like a moron anymore, which actually meant he looked good. That was something he learned about Jiraiya as well. The guy was a right taskmaster and refused to hand out even the slightest compliment. It was so bad that Naruto had to compliment himself during training to combat this. Jiraiya seemed to be flustered by this as he would scowl in the direction of the forest sometimes. All in all, if Naruto were to be completely honest, he didn't think anyone in the village would be much of a challenge anymore. He had, thanks to learning the rasengan, devised a couple of interesting techniques that bolstered his already incredible ability to insane heights. Reaching the end of the tunnel he noticed that other than Sasuke and that sound guy with the bandages he was the last to arrive. Everyone turned to him and had various reactions to his new appearance. Most were just curious at the change. Naruto grimaced a bit but didn't say anything. The guy with the cough was gone and now it was someone else. "Hey, oral fixation, where's bronchitis?" he asked, interrupting everyone from their thoughts. Most of the genin sweat dropped at his lack of respect while Genma felt his eye twitch. "Things change, I'm the proctor today. Also, don't call me that. My name is Genma." Sure, strange guy." Naruto waved him off and stood to the side smiling at his to-be opponent Neji Hyuga. After a bit Genma touched his ear and nodded. "Got it," he said lightly. "Slight change of the order. Sasuke is running late so his fight is to be pushed to the last of the first round. Neji and Naruto, you're up." Genma then announced the same loudly for the crowd who had various reactions to the news of the last Uchiha. Sakura sat down with a worried frown on her face. This was the out of character for Sasuke, although very in character for her sensei. She really hoped that it was his fault they were late and not that the tardiness was rubbing off on Sasuke. She looked down at the crowd of genin and felt a slight longing to be a part of the group fighting for promotion. In the last month she had been training very hard, with Naruto of all people, or she assumed it was him and not a clone. She was learning the basic form of chakra enhancement from him as well as how to convert her chakra into earth-natured chakra. Jiraiya, who was training Naruto, even gave her some pointers and jutsu scrolls with low-level beginner elemental jutsu for the earth style. That mixed with her daily dedication to physical conditioning put her several levels above where she was at the start of the exams. She actually felt like she could have competed now, if only Kakashi had taken the time to train her like this prior to the exams. "Where's Sasuke?" asked Ino as she sat next to her. Sakura observed her rival and felt that she wasn't the only one who busted their ass training in the last month. Her chakra felt different, and she held herself with far more poise than before. "No idea, I'm sure it's Kakashi-sensei's fault. He couldn't arrive on time without a blade to his throat," she complained with a sigh. A booming laugh came from behind her. Team Guy sans Neji were all seated there to watch the finals. "My eternal rival is always so hip and cool, he never arrives on time," he gushed and complained at the same time somehow. Lee was fired up at his mentor's words while Tenten just sighed with an amused smile at the usual antics of her team. "Yosh, with that announcement it's going to be Neji's turn," proclaimed Lee with excitement. Tenten turned to Lee. "You think he has a chance against Naruto Uzumaki?" she asked. "If he continues to fight with the flames of youth that Guy-sensei taught us, then he will have a great showing," Lee said with a raised fist, his movements a bit sluggish as he was still feeling the effects of the gate. Guy looked down as the genin not fighting were sent to their own observation area, leaving only Naruto and Neji with Genma on the field. He was confident that in raw fighting capability there weren't any genin and few chunin that Neji wouldn't be able to beat after the month of training he just put the team through. But he's keenly aware that Naruto Uzumaki wasn't a normal person anymore. Just the way the blonde was standing there, a picture of supreme confidence. His showing against Kiba, the flare of chakra during the second exam and his insight he showed during the prelims led Guy to believe that Naruto was more akin to a Jonin than Chunin. He just hoped that Neji was able to show his ability in the fight. He was confident in all three of his students' abilities, but he was also realistic. Naruto stood across from Neji with a smile, his glasses twinkling in the sunlight. Neji seemed serious and ready to fight. He wasn't planning on smashing him right away as that wouldn't be very sporting. So he would play defense at the start and let the Hyuga dictate the pace. Begin. The crowd roared in excitement as the finals were started. Neji wasted no time and activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes as the bloodline flared to life. Naruto looked over his glasses at the activation curiously. The way the chakra coalesced around his eyes and brain from the Byakugan was quite interesting. He wanted to continue looking at them, but the fight started, meaning he should pay attention to Neji. Oh well, time to get to it. Neji's chakra flared throughout his body, and he shot forward with great speed. His movements honed even further than they were a month ago under the tutelage of his sensei Guy, and his control over his chakra internally channeled far better than ever before. As soon as he was within range, he jabbed forward with a palm thrust that Naruto leaned away from. Another was similarly avoided. Every time an attack would come, Naruto would dance around it with minimal wasted movement. Neji started to flood his body with even more chakra, more than he could readily control. It gave him a bigger boost, but he was being drained even quicker due to the leakage. Naruto felt he'd shown his ability to move well enough and decided to respond. Neji's palm thrust was caught by Naruto's palm, who then pulled Neji off balance and slammed a ruthless fist into his face, knocking him into the air. Naruto, who was still holding his hand from the palm thrust, yanked his arm, causing him to spin mid-air but not fly further away. Quickly, Naruto spun in place and landed a devastating kick on Neji that sent him tumbling away till he stopped on the ground, wincing from the pain. Naruto started to limber up in place as he waited for Neji to pull himself together and re-engage him. Neji got to his feet and continued the fight. Hiyashi Hyuga watched the battle between his nephew and the blonde Uzumaki with a fierce glare on his face, which wasn't really out of place for him. He didn't like the way his incredibly talented nephew was being treated like an unskilled child in front of the whole village and foreign contingent. That being said, he wasn't all that surprised. He and the other clan heads were made aware of the new situation with Naruto about a week ago, when the questions regarding the chakra pulse during the exams made the Hokage finally make them aware of what happened. He and several of the others had demanded Naruto's presence to see for themselves, but the messenger shinobi was denied by the blonde, and when he was sent back, was sent packing by the boy all the way to the infirmary. All they got out of the Hokage was that Naruto's new bloodline, the Six Eyes, were a terribly powerful ocular jutsu that would give anyone a run for their money. Next to Hiyashi, his youngest daughter looked him with a frown, her Byakugan active to better see the fight. "Father, why does that boy Naruto possess an ocular jutsu? His clan's name is Uzumaki, and they aren't known for such things," she asked. Hiyashi could only spare her a glance. He recently awakened the genetic mutation that has been called the Six Eyes. No one is really sure where they came from, but such is the case with new bloodlines. Hanabi didn't really know anything about new bloodlines, but was a bit hesitant to ask more of her father while he was so focused on the match. She wished her big sister was here. She would have explained it and answered all of her questions. Sakura couldn't really say she was all that surprised by the turn of events. Naruto had honestly been faster in the forest. Not to mention, she knew that he was improving his overall skills at taijutsu, which in turn made him drastically better overall. Also, she was intimately familiar with his improvement of raw skill, as she was his sparring partner during the month. Lee, on the other hand, was cheering his head off for Neji, likely feeling kinship with the Hyuga now that he was the underdog against a bloodline user. "You can do it, Neji. Let the power of hard work and youth explode," cheered Lee with tears falling from his eyes. Everyone in the stands looked at him with blank expressions before turning to Guy, hoping he would rein in his genin. "Yes, let the springtime of youth explode, Neji," cheered Guy, who was also crying. "What did I expect?" were the collective thoughts of everyone in the audience. Naruto was genuinely enjoying himself as he slapped away Neji's latest attack. His movements were impressive. Unfortunately, the fight had been going for a while and Neji hadn't really landed any attacks, so he knew that the crowd was getting bored. As Neji tumbled back, he felt frustration overtake his calm. When he looked up to his opponent instead of Naruto passively standing around waiting for him to attack once again, he saw the blonde moving towards him at frightening speeds. Knowing that he had no other option, Neji flared his chakra and began spinning quickly. Utilizing one of the Hyuga's prized jutsu, rotation. A large spinning dome of chakra burst into life, forming a nigh-impenetrable barrier around Neji, the Hyuga's ultimate defense. Naruto's eyes widened and his face lit up with a savage grin at the challenge. He burst forward at speeds that only a select few watching could see and appeared above the spinning dome with his right hand hovering over the dome. To those who knew anything about the jutsu rotation, they knew that the only way to overcome it was to back off till it was finished, which was usually a couple seconds. For Naruto, he felt a more amusing way to overcome it would be to overtake the power of the rotation and cancel it out with ruthless efficiency. The amount of power and precision to do such a thing was likely only possible for him, but he didn't care since he is him. Neji, who was mid-spin, felt his whole body come to a complete stop and his body rattle from the rapid deceleration. His Byakugan was the only reason he wasn't completely disoriented and knew what had just happened. Naruto overcame his clan's perfect defense, something that quite literally has never happened. Knowing that he needed to get away, he rolled and got to his feet, then hopped further away to gain distance. Naruto watched his opponent back away lazily, might as well show off a ranged attack. I know I need to prove a wide range of abilities to get promoted. I certainly didn't have a good showing in the first part with that written test. Thanks to the rasengan, Naruto's idea of what was a potential jutsu was expanded and he had a whole month to experiment. For someone who could get the rasengan down in a few minutes, that was plenty of time to try a variety of things. Thanks to Naruto's study into chakra and all sorts of theoretical chakra mechanics over the month, he learned all sort of things. It is said that the tailed beast bomb, their strongest attack, is formed by a perfect ratio of positive and negative chakra hyper-condensed together. Yeah. Not exactly helpful outside of academic research for most, as it was practically impossible to separate chakra at that level for normal people. But Naruto has already proven he wasn't normal. Naruto raised a finger and a smile slowly spread across his face. By molding my chakra and forming it with primarily positive chakra, compacting it and coalescing it into a compact ball, I can make something quite powerful. Surrounding the compacted orb of positive chakra with a shell of negative chakra to hold it together, further building the volatility. The reaction is quite something. Naruto thought as a small glowing orb of blood-red chakra was gathered on the tip of his finger. It gave off an eerie glow even in the harsh sunlight. Chakra Enhancement Jutsu, Red. Naruto intoned as the orb cracked and the power burst forth towards Neji. The shockwave from the attack was so powerful that those in the crowd were unable to move in their seats as the force pushed them further into the chairs. Genma flashed away from the arena to a position behind Naruto to escape, while Neji, who was the target of the attack, could only try and use rotation with all his power. "Father!" shouted Hanabi in shock as she tried to cover her face from the wind. She had been on the edge of her seat as her cousin was mercilessly beaten down by the blonde. Now she was actually scared for herself. Hiyashi grit his teeth tightly, in both anger and fear, as his Byakugan showed him just how terrible this attack from Naruto was and how close it came to obliterating Neji. It was only thanks to Neji pushing every drop of chakra into a desperate rotation that he was still alive and not a stain on the arena wall. He felt even more anger when he saw the clear amusement on Naruto's face as he lazily watched the fallout from his attack. It was bad enough that the brat effortlessly overcame their rotation in the first place. Now he was displaying jutsu strong enough to be classified as A-class on a whim. That boy was no genin. "It's over, no one is injured." Hanabi, settle down, he commanded. Sakura had thought she couldn't be surprised by Naruto anymore, but then he blew up half the arena and she had to shield herself from the debris as dust and dirt flew everywhere. Next to her, Ino, Choji, Kiba and Hinata were doing the same. Guy grimaced as he watched the jutsu die down. Next to him, Lee and Tenten shouted in worry for Neji. He'd never seen that jutsu before nor anything really like it, so he'd assumed that it was either an ability granted to him by his eyes, or he created it himself with the help of his eyes. Likely an A-class jutsu in pure destructive capability as well as chakra consumption. If he weren't so confident in Neji's rotation, he too would have feared for his student's life. Just what was Naruto thinking, firing something of that magnitude off at a comrade? "Wow, that was way stronger than I was expecting," laughed Naruto as he stared at the fallout of the jutsu. There was a large trench gouged into the earth in front of him all the way to the wall. The leaves on all the trees in the direction of the attack were blasted off and all the grass was torn up. In front of the wall, Neji was heavily panting inside a small circle where his rotation protected him from the blast. The wall itself had a large crater at the center with a large web of cracks spreading out dozens of meters. I didn't put my all into that, I could have made it much stronger. If I were to estimate, I'd say that was about 40% of the power I could safely put into red at this moment. I had a feeling that Neji would have been able to block that much with the remaining chakra in his system and his skill with rotation. Hopefully we both look good enough to pass with that. Naruto pushed his glasses back into place and walked over to Neji with a happy little skip. "Neji, that was a good fight, but I win," he declared with a grin and a thumbs up. "Hey, oral fixation, call the match, he's out of juice." Naruto yelled to Genma, who had been following behind him towards Neji. His eye twitched at the name, but he didn't disagree with the blonde and called the match in his favor. Naruto soaked up the attention of the crowd, feeling all sorts of things from all the people watching, such as admiration, excitement, unease, and fear. But what won out was excitement as they roared with approval at the match they just got to watch. Instead of going to where the rest of the competitors were, Naruto shot up to the roof of the left building that overlooked the Chunin exams arena. The rightmost building was where the dignitaries sat, as it was the one with the most shade from the sun. The center were where the Hokage and Kazekage sat with their guard, and the left building were where everyone else sat. On the roof of the left building, sitting by himself, was Jiraiya, sipping on a bit of sake as he lounged under an umbrella to shade himself from the harsh sun. He acknowledged Naruto with a nod. "Old man Jiraiya," greeted Naruto with a grin. "What did you think? I tried to make it look as good as possible for both of us to get promoted." Jiraiya hummed as he poured more sake into a saucer. "I think you may have drawn it out a bit too long, but no one will hold that against you for making it more of a show in this context. After all, excitement equals more business for the village," he explained, then took another sip of sake. "I would say that both of you have a very good chance of promotion. Neji didn't get to show off much strategy since he couldn't really do all that much against you. Again, I don't think Sensei will hold it against him. I made him very aware of how strong you are." Naruto chuckled hearing that and leaned back onto his elbows next to Jiraiya. "Oh yeah?" Naruto asked lightly. He'd be very curious about that conversation. Jiraiya flicked Naruto on the head. "I'm not adding to that ego by telling you that. You think well enough of yourself already, brat," he said with a twitching eye. Jiraiya's attention was drawn back to the arena floor. "I believe even within the first few moments of this match the Nara has shown strategic thinking on par with any Chunin. He'll most likely be promoted," Jiraiya said with an impressed look on his face. Naruto gazed down at the match. The Wind Girl was pretty good, and Shikamaru was managing to stay a couple steps ahead, keeping him in the fight despite his lack of offensive power. His shadow manipulation could be far better, Naruto commented lightly while looking at the shadow stretching across the ground speeding towards the Wind Girl. He has a far better grasp on it than his ability would suggest. It's like he's putting barely any effort into commanding the shadow. Then he tilted his head thoughtfully. "You know what, that's pretty on brand for Shikamaru now that I'm thinking about it." Jiraiya snorted in amusement. "Yeah, he's the Jonin commander Shikaku's son. That man wouldn't get out of bed if his wife wasn't there to nag him," he said with a laugh. "Not surprised his son has a general lack of urgency at this age." "Shikamaru's dad is that important, huh?" Naruto said in wonder. He was aware that his father was the clan head of the Nara clan, but he didn't know he also held a position of importance of that level. "Yeah, Shikaku Nara, he's one of the most brilliant minds to ever grace the village. In terms of pure strategic thinking he's likely the best," responded Jiraiya. Naruto turned to him curiously. "Even better than old man Hokage, you and Kakashi sensei?" Jiraiya barked out a laugh. "Me? I'm no strategist. I wouldn't call myself dumb, but I'm more of a solo act and can adapt better than most to a variety of circumstances, but commanding others isn't really my forte. Kakashi is an excellent mission leader, but he's never had to effectively lead more than a handful of shinobi. I would say Sensei is a close second, with an elder by the name of Danzo in third. Both of them have experience leading large numbers effectively and winning battles without having to be there in person. That's what it means to be a true strategist, using what's available to you to achieve the best outcome without having to be there." Naruto hummed in thought. "Then I'm not much of a strategist," he mused simply. Jiraiya shook his head. "You and I are similar in that regard. We're solo acts, able to adapt to any situation and come out favorably, but not really suited to leading great numbers without being in the front," he replied. Down below gasps were heard as Shikamaru had effectively ensnared the Wind Girl with his shadow, capturing her and securing the victory. Naruto fell over laughing when, instead of accepting the win, he decided to forfeit, saying he was out of chakra. "He's still got plenty," laughed Naruto. Jiraiya started laughing after hearing that, then he just didn't want to compete anymore, just like his father. It would seem that the puppet guy had forfeited his match to Shino, which is why Shikamaru was the one to fight just now. That meant that next up was Sasuke and Gaara, to which the former still wasn't here yet. Naruto frowned at that, wondering why Kakashi and Sasuke would be so late to arrive to something this important. Jiraiya looked to the sky with a sigh. "While we're waiting, I should tell you something. That Gaara, he's like you. He holds the one-tailed beast within him. I was able to confirm it during our month of training." "Why tell me?" asked Naruto with a frown. Jiraiya sighed. "Just in case things go south with this match, I want you to know what's really going on. I believed it was a bloodline similar to the fourth cage that allowed him to manipulate sand, but it's a byproduct of having the demon sealed within him. And all I got from the 9 tails was the hatred and fear of my countrymen." Naruto commented lightly, hiding just how much it still stung thinking back to his childhood. Jiraiya just looked away, not wanting to respond to that. Down below, the crowd was growing restless at having to wait for Sasuke to show up for the exams to continue. Naruto frowned as a thought occurred to him, his brain processing information at speeds unrivaled by anyone thanks to the 6 eyes. "Why do you think Puppet Guy surrendered without a fight?" Naruto asked suddenly. "It doesn't make sense, right? Sure, it's not a terribly great matchup for him, but he's still trying to be promoted here." Jiraiya looked over at him with a frown. "Who knows, I've long given up trying to understand greenhorns," he said offhandedly. Naruto sat forward and leaned over his crisscrossed legs with a frown. Or, would it make sense to not want to show off his puppets in front of so many people? He mused. "Exactly, he likely doesn't want to show his hand to everyone here," replied Jiraiya with a disinterested hand wave. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. "I suppose, but do you think he has some sort of ulterior motive for the exam?" wondered Naruto. "The puppet kid?" Jiraiya asked incredulously while pointing in the direction of said person lamely. Naruto glared at him. "I see what you mean, you really aren't a great strategist, no. I mean the sand ninja, he is one of them if you haven't noticed," Naruto explained with an eye roll. Jiraiya frowned and turned his attention to his sensei as he sat speaking to the cage in their booth. There wasn't much to how they were interacting, and the cage had his face coverings on, so he wasn't really sure what was going on. Though he doubted it was much fun over there. "Rasa isn't the type to wage war with the only ally he has," he said lowly, his tone becoming thoughtful. "I don't think the Sand Village is in any place to wage war, they aren't exactly at full power these days." Naruto shrugged. If there was one thing he was still pretty ignorant about, it was the current situation of the world at large. His last month of learning helped him with the general information but not the latest stuff. With that in mind, he decided to defer to Jiraiya and lean back on his elbows. "Still pretty odd, ya know." Genma was at the end of his rope. Between the constant stream of displeasure aimed at him from the crowd and the arguing from the shinobi side on whether or not to disqualify Sasuke Uchiha or not, he was about to decide himself and take the punishment. Somehow, as the face to the finals to the crowd, he was getting the feeling that they thought he was the person at fault here. Gaara was already standing at the ready. His gourd full of sand was already open, and around him was a thin wispy cloud of sand that didn't really justify the danger of the boy's jutsu. He hoped that whoever faced him was up to the challenge, or they just had Naruto fight him, would likely settle it without much issue. "Genma, we have given him as much time as possible, you may move on." Genma sighed as orders from up top came into his earpiece. Seems even the last Uchiha didn't have an infinitely long rope. Right as he was about to speak, a burst of smoke exploded next to him. The crowd gasped while he rolled his eye. This had Kakashi written all over it. The smoke cleared to show Kakashi standing in the same laid-back manner while Sasuke was clearly ready to fight. Curiously, Sasuke's attire had changed into an all-black jumpsuit with white bandages around his left arm. Maybe Team 7 had a joint shopping trip to get new looks. "I really hope we're not too late," Kakashi asked worriedly with a nervous smile. Sasuke next to him bristled but didn't talk. Genma shook his head with an amused smile. "Right on time, I was about to disqualify you," he replied. The usually stoic Uchiha had a small smile on his face hearing he was still in it. Before anyone could add anything else, Naruto appeared next to them with a wave. "Yo, you're late, ya bastard," laughed Naruto as he moved forward. "I was sure that Kakashi-sensei's lateness rubbed off on you." The man in question let out an awkward chuckle while he rubbed his neck. Sasuke stared at him for a moment then smirked. "You won, right?" "Of course." "Good, I'm excited to fight you." Kakashi walked forward and patted Naruto on the head. "Interesting new look, Naruto. Congratulations on winning, although I can't say I'm surprised," he said offhandedly. Naruto smiled at his sensei before turning over to Gaara. "Hey, Sandboy, I hope you give Sasuke a good challenge." "Good luck you two, put on a good show," he cheered before shooting off away from the arena grounds. Kakashi nodded to Sasuke. "Good luck, and remember what I told you," he said seriously with a look that he didn't let up until Sasuke nodded in return. Then he left in a swirl of leaves to the stands. Genma looked between the two genin with a small feeling of unease directed towards Gaara. The guy just gave off creepy vibes. His right hand slashed through the air. "Begin." Naruto landed up with Jiraiya and retook his position under the umbrella with a content smile. Sasuke became strong, he said suddenly. "The movement of his chakra and the density of it has improved drastically from what it was last I saw him a month ago." "Kakashi isn't one to train in half measures," Jiraiya responded. "He may seem lazy, but when he gets serious there are few that train as hard as he does. Just getting him to that point lately is tough from what I hear." Naruto snorted. "Yeah, the guy didn't exactly train us into the ground." Down below, the fight began with Sasuke shooting forward at far faster speeds than what he was capable of before. To most he was a blur that was shooting in and out of Gaara's range to pepper him with testing blows. Sasuke tried all avenues of attack, shuriken, kunai, punches and kicks, and as he expected none of them broke through the sand. Gaara soon went on the offense and sent forward a wave of sand that Sasuke had speed away from with a body flicker lest he be crushed. As soon as Sasuke stopped moving, he shot a titanic fireball forward towards Gaara. Even in the stand they felt the terrible heat of the fire jutsu as it neared Gaara. As expected, sand rushed to block the fire, and when contact was made there was a large explosion that blasted away all the loose debris in the immediate area. "Sasuke's jutsu are stronger thanks to his improved chakra and control over it," commented Naruto. Jiraiya hummed. "He'll need more than speed. Lee in the preliminaries was faster and that didn't win him the match," he said seriously as he watched the young Uchiha battle with Gaara. Sasuke flipped away from sand until he was halfway up the wall of the arena. He looked down at Gaara with a frown. Nothing he did was able to really get through, and now Gaara had locked himself behind a dome of sand that he wasn't getting through with brute strength. Knowing this was the scenario he prepared for, he started flashing through seals. "Oh," Naruto said lightly as the sounds of thousands of chirping birds filled the arena. "Interesting, that should do it. Curious jutsu to teach a genin," Jiraiya commented lightly with a frown but didn't add more. Sakura gasped as she saw the familiar lightning jutsu, then turned to Kakashi. "You taught him that jutsu from the bridge?" she shouted in shock. Kakashi's eye smiled at her. It was the best way for him to penetrate the defense of Gaara. "Sasuke and I are quite similar too, since we both share a lightning affinity and possess the Sharingan. It felt right teaching it to him," he said while watching Sasuke charge forward at ludicrous speeds towards Gaara. Lee in the seats next to them looked down with a frown. "It took a genius like Sasuke a month to catch up to my speeds," he whispered to himself. Guy narrowed his eyes at Kakashi as he stood to his feet. "After you gave me trouble for passing on the 8 gates formation, I didn't teach a genin an assassination jutsu," he reprimanded Kakashi at the hypocrisy. Kakashi only narrowed his eyes in response as he continued to observe the fight. "I only really have one shot here. Need to make sure I make it count," Sasuke mentally screamed as he blitzed forward with lightning speeds and slammed his Chidori into the sand dome, causing a wave of lightning to blast out in a dome around the point of impact. The world froze for a moment before a terrible scream erupted from the sand dome. "My blood, this is my blood," screamed Gaara as shock and pain overtook his mind. The sand dome exploded outward with spikes that forced Sasuke to jump away from. With his Sharingan he noticed that there was a strange thick chakra spreading outwards from the sand as the screams grew in volume. Then everything went to hell. Naruto looked down at Gaara with his glasses held in his hands, completely exposing his glowing eyes. The six eyes told him what was happening with perfect clarity. "He's leaking tailed beast chakra at very high levels," commented Naruto with a frown before he noticed a wave of chakra cover the entire arena all the way to him, making him feel drowsy for a moment. "Genjutsu," thought Naruto before breaking it. Jiraiya shot to his feet and not a moment later there was an explosion from the cage booth on the roof of the center building. "Maybe you were right," shouted Jiraiya before jumping off, but not before calling out to Naruto, "Deal with Gaara." Naruto turned back down to the field where Sasuke was being accosted by several sand ninja. He burst forward at top speed, slamming into one of them, smashing the guy into the ground with enough force to shatter all the bones in his body, turning the ground into a blood-filled crater. Naruto slowly stood to his feet and glanced at the remaining sand ninja, making them wary. He turned to Sasuke, "I'll deal with Gaara and these fools." "Get out of here," commanded Naruto, and to his complete shock Sasuke actually listened. Naruto was about to engage the sand ninja when a senbon shot into the neck of the one on the left and Genma walked up next to him. "I'll take them, Gaara's all yours," said Genma with a grimace. Naruto assumed he didn't like leaving a genin to face someone like Gaara. Though, in the back of Naruto's head he didn't like the thought of fighting Gaara, but he pushed that away for now. Naruto nodded to Genma, then turned and shot over to Gaara, a rasengan forming in his hand that grew to the size of a melon in a flash. The sand dome was no match for the jutsu and was blasted open, causing massive amounts of wind and sand to fly everywhere. Naruto wasted no time and shot his arm forward to drag Gaara out of the dome and threw him away. Gaara frantically got to his feet as sand was gathering all over his body, turning the right side of his body into a grotesque clawed sand arm. His face was taking on the appearance of the one tail as a single sandy tail waved behind him. "He's half possessed already. It would be trouble if he completely turned into the one tails in the center of the village. Which must be their plan," Naruto thought as he shot forward and re-engaged Gaara with ruthless attacks. Gaara, while empowered to levels that most Chunin and Jonin would be unable to overcome, was being taken to task by Naruto with ruthless efficiency. Gaara was unable to follow the blonde's rapid attacks and felt his body take substantial damage from each blow. If he didn't have the one tail's chakra healing him, he would have likely been killed already. Claw slash, diverted with a kick, then followed up with an uppercut to the chest. Tail slam was caught and Gaara was sent crashing into the ground. Naruto ducked under another swipe from the massive claw and tsked, "I know I'm hurting him. I bet he's being healed by the one tails almost as fast as I'm injuring him. Which means I need to hurt him worse," he thought with a frown. Movement from his peripheral had Naruto jump back in time to dodge a blade of wind that shredded into the earth where he was just standing. Gaara's sensei and siblings arrived shortly after and landed around him protectively. Naruto grinned, "After being so scared of him till now, all of you cowards think you'll protect him. I hate wishy-washy people like you," he said while pointing at them, his eyes glowing menacingly. "Suppose I'll have to deal with all four of you," commented Naruto before moving to engage them. As soon as Sasuke's strike caused Gaara such terrible pain, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had been in a whirlwind of motion. First the booth exploded. He had avoided the blast by jumping up, but was caught in the air by the cage who held a blade to his throat. Then he realized foolishly that his student had taken the place of the cage and was using the exams as a means to destroy the village. "Truly, Orochimaru, I have failed you," Hiruzen said mournfully, completely unconcerned with the kunai to his throat. Behind him Orochimaru tsked, having noticed the Hokage's calm aura, "Foolish old man, you think you're in control here?" he demanded angrily. In the instant he asked, to which Orochimaru would later admonish himself for making such a mistake, he was blasted backward into the roof tile by a release of hyper-dense chakra. If it weren't for the barrier surrounding the two of them, the Anbu watching the fight would have found themselves forced to their knees from the pressure. The third Hokage of the Leaf, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor and proclaimed god of shinobi, had activated the full weight of his chakra for the first time since the Nine Tails had rampaged through the village. Orochimaru shot to his feet and grit his teeth. "Surely you don't think a showing such as this would intimidate me?" he demanded. "I saw you in your prime and this is a far cry from those days, sensei." Hiruzen sighed, "Did I teach you nothing of looking underneath the underneath? I may be old and have lost a step in terms of chakra capacity, but did you think I would allow myself to grow weak? You're a fool if so. I bled for every bit of my strength and I would sooner die than let it go easily. He proclaimed with a visible aura of chakra shrouding his body with fiery red wisps flailing around him. Orochimaru stood and released the full weight of his chakra in response. The purple viscous aura surrounded his body, and the roof tiles were further destroyed around them. Different from the Hokage's hyper-dense chakra, Orochimaru's was a vast lake of power that was begging to be unleashed towards his opponent. A single seal from the Hokage had a terrible river of mud blast into life to remove the snake's footing, sending him tumbling away. With another seal, the air on the roof superheated, followed by a sharp tongue of flame blasted the mud river, hardening it. 3 seals, and the Hokage slammed his palm on the roof. Chakra glowered over the mound of hardened mud that turned into a brilliant explosion where Orochimaru had been buried. In the time it would take a Jonin to cast a single B-class jutsu, the third Hokage casted 2, followed by a combination jutsu with ruthless efficiency. Such was the level skill of the once touted god of shinobi. Hiruzen glared at the smoke billowing out from the jutsu's epicenter with disgust. Get up. If that was all it took to kill you, then I'm sure you would be long dead, demanded Hiruzen as he tore his Hokage robes off to reveal his battle attire. Further away from the epicenter of the blast, Orochimaru rose from the ground looking burned but not altogether that injured. He was grinning at his sensei as if he found that show of power amusing. Perhaps you've still got some power left in that rotting carcass, sensei, mused Orochimaru before slamming his hand onto the roof for his jutsu. I had meticulously prepared this reunion for you, please enjoy it, sensei, he said as 2 coffins rose from the ground, followed by a third that failed halfway up. Hiruzen stared at them in horror. You've defiled them. They were at peace, he whispered to himself as the dead faces of his predecessors were revealed to the world. Kakashi had known something was off today. Duck under a kick, stab a kunai into the femoral. It was odd that the Sand Village would send a Jinchuriki to a foreign country's exam when they were as unstable as Gaara. Parry a slash, then slice the throat. Now he was back in the familiar dance he mastered during the Third Great Ninja War. Next to him, Guy was smashing Sound and Sand Ninja with every punch and kick. Both of them were doing their utmost to protect the civilians that were incapacitated from the genjutsu as well as the genin huddled that were down in the stands. Naruto is fighting Gaara, Sasuke shouted as he got back to the stands slightly out of breath. I did as you asked, and didn't fight Gaara if he went ballistic, he said with a frown while not meeting Kakashi's eyes. It was a stipulation that Kakashi imposed before their training began. In return for learning the Chidori, Sasuke would swear that should Gaara lose control of himself he would back off and surrender. Sasuke didn't really care about being promoted and just wanted to learn the jutsu, so he reluctantly agreed. Kakashi smiled to his pupil. Good, he should wrap it up quick. New mission for you and the others. It's A rank. I need you all to move to the academy and make sure that the students are evacuated. Sasuke, you're in charge. Shikamaru, you're second. Sakura, Kiba and Shino will accompany you, ordered Kakashi while killing yet another enemy. The academy is far enough into the village that it should be further from the main battle. They will be away from the worst of it and still doing a vital service protecting the young ones. That being said, there is no guarantee they all survive this, thought Kakashi grimly. He hated that his students were being put into a situation such as this, but it was the life of a ninja. He was doing the best he could to put them into a favorable situation. Sasuke stared at his sensei for a moment before giving him a nod, then he turned to the others. Let's go, he ordered before jumping off, Shikamaru following him with incredible reluctance, while the others hurried to keep up. Guy looked to Lee and Tenten. Keep close, Lee, form a perimeter around the civilians and stop any who get past me and Kakashi. Tenten, long-range support, he ordered seriously, a far cry from his usual joyful personality. The two in question shot into action, showing their experience as genin. Kakashi put his back to Guy as Sound Ninja moved to surround them. This could get a bit difficult with all the civilians around. Be sure not to send them into the stands when you send them flying, Guy. It will be tough, but we can do it, Kakashi, Guy said firmly as he lowered his stance while staring at the ninja in front of him. An instant later and both shot into action, cutting and smashing their way through all the enemies. Naruto chuckled as he diverted a massive claw of sand into the ground, then kicked off it directly into a puppet. He flooded his body and arms with chakra as he crashed into it, causing the puppet to be crushed under him in multiple pieces. In the distance, the puppet boy himself was smashed into the ground by his shadow clone. Naruto didn't have time to take in the victory as Gaara shot a blast of wind and sand pellets that he was forced to avoid. The area he and the puppet had been was shredded by the attack. Naruto decided that the next problem to deal with now that the poisonous puppet was gone was the Jonin. He had been a nuisance with his attacks and hit-and-run maneuvers, seemed none of these sand ninja were too keen to trade strikes with him. The Jonin was keeping his distance to fire off wind blades that would cut him in half had they landed. So Naruto turned and went after Wind Girl who was peppering him with powerful gusts to take him off balance. Her eyes widened, and she moved to run but he caught up to her before she could take a second step. Naruto kicked her in the stomach, uppercut her falling head, grabbed her arm that was reflexively sent out to restore her falling balance, took it in turn then twisted it behind her back. Ruthless excitement filled him for the first time as he went to snap her arm. The girl let out a silent scream as he applied more and more pressure to the arm. And there he is, Naruto thought as an arm shrouded in wind was slashed at his neck from his right side. While the Jonin wouldn't rush to Gaara's defense, Naruto assumed that he would for the other two if he were going to kill them. And he was just proven right. Naruto's arm lashed out at blinding speeds and with chakra coated and hardened around his hand to protect him from the wind blade, he grabbed the Jonin's wrist. The shock on the Jonin's visible eye showed that he realized his mistake by rushing in. Naruto's face split into a grin and his 6 eyes glowed brighter. Baki, the sand Jonin, was pulled forward by Naruto and as he went to protect his face from the incoming punch his stomach was kicked with force enough to cause him to vomit blood. Naruto didn't stop and released the wrist he was holding on to then did a roundhouse kick into Baki's face as he was leaned over from the first kick. This isn't a very strong jutsu, but it should be enough in his current condition, thought Naruto as he pointed at Baki's body that was sent flying. Naruto formed a small spinning orb that was barely bigger than his finger. It was a mini rasengan. While lower in power it allowed Naruto to do something a bit different. He formed a protective coating of chakra then blasted it forward similar to his red jutsu. Chakra technique. Sinister spiraling shot. The flying rasengan shot formed on Naruto's finger and shot towards Baki before he even landed from Naruto's roundhouse kick. Naruto watched as the projectile covered the distance and slammed into Baki's side digging into his flesh like a superheated drill. An instant after hitting Baki the jutsu destabilized then exploded. Naruto's 6 eyes observed the fallout of his jutsu was perfect detail. The jutsu didn't have the raw power of a rasengan even by half but it was incredibly fast to make and fire so it was more than worth it. Baki was completely taken out of the fight, quickly losing consciousness from the pain and injuries. Barely 2 minutes after joining the battle, Baki, Temari, and Kankuro were taken out. Naruto turned to Gaara who was forming hand seals seemingly unaffected by the defeat of his sensei and siblings. "You're pretty cold-blooded, Gaara," mused Naruto lightly. He gestured to the 3 sand ninja. "Don't mind that your family and sensei were taken down, even a little bit?" he asked. "I care for nothing, but giving mother your blood." Gaara seemed to growl before his face became deranged. "Let me prove my existence," he screamed as he released a sand twister at Naruto that was destroying anything in its path. Since awakening the 6-eye Naruto has felt content and confident in his abilities. He had an awareness of the world and chakra that filled him with a sense of self-assurance that he didn't really feel anything but amused by the people he came up against in the exams. For the first time since awakening his 6-eye Naruto has felt something other than amusement while fighting someone. He wasn't scared, not in the slightest. No, he felt sad. Because Gaara shared a burden with him, they both held a beast within them, and neither of them asked for it. He wasn't dumb, well not anymore, he knew now that people like him were treated like trash everywhere. They were feared and loathed for the burden they carried. Gaara was like him, similar ages and likely similar upbringings but both arrived at different conclusions. Naruto had the Ichiraku family reach their hand out that night. That cold storming night when he was so very hungry, cold and lonely. Then old man Hokage came into his life, then Iruka, then Kakashi and his teammates. Naruto held out long enough to find hands reaching out offering him warmth and hope for a better life. Gaara, despite having a family, seemingly did not. Naruto wasn't amused to fight him, no he was sad that he was facing what he considered a brother. Not in blood but in burden. "I'll break through, Gaara," thought Naruto. It wasn't raining, it wasn't nighttime, nor was it all that cold. But Naruto felt that Gaara needed the warmth of an extended hand that wasn't scared of him. So he'd oblige. Naruto's thoughts happened in the moments between the sand twister arriving in front of him and Naruto disintegrating it with a pulse of hyper-dense chakra blasted from his palms. Similar to the gentle fist by hundreds of times stronger. He basically slapped the jutsu away. Deciding to go on the offense, Naruto shot forward and hooked a punch into Gaara's side, then did a rising kick to his chin, launching him into the air. Naruto jumped into the air to follow him, grabbed his leg, twisted sharply, and threw Gaara into the wall of the arena with full force. Gaara's face exploded into a silent scream as his beast's chakra flared, exploding into the air, saturating the arena in its evil. Naruto moved to stop him, but a mountain of sand surrounded Gaara as he was approaching, protecting him and slowly forming into the one-tailed beast, with Gaara perched out of its forehead. At the top, Gaara performed a jutsu that switched his consciousness, with the beasts letting it take control. "Oh, well, I may have taken a bit too long here," Naruto said with a nervous laugh. "I should probably pick it up now." He knew that the mere appearance of the beast was going to terrify the ninja as they fought. No one older than him had forgotten what a tailed beast could do to the village. Naruto had no desire to allow the beast to remain very long. Naruto flared all of his chakra and strengthened himself to his current limit. His eyes allowed him to see the forming of the beast's consciousness from the jutsu. It would take control in roughly 1 second. He needed to move. He knew it wouldn't be in time of its awakening, but he would beat its subsequent actions at his top speed. "Yeah, I'm free, baby," shouted the beast, its voice so loud everyone in the village heard it. It was interrupted by a commotion on his head. Naruto landed in front of Gaara in a flash. The sand from his path running up the beast exploded from the force of his steps. He didn't hesitate as he noticed the sand was forming tentacles around Gaara to stop him from hitting its host. Naruto's fist impacted Gaara's forehead ruthlessly, waking him from this jutsu, destabilizing the fully realized beast's chakra. "No!" screamed the One-Tails as it tried to fight Gaara's returning consciousness but was failing rapidly. Every leaf ninja in the village breathed a sigh of relief as the One-Tails was sent away as fast as it arrived. The only damage it caused was from its forming along the walls of the arena. Gaara woke as he was falling and stared at Naruto in horror. "No, no, no, no. I won't let you take it away. I won't let you destroy my existence," he shouted in terror. He was trying to call for his sand but found he was out of strength. Naruto landed on his feet as Gaara fell on his front, hitting the ground roughly. Naruto walked forward and sat down crisscross in front of him with a frown. How are you so strong?" Gaara asked in a broken voice. Naruto's eyes, that usually glowed with unimaginable power, were dull with sadness. As much as he enjoyed fighting and beating people, he found no joy from this victory. "It's unbearable, right?" asked Naruto with a frown. "Being alone, I know the feeling well. I was spat on, kicked, and hated for the beast within me. I was alone, and in the silence of my solitude I hated them. I hated everything. I wanted to crush them, to get back at them for treating me this way when I didn't even know why. Perhaps even a part of me still resents them," mused Naruto as the sounds of the battle sounded in the distance. Gaara listened on, enraptured by his words. "But I was saved, by my friends. By those who I now hold precious to me above all else, even myself." Gaara's eyes showed his shock at those words. "It is for them that I fight so hard. I won't ever lose, and I won't ever let anything happen to them. If you or anyone else tries to harm them, I'll kill you," Naruto said with a fierce glare that shook Gaara to his core. Suddenly between Gaara and Naruto appeared 3 sets of feet. Naruto looked up to see a heavily exhausted and injured Team Baki standing in front of Gaara, warily but fully committed to protecting the down boy. Naruto looked at them for a moment before he smiled. "I see," he said lightly as he noticed that in their eyes were no longer filled with wariness or fear of Gaara. No, in the 2 siblings there was nothing but worry and fear for him. Baki was similarly worried, like Kakashi was for them when he stood off against Zabuza. "Gaara, you have a fine team," Naruto said with a smile. "I trust that all of you will leave." Baki nodded firmly. "Yes, the cage is not leading us," he said while pointing to the barrier where Orochimaru was visibly clashing with the 3rd Hokage. "I will be signaling the retreat. Enough blood has been spilled over a vendetta that was not ours." "Then go," Naruto said, but in the next moment the full weight of his chakra bared down on them, and his eyes glowed ominously. "But know this, I will not hesitate should we face off like this again," he warned. Baki and the 2 standing siblings nodded silently, while Kankuro reached down to pick up Gaara. Gaara couldn't meet his gaze as he muttered something lowly to his team. It must have been out of character as all three of them turned to him in shock before speeding off leaving the battle. Naruto only smiled as he watched them leave. It was likely the wrong move in terms of politics, but he didn't much care about that stuff, nor would he really care what the higher-ups in the village thought. They treated him like trash for all of his life due to his status and lack of talent. He wasn't going to bend over backwards to please people like them now that they were interested in his newfound power. After all, he hated wishy-washy people like that. Oh well, time to go see if the old man needed any help. The Anbu Captain Tiger watched the battle between three Hokage and Orochimaru impassively, already resigned to the fact that between them was a barrier that they had no way to overcome. The battle was epic in proportions. The first Hokage's taijutsu and later wood-style jutsu were incredible to see in person, and he felt awe at the level he must have been at when he was alive if this was only a small portion of his actual strength. Then the second Hokage with water jutsu so superior to anything he's ever seen. They were monsters wearing human skin. But none of them more so than the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who fought both of them and Orochimaru with only his faithful summon Monkey King Enma by his side. While the Hokage's power was holding up well enough, he was noticeably holding back from using too much ninjutsu, favoring chakra enhancement and bojutsu for the fight. Though he was clearly at the end of his rope, Tiger was only thankful that the appearance of the One-Tails paused the fighting between them long enough for the Hokage to catch his breath. Though the break wasn't much, it clearly helped. "How's he holding up?" Tiger spun around at the sudden voice and was face to face with the now infamous Six Eyes that had been whispered about at Anbu headquarters. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at him dispassionately as he waited for an answer. "The battle is tough. He's favoring a direct approach to not exhaust his reserves," said Tiger as he turned back to the battle. "I don't know how long he can hold out against two undead Hokage on top of Orochimaru." Naruto grimaced and turned to the barrier, or rather barrier as the four ninjas sustaining the barrier created one on either side of them. The barrier held properties of fire chakra in it as well as hyper-firm chakra walls. Likely anyone who physically touched the barrier would burn to death. Well, anyone that wasn't him. Naruto's Six Eyes allow him to perceive and understand chakra at a level that he could do things others only imagined. He was able to completely remove his elemental affinity from his chakra and master the highest form of shape manipulation in minutes. So with a solid coating of chakra around his body at an opposite ratio of what the barrier was comprised of allowed him to simply walk through. To the barrier that was chakra-based and static, it couldn't fight something that was its inverse, it would simply react in the inverse. So instead of a fire barrier, Naruto was faced with an opening that molded around him like water as he passed through it. The four ninjas sustaining the barrier had to grit their teeth to fight the shock that was threatening to destabilize the barrier from his actions. Naruto stayed away from the fighting for now, waiting for his opening. It was a very fast-paced battle for now. Orochimaru was hanging back while the first and second Hokage were trying to bind the third. Right as the old man burned away the approaching tree roots, Naruto shot forward and nailed the second with a kick that launched him out of the recently made forest and moved to stand by the Hokage. "Looked like you needed help, old man," Naruto said with a grin. "These two aren't going to die or go away till Orochimaru releases the jutsu. I don't think we can disrupt this jutsu, perhaps seal it," he mused with a frown, his eyes picking apart the jutsu with hyper-efficiency. "You shouldn't have come, Naruto," Hiruzen said with a tired sigh, seemingly resigned to the situation. "The second Hokage's jutsu can only be cancelled by the caster or sealed. I only have one jutsu that fits the criteria in this situation." Naruto turned to look at him. "What's the plan, old man?" he asked. Hiruzen glanced at him before gripping his staff firmly. "You will stay back and provide support at range and nothing else." Orochimaru made himself known at this point. "Ah, young Naruto, welcome," he shouted gleefully. "I simply must bring you home with me. Those eyes of yours are a scientific marvel I'm oh so curious to research." Naruto turned to him with a disgusted frown. "Oi, I have no intention of going with you. You're lucky the old man won't let me kill you," he shouted back. "Enough," the third shouted before he rushed at the first Hokage, who mirrored his movements. Naruto watched impassively as the old man made easy work of the first with his staff, the range and power of it allowing him to easily dispatch the revived Hokage. It was like the old man was capable of shredding the wood with no effort with the speed in which he dispatched every jutsu the first sent at him. The second wasn't going to sit out of the fight as he weaved a single seal to produce a massive water dragon that raised the humidity in the barrier tenfold. Naruto watched as the chakra in the air folded in on itself hundreds of times over, utilizing the water in the air to form massive amounts of water for the jutsu. He didn't think he'd have been capable of ever doing something like that if he didn't have the 6 eyes. Seeing the wood style in person also showed him the depth of power the first Hokage had at his disposal. Witnessing these feats of strength from the 3 Hokage in front of him led Naruto to understand something. He wasn't the strongest, not yet. As he was now, Naruto was supremely confident in his ability to fight anyone. He was sure that he wouldn't lose to Orochimaru even, but seeing the Hokage fight, at weakened levels as well, showed him that the summit of power he would need to reach to be called the strongest was still above him. That wasn't to say as they are now too strong to jump in. No, the old man was likely capable of beating him with his sheer jutsu knowledge and adaptability, but Naruto had things that no one else had. Complete unpredictability. Mix that with his 6 eyes and he wasn't going to be ignored. Naruto flared chakra within his body to the max that his body could withstand. He tsked to himself as the power flowing through him was a bit heavy on his muscles and he could tell he was pushing them to the max. Hiruzen spun his staff at immense speeds around himself as he severed all the incoming roots. The instant the wood was taken care of, Hiruzen jumped straight up, flashed 2 one-handed hand seals and released a compacted stream of lightning towards the second Hokage who was building up water for a jutsu. Hiruzen didn't bother to watch the jutsu as he extended the staff towards the first Hokage as the dead ninja was rushing to attack. Before Hiruzen could do anything more than slam the first Hokage into the roof with his staff, a blur came into the fight. The first Hokage, after getting smashed into the ground, was attacked by Naruto. The first Hokage quick responded to the blonde, some of his body reforming under the effects of the reanimation jutsu. Naruto ducked under a kick, lashed out with a jab that was caught by the first. Naruto's eyes narrowed in response. As his fist was caught by the first, the dead Hokage lashed out with his own punch that Naruto caught. He noticed with his eyes that the first was using chakra enhancement different than normal. As he caught the dead Hokage's punch, he felt the effects as he was nearly blasted away from the Hokage from the sheer force of the punch. He's never experienced that level of power. He doubted Lee with the 5th gate open hit that hard. "You're quite strong, I'm honestly impressed, Lord First Hokage," Naruto said with an honest smile on his face as he held the Hokage in place. "Not going to talk?" he asked when he noticed that the Hokage's face hadn't changed expression since he joined the fight. Naruto kicked the first off of him and quickly molded his chakra on the tip of his finger. "I'll put even more behind this than last time," Naruto said with a grin as he formed a red on the tip of his finger. "Old man," he shouted in warning. As soon as Naruto saw Hiruzen blur towards him, he fired off his jutsu. Unlike a wind jutsu, chakra enhancement technique, red, was a powerful reaction of positive chakra violently condensed in on itself into a tightly compacted orb. The resulting fallout was a shockwave of pure force that the very air was displaced by. The force behind the jutsu was such that the ground rumbled even outside the barrier. He noticed that both Hokage tried to form barriers with their respective elements, but they were blasted away the moment the jutsu reached them. Naruto lowered his arm with a grin. "Well, that was fun." He cheered with a grin as he turned to the third, "But I don't think it really matters till we deal with Orochimaru. My predecessors were sent into the barrier completely burning their bodies away. The rate of the regeneration will have them returned in less than 2 minutes," informed Hiruzen as he formed a set of seals with speed that Naruto would have never comprehended without his 6 eyes. "I want you to engage Orochimaru," the third said with deep reluctance on his face. "Your speed and strength is at a level that he won't be able to ignore you. However, I will move in as soon as this jutsu is ready. When that time comes, get out of the way." Naruto turned to the old man and stared at him for a moment. The chakra swirling inside of him was a mixture of so many different elemental ratios that he was genuinely curious as the outcome. But the power in the jutsu he was building showed the old man's resolve to finish off his former student, so Naruto could only nod with a happy smile. As Orochimaru was shaking off the disorientation of the red attack, he barely noticed a blue blur coming at him. Naruto slammed a ruthless kick into the snake's ribs that stole his breath. A 2-punch combo followed the kick at top speed. Knowing he needed distance, Orochimaru lashed out with a dozen snakes from his arm and jumped back. Naruto tore the incoming snakes apart with his bare hands, laced and coated with chakra, and moved to reclose the distance. Orochimaru smirked, then regurgitated a sword. Naruto's face grew with disgust as he flew towards Orochimaru, who keeps a sword inside them. I knew you were a freak, he said with wide eyes. Ever heard of seals? You can keep all sorts of things inside them. Like a sword, and it's way less crazy than swallowing it. Wait, you're a sword swallower, aren't you? I can't say I'm surprised, and this explains your interest in Sasuke. Enough, screamed Orochimaru as he swiped his sword in a wide arc. Naruto's six eyes noticed the chakra flowing through the blade, causing it to grow. He was aware of the sword's ability before it was able to grow 5 millimeters, such was the processing speed of his eyes. To those watched, the blade grew nearly in an instant as Orochimaru went to bisect Naruto. The Anbu held their breath as Naruto was midair while the swipe came for him, and they didn't see a way to avoid the attack. Behind them, molding chakra at a furious pace, the third Hokage grit his teeth at seeing. He's got me with this timing. I guess this is the level of battle that I am just able to reach at my max. I need to increase my base level. This is the max my muscles can be enhanced without shredding them. Oh well, getting thrashed by Jiraiya more than made that clear. I guess I have to use it even though it's not totally ready, thought Naruto as he watched the elongated blade cut through the distance towards his neck. In the month before the finals, Naruto's training consisted of him learning all that he missed out on during the academy and as much as he could about chakra in the remaining time. Naruto's attention span during his academy time made it hard for him to sit and read or listen to his teachers. This made it hard for him to properly understand what he was seeing with the six eyes. It didn't take long to go through everything he missed and ignored. From there he pushed to learn the basics of elemental chakras, shape, form, barriers, positive and negative principles, and final time and space jutsu. Naruto was able to form and manipulate theoretical chakras due to his perfect perception, control and understanding of chakra with the six eyes. Red came from manipulating pure positive chakra. Blue, a jutsu he hasn't totally finished, was the inverse. Time and space jutsu, which from what he was understanding were basically teleportation and wormhole jutsu as they were now, were the highest level of ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. However, Naruto thought of separating time and space jutsu for a technique. Manipulating space by itself or time by itself, at large scales the level of energy would be impossible with the levels of chakra he possessed, but at small scales he could influence them. So he created a defensive jutsu, more of a barrier in than anything else, but the chakra that formed it was in fact time in nature. It wouldn't have been possible without witnessing Jiraiya use the summoning jutsu, a time-space jutsu if at a lower level than the second and fourth Hokage's flying Raijin jutsu. Seeing the chakra in action allowed Naruto to try and form it. Thus, infinity was born. In Jiraiya of the Sannin's own words, it was the most incredible jutsu he's ever seen or heard of. The blade of Orochimaru sliced towards Naruto, who lifted his left hand into its path and formed 3 one-handed hand seals. The blade made a sound as it made contact and Naruto's eyes shone brightly as his jutsu held firm. The point of contact between Naruto's hand and the blade was separated by inches. Orochimaru on the ground holding the blade grit his teeth as he tried to close the last bit of distance but found it impossible. At this moment, this is the third time I've been able to activate infinity. It's only the size of my torso and I need 3 seals to properly mold the chakra, but with time and practice it will cover me. Naruto grinned at the thought of his perfect defense. Those watching the battle, the Sound Ninja, the Anbu, Orochimaru, and finally the third Hokage were racking their brains trying to figure out the jutsu. However, the only one who knew, Naruto, wasn't about to share. Infinity is a barrier jutsu that is formed entirely by time-based chakra manipulation. It is 0.5 millimeter thick and lies 50 millimeters from my body. It's not stopping the blade, it's actually continuously slowing the blade down. A space-based barrier would be nearly impossible to use like this. The fact that the blade is still moving, but losing its speed by half every time it grows even the most infinitesimally amount closer possible means that I can sustain this barrier energy-wise without too much hassle. It's truly the focus that is difficult in molding the chakra correctly. With infinity up I will never be touched, like the distance between numbers 1 and 2 and the infinite number of fractions between them. The blade will never reach me. Naruto's grin became savagely wide as he locked gazes with Orochimaru. The slashing blade then contact with Naruto's defense till now barely lasting 2 seconds. But they were still locked into the stalemate, neither side giving an inch. Naruto. shouted the third Hokage from the other side of the roof. Humming happily, Naruto allowed the momentum of the slash to push him away and land far enough away that the Hokage could attack. Orochimaru could only turn his head towards his former mentor as long-forgotten fear filled every cell in his body, because he recognized what was coming. Hiruzen Sarutobi was considered the god of shinobi for many reasons, most notably was his mastery of all shape and form changes in chakra. He mastered all 5 elements to the level of a primary affinity, was able to mold his chakra into any shape he desired and was capable of harnessing yin and yang chakra. Something no shinobi could do, bearing the great sage of the past and wielders of the legendary Rinnegan. The ultimate jutsu of the third Hokage was this, Requiem of the Sage. First it began by molding all the elements and keeping their strongest quality, the shredding wind, the solid foundation of the earth, the piercing energy of lightning, the power of flame and the ever-shifting form of the water. And binding them with pure yang chakra as the glue. Both of Hiruzen's hands were put together in the form of a prayer and black lightning surround them, sparking erratically with a white halo of chakra glowing around his hands that sparked with blue lightning. His face was covered with shadow hiding his expression from both Naruto and Orochimaru, but they knew it likely held a look of immense concentration. The instant Orochimaru looked from Naruto to the Hokage, a flash of blinding light overtook the rooftop, followed by a sonic boom that had everyone in the village reeling. Naruto was able to witness the beam of violent energy swirling with arcs of chaotic energy that destroyed everything it came into contact with. Orochimaru could do nothing but harden his body with chakra and hope the nature chakra in his body would let him survive this. The twin barriers keeping the 3 of them inside the rooftop was torn through as if it was paper, and the beam continued until it impacted a building across the street, blowing it sky high. The ninja standing atop the building were torn to shreds, leaving only dust in their wake, and the building itself was only rubble. Naruto could only say that he had never been as impressed as he was right now. He turned back to the Hokage and audibly gasped. The old man's coils were all burned, his body was quivering, and he had a look of utter exhaustion on his face. Naruto rushed over, barely beating the Anbu, who were now able to join them, and caught the Hokage before he could fall to the ground. He needs emergency medical attention, all of his chakra coils are severely burned. Shouted Naruto to the Anbu. One with green hair moved forward and began trying to heal the Hokage. Naruto turned to where Orochimaru was before the attack and frowned. There was nothing left of the area, and if Orochimaru lived or died they wouldn't be able to confirm it. However, there were 2 things that were there that Naruto could confirm. The first and second Hokage moved forward, this time with facial expressions shifting as they gazed at the third. Naruto didn't feel any danger from them like before, but stood at the ready. The first noticed this and smiled at him gently. Please, young ninja, do not worry, we are not long for this world. The jutsu controlling us is breaking and we will soon be free. He reassured. Oh Sarutobi, you have more than surpassed me, he said with a fond smile on his face. The second Hokage kneeled to get a closer look. I believe he will survive, however his future ability to wield chakra is unknown. Find a replacement monkey, you've more than earned your rest, he commanded firmly, but his eyes held a softness that only a proud teacher could have. The old man will be fine, I'll make sure of it, declared Naruto with a fist held up in determination. If we can't heal him here, then I'll find someone who can, I swear it. The brothers smiled fondly at the boy, the second looking at him closer. You have an interesting ocular ability, what is your name? He asked. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, wielder of the 6 eyes, and I'm going to be the strongest Hokage of them all, Naruto said while wearing a smile of supreme confidence. Both Hokage's figures began to crumble apart, and their soul broke away and started flying up into the air. They looked out at the remaining skirmishes throughout the village, the sand having left under Baki's command and most of the sound defeated and retreating. Both of them knew today was hard and filled with loss, but felt pride in the village they built and died for remaining strong so long after their passing. Then they looked down at the young Uzumaki who was watching them leave with his otherworldly eyes, and they knew that the future of the village would rest with him. Crazy as it may seem, they didn't feel all that hesitant leaving the future of their village to a young boy like Naruto. Naruto sat on top of his father's head on the Hokage monument with a bored expression. Lots have happened since the end of the Chunin exams and subsequent invasion led by Orochimaru of the Sannin. There was the sounds of repairs all over the village. Not so much damage was done that the village was unable to operate normally. But many businesses and homes were destroyed in the fighting. Overall death tolls were still being counted, but thankfully the civilian numbers were mitigated quite well thanks to the actions of the rapid response Chunin force. Genin, Chunin and Jonin deaths were less than expected, 4 Jonin, 94 Chunin and 11 Genin. For assault force from the Sand and Sound number will over 2,000 altogether, only suffering 108 deaths defending the village was very impressive. Naruto surmised that the actions of himself, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, and Sasuke did the most as they took out the biggest players or defended important points in the village. Unfortunately, all wasn't amazing. Orochimaru isn't dead, the fact that his curse seal is still active on Sasuke, and Anko Mitarashi shows that. So the old man's insane jutsu was only really useful for ending the fight and disrupting the snake's control over the first and second. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the thought. The third Hokage was comatose since his use of Requiem of the Sage. One of, if not the only S-class plus jutsu in existence, something that even a young Hiruzen struggled to use, much less the old man he is today. Based on the reports of the head doctor, the old man would be lucky to retain use of his chakra, but his days as an active S-class combatant were over. Naruto didn't want to think about the odds of his survival if there wasn't something done about his coma soon. No one in the village has the ability to heal him. Head Dr. Tori was only able to ease his pain. The head of the ANBU's medical squad Carp was similarly unable to do much. I can only think of one person on the planet that would have a chance, and wouldn't ya know it, it's the last of the Sannin, Tsunade Senju. Therein lay the problem, Naruto thought with an angry glare. With the third in the current situation, the decisions were being made by the advisory council. Made up of the major clan heads, Anbu Commander, Jonin Commander, and the third's old teammates. Seems with the god of shinobi out of the game, hidden agendas were coming out. All of them can go die in a hole. I'm giving Jiraiya till the sun sets before I go after his stupid teammate. It was earlier during a troubling conversation with the council Naruto confirmed his earlier thoughts of them. Earlier in the council chamber, Naruto stood in a large room which was occupied by the current council who has been deciding the fate of the village. It was lacking any real personality, torches lined the walls, no windows and not much to sit on really, random chairs in the room with some occupied, others not. Clan heads for the Akamichi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Aburame, and Nara were sat in various positions around the room. Anbu Commander Lion was sitting crisscross on the ceiling behind Naruto, while Jonin Commander and Nara clan head Shikaku Nara was standing in front of Naruto with his arms crossed. Oh, and the three idiots were here. At a high-rise table were the three former teammates of the third, Koharu, Homura and finally Danzo. Despite not coming from any real reputable clans, or having any remaining power beyond a typical Jonin, from his six eyes observation though Danzo was interesting, they certainly held themselves above everyone here. Naruto didn't hold back, he walked right in and said it. I'm not here to waste time with old fogies like all of you. Insolence, shouted Hiashi. Naruto glared at him with glowing eyes that silenced him right away. I'm here to tell you that with the old man in his current state he needs the medical attention of Tsunade Senju, interrupted Danzo with a passive expression gathering the room's attention. Do not think your new bloodline makes you the only one capable of thought. She is the only one alive with the expertise to potentially heal Lord Hokage. Lord, this guy hates the old man's guts. I've known that since I was 7. Naruto thought with a slight narrow of his eyes. Great, then we're done here. I'll leave right now to hunt her down and bring her back. Naruto said with a grin and went to turn around. Yamanaka Inoichi spoke up before he could fully turn around. You believe that the best course of action is to bring back a traitor? He asked with a glare. Naruto turned and looked at him for a moment with a frown, but it was Choza Akamichi who spoke up. Inoichi, Tsunade isn't a traitor. Inoichi turned to his former teammate. Of course she is. She abandoned this village after the Second War. How many have died because she ran away? Lady Tsunade's disappearance is and has been excused by Lord Third. Interjected the distorted voice of Anbu Commander Lion from the ceiling. Then what's the problem? Asked Naruto. This whole conversation reeked of politics, and he truly couldn't care less. The problem, you shitty fucking twerp, shouted Sume Inuzuka from her position sitting atop her dog partner, is that many won't, nor should they take kindly to that woman's presence back in the village. Like they said. Who cares? Shouted Naruto while glaring at the council. I could care less about any of that. I'm going to bring her back to heal the old man, anything after that he can decide. He said before turning to Shikaku, I wasn't asking to leave or asking to bring her back. I was notifying you as a courtesy. A courtesy? Asked Danzo, not letting the frowning Shikaku speak. You've outgrown your station, genin. You will do as commanded by your superiors, and in this case, it is to not leave the village. Too many eyes are on you. Not even a week has gone by since the invasion and already your profile is in the bingo books. The leaf cannot lose the 6 eyes or the 9 tails. And there it is, Naruto thought with a furious glare to the 3 idiots, all agreeing with each other. Some of the clan heads agree to various degrees as well. The bugs will go with the most logical choice. The dog doesn't like me because I pounded on her son Kiba, likely a similar case with the Hyuga and shaming Neji so publicly. The Inoshika Cho trio are all strangely quiet. Naruto turned to the Nara and tried to lock eyes, but the man was staring towards the ground. He seemed torn on whether to speak up or not. Naruto wasn't sure if that was in his favor or not. Oi, Scarface, shouted an irate Naruto, getting a twitch out of Shikaku, you really agree with all this? He agrees as he knows it is the right choice. Hiyashi Hyuga stated before walking forward, Mr. Uzumaki, you are not in any place to demand anything of this council, nor are you to leave this village without supervision. Supervision? Naruto thought without changing his facial expressions. He forced himself to remain calm as he could tell they were building to something. Koharu chimed in from there, Hiruzen may have tolerated your disrespect out of amusement, but it is high time you learn your station. It was already bad enough you had no control over the 9 tails as our Jinchuriki. Now you have no regard for your new bloodline's importance, she stated with a frown on her wrinkled face. Naruto was suspiciously quiet as they spoke. Shikaku started to look around the room with a frown. I do not allow Hyugas to leave without a seal to keep the Byakugan safe. I would consider the same for Naruto. The 6 eyes have turned a pathetic genin into a powerful shinobi, not something we should let leave the leaf due to carelessness. Hiyashi stated, getting approving looks from the 3 and considering ones from the rest of them. Homura stood from his chair. This council has already been working to place you in a new cell, better training conditions which will allow you to perform your duties as the 4th Hokage intended. Naruto opened his eyes at that point and glared at the advisor. Oh. Is that what my old man wanted? To be your little attack dog? Naruto wondered with a half-lidded glare that was glowing with unimaginable power. Those in the room felt hairs on their necks stand up before the words were registered. Boy, that is an, shouted an alarmed Koharu, but she was interrupted by Sume. No fucking way you're his son. She shouted in disbelief, her hackles up at the thought. You're that woman's son, the Uzumaki outsider. Outsider, murmured Naruto before a titanic amount of chakra was felt throughout the room. All individuals inside the room were war vets, some of multiple wars. Not since the 9 tails was unleashed in the village 12 years ago did they feel such primal fear within their bodies. Naruto's body shone with a shimmery blue glow of chakra, and the ground around him cracked under the weight of his chakra. If the 3rd Hokage chakra was like a hyper-dense blanket and Orochimaru's was a malicious swamp, Naruto was like the deep ocean, and no one in the room could force their bodies to move under the weight. Danzo's lone eye opened as he stared forward, but he didn't move to say or take any action, merely observe Naruto. Naruto continued with an icy tone, do not refer to my mother as anything other than Lady Kushina, dog. He said to Sume, who gulped, then he turned to the rest. I have never liked any of you, the so-called High Council, Naruto said with a growl. Before the old man was put out you had no power and were more than happy to let him lead the village, and his body isn't even cold before you try and take control. Naruto's chakra was pulled back into him, making the glow around his body resemble blue fire. He raised his hand in a claw-like motion with a narrowed eyes. I believe you all need. Suddenly a hand was roughly slammed onto Naruto's shoulder, and if he hadn't recognized who it belonged to, he would have torn the arm off. The air in the room was once again saturated by powerful chakra, but this time it lacked the fearsome intent of Naruto's. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Naruto asked, not even turning from the nervous council. Jiraiya smiled down at him in a goofy manner. Seems you and I had the same idea. I'll take it from here, I'll meet you outside. He said with a grin. Naruto snorted and relaxed his chakra and stance. Fine. Naruto threw a pebble from atop the Hokage monument with a sigh. The council was clearly trying to prevent the restoration of the old man and put a leash on him. He didn't particularly care about their reasons or intentions. they were cowards too scared of the old man to act till he was out of the game. From loyal advisors to ambitious swine, he hated wishy-washy people like that. It had been roughly an hour since he sat down on his father's monument, and he was pretty sure that Jiraiya would be done soon. He was anxious to get out of the village to find Tsunade Senju. The old man is stable at the moment, he isn't going to die if they can maintain him as is, but I believe that he will cross a point of no return in 3 weeks. The way his internal network was burned by his jutsu, that woman better be worth it. Naruto thought with a sigh. Don't think too hard, Naruto, you're far too young for wrinkles. Commented Jiraiya, who landed next to him and plopped down. Naruto spared him a glance before turning back to the village. Did you talk sense into those fools? He asked, not particularly caring either way at this point, he was leaving come nightfall. Jiraiya slapped him on the back. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm quite persuasive when I need to be, he exclaimed with a beaming grin on his face. Naruto looked at him then shook his head. I can't believe those fools. He's not even dead, Naruto said with a frown. Jiraiya sighed tiredly. Crazy as it seems, Sensei's teammates Kaharu and Homura are the two that care the most about preserving his vision of the village. They're just quite pragmatic and don't have his attachments to you and others that soften his decisions. He explained softly. Naruto turned to him with a raised brow. Soft. The old man was many things, but he wasn't that soft. Wise and kind, sure. But he never held back after a prank went too far on my end. Jiraiya laughed. Yes, soft. If you weren't like a grandson to him, he'd have had you trained since you could walk and wouldn't have tolerated anything resembling a prank from you. Remember, Naruto, you're a deterrent for war. A Jinchuriki and many would consider Sensei a fool for not treating you as such. Several of whom are in this very village. I suppose, and the rest of those fools. I didn't think the clan heads would act like that. Yeah, Jiraiya mumbled, that's a whole other issue. Many of the clans are still trying to figure out their standing in the village and the Fire Lord's court since the Senju and Uchiha were basically wiped out. You present an unfortunate obstacle for their family's rise in acclaim. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that. Explain. There are currently 3 great clans in this country and this village. The Senju, Uchiha and Sarutobi. You, or the Uzumaki, are being considered to be the 4th great clan right now. It's not confirmed yet, but it's all but set after this, Jiraiya said while extending forward a small booklet. Naruto took it and looked at it briefly. International Bingo Book. There was a marked page that Naruto opened too and felt his eyes widen in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto. Wanted for 50 meters Ryo by the village hidden in the sound. Danger rating, S class. Note. Wields a bloodline known as the Six Eyes Ocular Jutsu. Huh, Naruto said with a snort before handing the book back. The snake is a bitter one. Jiraiya tucked the book back into his pocket. You are now the 3rd, 4th if we still count Sensei, and the international community still does for now. S-class individual aligned with the leaf. The Cloud Village boasts 3, the Sand boasted 2, the Stone boasts 4, and who knows what's happening in the mist with the war and constant defections. In the Fire Country's court, the 3 now potentially 4 great clans have 3 of the continent's 4 S-class ninja. You, Sensei, and Tsunade, which is why those clans in there are less than pleased with you, as you blocked one of the only times an opportunity to raise themselves has come in years. As they barely boast an A- rank, much less S, so they know they can't compete with you in terms of strength. Add to your pedigree, the Uzumaki being a once massive and powerful clan and your father being who he was, it was almost a no-brainer to elevate you and the Uzumaki to great clan status. Explained Jiraiya with a tired sigh as he looked out over the village. Naruto scratched his head with a frown. The hell does all that even mean? I get that S-class means I'm considered an elite ninja, but who cares about great clan? Is it really just status that's important to them? Don't underestimate the power of status. Tsunade has had benefits that have prevented her being labeled a deserter due to her clan's status. Even if she was a non-elite ninja, her name alone would grant her many opportunities and leverage most would only dream of at the capital. Sasuke will have many privileges as the last of the Uchiha, loyal at least, once he comes of age. That is without the economic advantages and ears of people in the capital that can make big things happen. Many of the clans in the village would greatly benefit from such things, as most of them provide a service outside of producing ninja. Jiraiya then continued in a more serious voice, also do not discount the elevated status of being an S-class. While not a military title, as in you're still a genin at the moment. The level of power and prestige in S-class has awards them privileges and leeway of their own just to keep them loyal. You are a face of the continent and the leaf now and will be treated as such. Even an orphan like me has lived very comfortably after attaining S-class. Though if I'm being honest, while likely deserving of S-class, you're probably the weakest of the three of us at the moment. Naruto shrugged. Give me a bit more time to get Infinity down and we can revisit that comment. He said lightly, to which Jiraiya thumped him on the head. Naruto then jumped to his feet. So now what? Are we leaving to get the old broad? Jiraiya shot to his feet hastily. Don't say that. Something you have to know about her is she's vain with a capital V. Don't insult her like that or it'll make our job 100 times harder. He warned with a bead of sweat on his forehead. Naruto raised his hands silently in surrender. Jiraiya took a breath and calmed himself. Next is we leave at first light for about a 2-week journey. I have a few leads, so hopefully we're done before that. Sounds good. I haven't been able to meet up with my team in the aftermath of the invasion. Have you heard anything about them? Naruto asked. He wouldn't lie and say he wasn't a bit guilty at not looking for them in the past week, but he had spent much of it at the hospital with the old man are training. Sasuke and Sakura are fine. They had light injuries that were treated after the fighting. Sasuke led the team sent to protect the little ones at the academy quite well. I'd get the story from him, but rumor has it he proved himself quite well for promotion. Kakashi was low on chakra, but he's been in and out of the village on emergency duties. Jiraiya explained before turning thoughtful. That's another reason the council didn't want you leaving. They didn't want the village without an S-class to protect it, and they knew I'd be leaving to get Tsunade. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'm sure it was for a reason like that. They need their strongest here. Really making me feel like I have some type of privilege right now. He said sarcastically. He knew that was barely a consideration during that meeting. They were chomping at the bit to get him under their thumb. I didn't say it was the only reason, just a reason. Jiraiya countered with a smile. In their own way they think they're doing what's best for the village. Unfortunately, the Anbu commander, Shikaku, and Sume are really the only active ninja on the council anymore. The rest have duties inside the village they attend to. So their pragmatism may be a bit skewed these days. Jiraiya suddenly stopped. By the way, when did you learn about your old man? I heard you mention it in the council chamber and just went along with it. Naruto snorted with a grin while pointing to his eyes. Ever since I've gotten these bad boys, I've been able to think far clearer and figure things out way faster. I saw a picture of him and knew instantly. Then I broke into the record room at the Hokage Tower and found out about my mother. I didn't really bring it up because it wasn't super important at the time, I guess. I was just happy to know who they were, he said softly. Jiraiya wrapped an arm around his shoulder. They would both be incredibly proud of you, never doubt that. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile. That being said, I am pretty annoyed, but I want to talk to the old man before I let it out. After departing from Jiraiya, Naruto decided to stroll through the village in search for his team. He was taking in the sights and surveying the damage done by the invasion. Shops and signs were busted up, but surprisingly very few were totally out of commission. There were civilians chatting in the street going over their stories from the invasion with relieved smiles on their faces. Some who looked over at him had surprised looks on their faces, a few even looked slightly awed by him. Word spreads fast. I'm sure my actions with Gaara and Orochimaru have given me a new image to the people of the village. Naruto mused with a smile as he basked in the attention, offering smiles and waves to everyone who looked at him positively. Can't say I hate this development. As he walked, he listened to the whispers as he passed by. Saying he took down the tail beast himself. Makes sense considering. Heard he fought alongside Lord Hokage. Husband is a chunin, said he's to be considered a lord soon. Who would have thought that boy would turn out like that? Still pissed he turned all my linens pink last year. Heard he was the only to lure the messenger birds over the Homura shop to cover it in bird poop. Naruto had to withhold his laughter at the last few. He worked very hard on those pranks, and he was happy that their legend remained. He felt a warmth in his heart to hear whispers about him in a positive light. It wasn't that long ago that he would have to harden his heart just to walk home. Instead of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto went towards the training grounds that his team frequented. A bit more walking and he was made privy to a sight that if his six eyes hadn't told him was real, he would have thought was a genjutsu. Sasuke and Sakura were locked into a spar. Sasuke didn't have the Sharingan activated, and it seemed to be hand-to-hand only, but they were going at it. Sakura's fighting style had evolved over the last month. Under the tutelage of Naruto with Jiraiya's assistance, they made her from an academy fighter to a viscous opportunist. Sakura ducked under a jab, spun outside of Sasuke and lashed out with a kick that the boy was forced to absorb before responding. Sasuke would throw a continuous combo that Sakura would deflect, dodge, and counter with incredible precision. Sasuke ducked low and went for an uppercut. Sakura saw it coming and leaned back, however that was what Sasuke wanted and spun for a jumping back kick that she took full on to her chest. Not out of the fight, she rolled with the momentum and slid back on her feet. Bursting forth with speed levels above where she was during the exam, she let loose a two-punch combo that Sasuke ducked and deflected that she followed up with a calf kick that Sasuke deflected with his shin. Sakura front flipped from his shin and came down with a high kick that Sasuke was forced to block with both arms with a slight grunt. Sakura jumped back and noticed Sasuke approaching with high speed and sent forward a kick. Sakura leaned back from the kick, then continued with the movement for a high kick to Sasuke's chin that knocked him off balance. She shot forward and went for a haymaker that Sasuke dodged and grabbed her arm and held it behind her back. Naruto decided to announce himself then. "Wow, Sakura, that was great, soon you'll be a worthy teammate." He laughed with a grin. Sakura deflated at hearing his voice. "Shut up, you moron," she shouted back, still being held by Sasuke. Sasuke turned over to Naruto. "She's improved quite a bit. I heard she was training with you last month." "Yep, I needed someone to practice on. She has some insane potential for hand-to-hand. I actually have a few ideas on what else she needs," Naruto said with a wide smile while walking forward. "Sakura, your chakra control is good, but your chakra enhancement is wasteful and poorly channeled. Work on that and you'll be way better. I'm getting better at maintaining optimal enhancement, but while I'm fighting it's tough to keep it steady," Sakura said with a sigh as she was let go by Sasuke. "I have a few ideas on how to train, I think it's just going to take time. Kakashi-sensei had me enhancing myself at all times and he would call out different levels and I would have 2 seconds to match until it was second nature," Sasuke said as he stretched lightly. "Though I haven't been able to maintain it for very long before tiring myself out, I have a few minutes at my max." Naruto wrapped an arm around Sasuke's shoulder. "Ah, keep training and you'll get it, Sasuke," he cheered with a high-pitched voice. Sasuke responded with a shove, then glared at the trees. "Sakura, keep training it, I'll help when I get back. I'm going to be gone for a few weeks to get Tsunade to come heal the old man," explained Naruto before becoming sheepish. "Ah, don't tell anyone where I'm going or that it's for the old man." "Don't think I should have mentioned it." "No, you should not have," came the voice of Kakashi as he appeared next to them out of nowhere. Sasuke and Sakura turned from Kakashi's sudden appearance to Naruto. "Why are you in the loop with Lord Hokage?" asked Sakura. "Well, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to share, but since you're my team I'll just trust your discretion," Naruto said with a lazy smile. Kakashi just quietly sighed but didn't move to interrupt him. "I fought with the old man, so I was there. He's out of the game unfortunately, but with the help of Tsunade he'll be up and about in no time. She's the only one who can help, so it's become top priority. Jiraiya and I are going to get her." Kakashi perked up after hearing that. "Both of you? I'm surprised they're allowing that," he said with his lone eye showing a bit of surprise. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kakashi. "Don't tell me you're on those fools' side? I'm not sitting around while the old man is in that situation. I don't care about my status, and if it makes you feel better, I should be able to return at a moment's notice if necessary." Kakashi just raised his hands in surrender. "Status?" asked Sasuke with a raised eyebrow. "I've been dubbed S-Class, so they want to shackle me here, among other reasons," Naruto grumbled with an eye roll. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened comically. "S-Class?" they shouted. Sasuke's eyes fell to the ground, frozen in thought. Kakashi settled them down. "Yes, it's more than earned considering his actions in the invasion and who they were against. It's customary for all of the Great Five to have an S-Class, usually their cage, guarding the village at all times, and with Lord Hokage indisposed." Kakashi trailed off. "Naruto," shouted Sakura in shock, "you can't leave if Lord Jiraiya is going." "What if?" Naruto interrupted with a raised hand. "The old man's situation isn't known by the public. As far as anyone is concerned, he's resting. Even those within the village that don't have Jonin clearance don't know," he explained. "Wait, what do you mean you could return at a moment's notice?" asked Sasuke. Naruto blurred forward and hugged Sasuke. "I'm glad you asked, Sasuke. he shouted, getting face full of Sasuke's hands as he tried to free himself. After unceremoniously dropping Sasuke, Naruto went through 11 hand seals ending with the snake seal. There was a slight flare of chakra and a bit of a whoosh sound. Naruto in 1 second was in front of them, then at the next he was behind them. All 3 of them turned from where Naruto was standing to where he was standing several times. Kakashi just chuckled in disbelief while Sasuke glared at the grass beneath his feet while Sakura looked a bit excited at the development. I did that by playing with space-natured chakra, Naruto shouted joyfully. Basically, if I consider where I am point 1 then where I want to be point 2, I reduce the space between the 2 points to 0 and I'm warped to that point. The 4th Hokage did something similar but with seals as the medium, and his was easier to make combat ready. Though with time my jutsu will be so superior no one will even bring him up. He shouted with a wide grin and his sunglasses shining in the setting sunlight. It isn't as complicated as it sounds. I basically apply my infinity jutsu in reverse. I'm not expanding time to constantly slow down incoming attacks but reducing the distance to 0 using space chakra. I should be able to do it over long ranges eventually, but at the moment I can only do it to places in eyesight after 11 hand seals to get the chakra ratios right. Though I do have the anchor to help in my apartment for emergencies, Naruto thought with a hum. Space chakra was more tangible than time-based chakra, so he could play with it a bit more. Time was incredibly dangerous. He didn't want to mess with it too much and get sent into the fucking past or something. Looking back towards his team, he saw that Sasuke and Kakashi were off to the side talking about lightning jutsu, completely ignoring him. While Sakura was staring at him with wide eyes, clearly appreciating his genius. "You're going to tear yourself in half doing stuff like that," Sakura said with wide eyes. "Do you even understand the physics behind what you're doing? 'Cause if..." Naruto's eyebrow twitched. "I test it with clones." "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, you done?" he shouted. "Oh sorry, did you say something, Naruto?" asked Kakashi as he and Sasuke turned back to him. "Nope, he's not getting me with that," thought Naruto before weaving seals to reactivate his jutsu. "See you in a few weeks, losers," he said before warping out of the clearing. Naruto and Jiraiya were enjoying a nice stroll through the forests of Fire Country as they made their way towards where Jiraiya's intel suggested Tsunade was residing with her aide Shizune. "So what's the big deal here?" asked Naruto with his hands in his pocket. "Why is getting this lady so involved? I mean, at the end of the day she's a leaf ninja, active or not." Jiraiya sighed. "You're right, but remember what I said about great clans and S-class privilege? Well, she's taken advantage of both to be given indefinite leave, so the trouble isn't finding her, it's getting to her without her sensing us and bolting. If she knows we're coming, then she'll run, and we'll be on a chase I don't particularly want to have to be a part of." Naruto snorted. "She sounds like a real handful." He laughed. "I guess I won't complain too much, it's nice to be out of the village for a bit." The silence continued for a while, but Naruto had another question. "So, why are you so focused on going to find her? I'm more than enough to go bring her back and the old fogies would be happy to have you stick around. Not like they'd really trust me with anything like they do you." "Well, that's 'cause you're still a twerp," Jiraiya said with a grin, getting an eye roll from Naruto. "In all seriousness, it's because there are rules, and despite having more knowledge of chakra theory than any Jonin I've met, you are sorely lacking in the political knowledge of our country and the others. Especially as a new S-class, there are rules even in this country we have to follow, more unspoken but rules all the same." Naruto turned to him with a raised eyebrow. "Maybe I can force the snake to resend the rating, cause this is becoming annoying, old man," he grumbled. Jiraiya laughed. "With strength comes responsibility, Naruto. You have tremendous strength, so..." "I got it," sighed Naruto. "So what am I missing?" "There is a balance between the Hokage and the Fire Lord. While ninja villages are largely independent from the capital, there is a back and forth. The Fire Lord in the capital is in charge and there are 5 advisors, all of which hold large influence in the country and trade throughout the continent. Trade that we need: food, cloth, resources, herbs, basically things that don't grow or exist naturally in this country. With that, the capital also provides funds to the village in times of need, such as after the Nine Tails attack, where we needed all the help we could get to quickly rebuild so as not to look weak to the other 4 great nations." Naruto hummed. "I suppose it doesn't come for free." Jiraiya nodded. "Exactly. The Hokage's ninja are tools to complete missions and those with money can hire us. The Fire Lord and the 5 advisors often have work that needs to be done, from being political diplomats in other nations or taking care of rivals. Naruto saw Jiraiya giving him a deadly stare and Naruto understood, the rivals weren't always in other countries. None of this is hidden from the Fire Lord or Hokage. In fact, it's actually encouraged to keep everyone sharp. We may not have the public history that the Bloody Mist is, but the Land of Fire has its own history of infighting. Besides the Fire Lord, the Hokage has the most authority in the country, with the 5 advisors being below that, then are the great clans. See why it's important. Naruto rubbed his hair with a groan. Yeah, I get it, so what's the rules? You explained all that but didn't answer my question. Jiraiya thumbed him on the head. I was getting to it. He said with a glare, you and I are the go-to hire for those in the capital. Our power and reputation make us ideal emissaries, as we can go most places to deliver messages that would normally kill all that approach from the Leaf. Last year I went to the Rock Village to deliver the updated trade agreement from the Fire Lord to the Stone Lord. I know you know how that's impossible for most others. Naruto nodded with an impressed face. Even with your representative you have some balls, Jiraiya. Laughed Naruto. I mean, you're the one who trained my old man. Who tore those losers apart? Jiraiya snorted. They hate us, and him especially, but the Tsuchikage isn't a stupid man and knows there isn't a point to starting another war. For now at least. He trailed off tiredly. Think they're losing it over me? Naruto asked excitedly. I mean, I look so much like him. Not to mention I'm getting pretty famous thanks to the bingo book. Oh, I hope they've seen it. Naruto said with a wide smile. Jiraiya went to thump him on the head again, but Naruto ducked away and laughed. Ha ha, old man. Then Naruto felt a thump on his head and turned to see a clone poof away. Seriously, when did you make that? Naruto asked with a blank expression. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Like an hour ago. He shouted. Naruto blew a raspberry at him. Whatever. Jiraiya sobered back up after a bit. Back to the rules, because we're the go-to, we have to always be ready to drop what we're doing to answer a summon to the capital. Knowing you, if you were summoned while out here alone, you'd ignore it, and that would just cause all sorts of issues. Naruto nodded. Makes sense. Anyone besides you do these things? Jiraiya nodded. Yes, I do a majority of the political things. Sometimes Kakashi as well as his representative is incredible, and his strength isn't anything to scoff at. But for the work sometimes an Anbu Kapitan will take the job. The issue is the Hokage decides who gets the assignment, otherwise they would demand me for everything. My mission rate is very high, but they have practically unlimited money. Naruto perked up. Oh, what would my mission rate be? He asked. He wasn't exactly well off financially. He's only been on 10 missions and 9 of which were D rank. I'm sure it is gonna be higher than Kakashi's, so likely 2 million minimum. Jiraiya said with a wave. Mine is 10. He said with a grin, to which Naruto laughed back. Naruto suddenly stops and turns to Jiraiya with a curious expression. By the way, are we just let those guys follow us the whole time, or should we do something about it? He asked while pointing a thumb to the forests behind them where he knew they were being followed. Jiraiya shrugged. They're here for you, you take care of them. I was hoping they'd have the guts to start the fight. In the next moment 6 ninja with no headband arrived in front of them with a body flicker. Naruto looked at all of them closely. There wasn't a common elemental affinity among them that would give away a village affiliation, nor were there really any visual cues. All of them had very little defining standout features. Okay, I give. Where are all of you from? Called Naruto with a tilted head. Jiraiya took a few steps back. They're unaffiliated scouts. They want to get a feel for you. This means that every lord and cage now know of you and wants to see if you live up to the hype. After all, S-class win wars. Naruto stepped forward while cracking his knuckles. Got it. Now I want all of you to give it your all. Don't make this boring. He shouted before blitzing forward and kicking the one in his center. To the ninja's credit, he managed to raise his guard, but Naruto felt both arms break from the kick. Naruto's eyes glowed and he blurred past the ninja he kicked to get behind him and swept his legs from out under him and rained down punches with ruthless force. Once the ninja was completely broken, he stood back up and turned to the rest. The 5 were silently watching. I would recommend you come at me together. Naruto didn't wait and rushed another. This time the ninja he was attacking was supported by 2 more who came at him with tantos. Naruto pulled the ninja in the middle who had his guard raised with earth nature chakra to protect him. Naruto grabbed him and threw him at the ninja on his right, sending them tumbling away. Then he leaned away from the slash and ducked under the follow-up attack. Naruto sent a knife hand to the ninja's open side, breaking the ribs. Naruto was forced to block an incoming kick from the fifth remaining ninja and with lightning speed grabbed the foot and tossed him into the ground. Naruto was about to finish him off when the two he sent tumbling away shot forward to attack, one with a tanto, the other with a fist glowing with lighting-natured chakra. The one with the tanto was channeling wind chakra, so Naruto knew not to touch it, otherwise he'd lose a finger or hand. With that in mind, he avoided the tanto with swaying movements and waited for his opportunity. The second ninja with the lightning fist attacked after he swayed back, and Naruto grinned savagely at the mistake. He grabbed the incoming attack by the wrist and pushed it in the way of the wind blade, causing an explosion from the elements clashing. Naruto saw lightning fist lose his hand and moved to finish him. Naruto jumped and kicked him in the chest, sending him back, then warped behind the ninja and slammed a full-force punch to his back, cracking and breaking all him bones in his torso. The ninja with a tanto had his blade ruined and he moved to attack in hand-to-hand. Naruto parried a punch and hit him with 6 punches to various places around his body, then finished with a spinning kick to his neck, sending him tumbling away out of the fight. The remaining two, one with the broken ribs and the other who he threw into the ground, were on guard next to each other. Naruto noticed that the one with the tanto pulled another out to dual-wield the blades. Naruto shot forward and made it look as if he was going after the unarmed on, but attacked both, the one with the tanto with a kick and the unarmed one with an elbow. The bladed ninja tried to slash him while the other tried to punch him, but Naruto parried the punch and grabbed the wrist holding the blade. He pulled the wrist forward and kneed him in the face, rattling his skull and shattering his nose. The last one knew he was outmatched and took out a roll of explosive notes and rushed him. Naruto grinned and coated his hand with chakra as he grabbed the roll of notes and flooded the paper with so much chakra it destabilized the seals, causing them to catch fire rather than explode. Naruto then leg swept the ninja, and followed up with a hammer arm to smash him into the ground, creating a crater in the earth from the force. Naruto wiped his hands off as he looked at the 6 down ninja. That was fun, now go. Tell everyone of my amazing power. I'll happily beat any of you into the ground again. Laughed Naruto. He watched as they managed to pull themselves up and drag each other away into the forests. Jiraiya stepped up with a thoughtful expression. That was different than your usual boasting. More calculated. Naruto nodded. After the invasion, and the old man, we need a new boogeyman to deter foolishness from our rivals. I took them down without ninjutsu as a statement of strength. I do still plan to be Hokage after all. Jiraiya nodded. Smart. Though you should settle for 6th Hokage as you're too valuable to be relegated to the job now. That's actually the reason we're rushing to get Tsunade as well. She is perfect for the job, strength and reputation in spades, and we won't lose any manpower as she hasn't been active in decades. Naruto's face gave nothing away as he acknowledged what Jiraiya was saying. He didn't want to voice that he wasn't exactly a fan of someone who ran from her duties becoming Hokage. He'd have to test her when they met. Gotcha, said Naruto as they continued their walk. Tanzuka-gai, one of the 4 major cities in the Land of Fire. There were many attractions and centermost was the entertainment district, which held more gambling houses than anywhere else in the country. Naruto and Jiraiya walked through the bustling nightlife of Tanzuka-gai with curious eyes as they looked around. Well, Naruto was curious. Jiraiya looked like he was back in his old stomping ground. Soft warm lights from lanterns lit the footpaths, shops and stands were spread out throughout the district streets. Bars and restaurants were filled with laughing and cheering as the customers were celebrating together for whatever reason. The atmosphere of the city was drastically different than anywhere else in the country. While positive in energy, the Leaf was a hidden village. Even the civilians knew it was primarily a military city with the ninja dictating all the rules. While fun could be had, if the ninja didn't approve or sanction it on some level, it was stopped. The capital was extremely positive, even to civilians with no power and influence finding it a nice place to live. If only because the rules were a bit laxer than the Leaf, as there are no seemingly all-knowing ninja enforcing the laws. The capital was run on pleasure and money, for better or worse. Tanzuka-gai was a happy medium, enforced by a regiment of warriors from the capital as well as patrolling Chunin squads. That allowed the streets to be relatively safe from crime, but still have the freedom for entertainment that wouldn't have been strictly permitted in the Leaf. These people are all so happy, thought Naruto with a grin. Jiraiya mentioned that they were approaching Tsunade and had them wait on the outskirts of village until nightfall, as she would be drunk enough to not notice them enter the village. Naruto suspected that even with chakra suppression he wasn't capable of fully hiding his presence as his chakra was just too vast, not exactly awesome for a ninja, he'd work on it. In here, said Jiraiya as he pointed to a bar located on the end of a lane. The lights from the bar were a bit duller and the sounds were lower than the rest of the bars back in the center of the village. Naruto followed Jiraiya into the bar with a curious look. There were only 2 customers in the bar located at a booth in the corner, one of which stood up as they entered. "Jiraiya," shouted Tsunade after they walked in. Jiraiya smiled. "Long time no see, Tsunade." "Sheesh, I'm exhausted from all the walking," he said as he moved to join her and Shizune at the booth. Naruto followed behind with his hands in his pockets. "I don't know anything about this woman except for what's in the books. I'll let Jiraiya do the talking, they're looking at each other as more than former teammates," he thought with a raised eyebrow. After sitting at the booth, Jiraiya gestured to him. "This is Naruto, he came with me to meet you." "Yo," Naruto said with a salute as he accepted food from the waiter then ordered more. Tsunade barely spared him a glance, but Shizune's eyes widened for a moment before she turned away. Naruto didn't bother looking at her more than a glance, he was too busy being blown away by Tsunade. Her chakra is unlike anything I've ever seen. Every muscle fiber has traces of being enhanced. That's control on a level one didn't think someone could achieve without a bloodline," thought Naruto as he let his 6 eyes take in everything about the woman. "I would bet that even without her actively molding chakra to strengthen herself she's stronger than the average Jonin. At her max I bet she could shatter a mountain. It's crazy that someone so strong is so weak-minded to need a genjutsu to make herself look younger." Jiraiya took a drink from the sake at the table and sighed happily. "You've grown even more beautiful, Tsunade. I've missed you, even if you spend so much effort to avoid me," he said with a grin. Surprisingly, Tsunade laughed. "Maybe if you tried a bit harder it wouldn't have been 2 years since we've seen each other," she said with a smile. Naruto's eyes widened. Wouldn't have called that. Jiraiya has the hots for this woman. I thought his true love were the ladies at the entertainment district back home." He laughed to himself at the thought. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. "It has been a while," he said with a frown. "We'll have to pick up where we left off in the Moon Resort," she replied with a hiccup. "I haven't had a good." Her eyes narrowed, and she shook her head. "Oh god, I am drunk," she said morosely. Jiraiya burst into laughter, confusing Naruto and getting a tired sigh from Shizune. "I'll say. We were at that resort nearly 10 years ago. Though those were the best times," he said with a melancholic smile on his face. Naruto tilted his head and connected the dots quickly, then burst into laughter, getting the attention of everyone else at the table. "You're kidding, Jiraiya, you and her, that's wild." He turned to Tsunade. "You must be something to snag this one," he said while pointing to Jiraiya, who was rapidly growing more and more nervous. "I mean, there can't be too many out there that would settle for a genjutsu-clad old woman, much less Jiraiya of the Sannin." Somehow Naruto managed to hit every single conversation landmine Tsunade possessed, and he seemed to be even more thrilled as he finished speaking. Shizune pulled her pet pig that was nestled in her arms closer with a worried look while Jiraiya was sweating bullets in his seat. Tsunade glared at him with a thunderous look that even Naruto found a tad bit scary. "Who do you think you are, you little shit?" she shouted, standing to her feet. "Why are you here, Jiraiya? If you wanted to drink, you shouldn't have brought a snot-nosed little punk." Naruto's face softened from the grin he was wearing as he felt a bit of irritation flare from her words. He would normally shut down someone talking like this, but he wasn't in front of a normal ninja, so he'd offer leeway. Honestly, she was still pretty drunk, and he found it pretty funny. Jiraiya sighed. "Honestly, I wish I were here for fun times. I'm here to request you return to the village. Sensei hurt himself bad using that jutsu to deal with Orochimaru during the invasion." Tsunade's eyes hardened. "So that old fossil used that, huh? Never would have thought he still had it in him." She mused, cruelly, getting a twitch out of Naruto. "Well, you can stuff it. You've been named 5th Hokage." Jiraiya interrupted. "It's not so simple as blowing me off." Shizune gasped and Tsunade's eyes widened for a moment before glaring at him fiercely. "You dare, you hunt me down to demand I return to that place, and even worse, you convince those people to make me Hokage, me." Tsunade jumped to her feet. "You can both fuck off," she shouted while slamming a hand onto the table, cracking it. Naruto stared at the table blankly while Jiraiya finished his saucer of sake. Neither of them all that intimidated. Too much, she said lowly as she sat back down. That hellhole took too much from me and now you want me to die like those fools, like sensei. That's all the Hokage position is. A chair for a fool to kill themselves at the appropriate time. Naruto clenched his fist. Fools. Big words from a weak woman like you wallowing in self-pity. He said venomously, there are many who have lost everything for the leaf and still happily protect it. I had my ticket torn less than an hour after I was born, and you don't see me drowning in alcohol. Tsunade snapped her head to him, that's enough. She shouted while jumping back to her feet. Naruto mirrored her actions with a slight glare from behind his glasses. Think you know everything, twerp. Then let's take this outside, she said with a growl before stomping out of the bar. Jiraiya sighed and tossed the barkeep a roll of money before following her out, Shizune and Naruto right behind him. The two ninjas stood across from each other in the empty road. The bar was far enough from the main street that there were no civilians around to get in the way. You think your hero worship of the Hokage makes them less of fools? I'll show you just how shallow your thoughts are on the real world, Tsunade said while stretching her arms. Naruto tsked, I'm going to say it right now. Apologize and take back what you've said about the Hokage, and I won't smash you into the ground and drag your old ass back to the leaf, he said with a frown. As he said that he observed as her chakra purged the alcohol from her system at lightspeed. Yeah sure, you little shit. Tell you what, land a hit on me and I'll acknowledge you as a ninja. Till then you can settle for being the twerp genin with too loud a bark, she taunted with a smirk. Naruto tilted his head, twerp genin, huh, I'm the future Hokage of the leaf. I'm too young right now for it, so they're giving it to a useless ninja like you who won't cost us battle power to put in the chair, he responded while limbering up. Tsunade's eyes widened for a moment at his words, then she went back to angry. Also, started Naruto before shooting forward at his absolute top speed, shocking everyone and slamming a devastating punch into Tsunade's gut, launching her off the street and through a building. One hit isn't going to be all that tough, he said while dispassionately gazing in the direction she flew. Shizune off to the side leaned over to Jiraiya, so he's the one I heard about. Probably. Tsunade clearly doesn't pay attention to the new developments in the ninja world, Jiraiya said with an amused laugh. She was paying for it now, he thought. A pulse of chakra was felt from the rubble of the building, then green wisps of chakra began rising into the air. Naruto popped his neck as his 6 eyes told him that the rust on Tsunade's abilities were quickly being removed. Guess we'll see if the legendary fighter is all she's cracked up to be. Rubble was blasted into the air as Tsunade shot to her feet. Chakra was consolidated around her gut, healing the damage inflicted by Naruto. Healing of that level without physically directing the chakra, you're pretty good, complimented Naruto as he watched it happen with his eyes. He knew that such a thing was beyond him at the moment. Tsunade cracked her neck and limbered up. Who are you? You're not much older than a fresh graduate, she asked, then turned to Jiraiya. Who is he? Naruto Uzumaki, I introduced him earlier, he answered helpfully with a smile. Naruto didn't wait any longer and shot forward. This time Tsunade caught the punch and sent one of her own. The punch was deflected to the right, however the sheer force of the punch was such that the building in the path had a massive crack in the wall. Naruto went for an uppercut that was caught. He ducked under a hook, threw a jab to her gut that was redirected, and he was caught in the side by her follow-up strike, making him wince. Naruto backed off, then raised a knee to her face, and she slammed a palm to stop him, then followed up with a jab at lightning speed. Naruto only barely dodged in time. He launched 3 punches as fast as he could. She only dodged the first and blocked the second before taking a hit to the kidney. She grunted at the force, then went on the offensive with her own combo that Naruto was struggling to deflect and dodge. He swayed around the first punch, caught the second and winced from the power behind the hit. The last was barely ducked under and he felt his hair sway from the force. Tsunade didn't let up the pressure. She stomped the ground, which caused a crater to be formed, taking away Naruto's footing that she took advantage of by landing a devastating punch to his stomach, launching him away. Naruto caught himself midair and landed in a crouch, a stream of blood flowing from his mouth. Her raw skill with taijutsu is in a whole other planet than my own. I'm a solid chunin. She could go toe to toe with the Raikijin skill. What a pain, not to mention her chakra enhancement. Body is better than mine. In hand to hand I'll lose. Okay. You're good. Naruto commented as Tsunade rushed forward with flaming green chakra flowing from her fists. Now, chakra enhancement jutsu, red, said Naruto while powering up a glowing red orb at the tip of his finger. Before he could fire the jutsu, Jiraiya jumped between them with both hands raised. Let's stop it here. You two will destroy the town if you keep at it. Tsunade immediately stopped while Naruto sighed as he stopped red before it went off. It was about to get good. Jiraiya, Naruto whined. I think she may be a worse matchup for me than Jiraiya. How interesting. I need to get infinity usable. I'm scraping the surface of S, but I'm not there fully yet if this is what type of monsters await me. Tsunade stared at the ground in shock. I didn't think to go that far, she muttered to herself, completely shocked at the boy's ability and her own lack of thought in getting so serious. She knew he was likely Kushina's son, but to think he was so strong. Jiraiya, let's go, we need to talk, she demanded before stomping off. Shizune sighed as she took in the destroyed environment, then rushed to catch up to her master. Jiraiya watched her leave with a wistful smile. Her breasts are the wonder, but that ass isn't bad either, he said with a smile. Naruto turned to him with a deadpan expression. Yeah, I'm going to bed. Don't pull something, old man, he trailed off, feeling gross for even thinking like that. I'll get a room at an inn. With that, master and student separated for the night, confident that their mission would be over in the coming days, not knowing what was coming. It was nearing noon when Jiraiya and Tsunade decided to sit down to eat together. Both of them caught up after the impromptu fight the night before and were enjoying each other's company. Both of them found solace in one of the only people in the world that has been there for them throughout their whole lives. Jiraiya smiled to himself as he watched his old teammate and lifelong flame eat. There was a time when this was the dream I would die for, he mused wistfully, then got a bit more serious. Tsunade, I hope you know that you're the best person for the job, otherwise I would have never suggested you. Tsunade smiled at first, then glared to the side. We can't just have a meal, huh? Always focused on work. First it was your network that didn't let you settle down, now you won't even let me settle on my own, she said with a downcast expression. I told the kid, and I'll tell you, I don't think I have any more to give the village. That's not true, I saw it last night when you fought with Naruto, Jiraiya said, making effort to lock eyes with her. You're lost in the past, but if you look to the present, you'd see there are people who love you and believe in you. I failed all the people I love and who loved me, Tsunade said with a glare. I couldn't save Dan, Nawaki died before I got there, and she trailed off quietly and shook her head. We couldn't have a family 10 years ago, both of us failed at that. Jiraiya snorted. Too late for you and I, and too much baggage, but I did have a family, he declared with a grin and slightly misty eyes. In every way that matters, Minato was my son. I certainly taught and loved him like he was my own, and I felt like Kushina was my daughter when they married, he said with a small smile as he thought back to different days. Tsunade's eyes softened. They were amazing people, though very distant. Kushina was family to me too. Yep, agreed Jiraiya, and I'm going to do all I can to be there for Naruto and guide him to be a proper ninja. He has much to learn, but I have the utmost faith in him. Tsunade hummed at the mention of the blonde. Just what is with that kid? He shouldn't be that strong at that age. Minato was a strong chunin at that age, but that boy, even sensei, didn't become an S-class till he was 16. Jiraiya sighed. You noticed that even at night he wore those glasses, correct? She nodded. He possesses an ocular jutsu called the Six Eyes, potentially a new bloodline. Really? Tsunade asked in wonder. What does it do? Well, it is similar to the Rinnegan and Sharingan, but not quite the same. Jiraiya pursed his lips as he thought the best way to describe it. It gives him the ability to see and understand chakra at a level only equaled by the Rinnegan, if not greater than. Okay, but knowing and seeing chakra should let him. Right, Jiraiya said with a nod. He can perfectly control chakra, even theoretical chakras, thanks to his eyes. The jutsu he was about to use last night was red, pure positive chakra hyper condensed in a shell of negative chakra. The power is absurd. Another jutsu is blue, which is the inverse of that. But as he showed last night, he can also use chakra enhancement, body to incredible levels with no waste. Jiraiya didn't go into the insanity that was infinity. It wasn't done, and it made his head spin at the thought of it. Tsunade frowned as she took in that information. Strange, I haven't heard about it till now. Naruto was confronted by Orochimaru in the Chunin exams. Our teammate interfered with the seal on Naruto. Explained Jiraiya, getting a surprised look from Tsunade. Prior to that, Naruto didn't have the 6 eyes and was merely a promising genin. We suspect, Naruto, Sensei and I, that the 9 tails chakra was affecting his body and he was unable to awaken it until it was separated from him. Tsunade snorted, so Orochimaru inadvertently empowered an enemy. She said with a nasty smirk. What was Naruto like before? Jiraiya smirked. He was pretty much the same but without the power to back it up, so a knucklehead twerped genin with too loud a bark. Laughed Jiraiya, repeating Tsunade's words back to her, getting a snort from the woman. By the way, I think I may have pulled something last night, commented Jiraiya while stretching, which got an eye roll from Tsunade. I didn't really give you a great impression of me, huh? Asked Naruto uneasily as he and Shizune strolled through the surrounding forests while their respective masters talked. Shizune gave him a side-eye before sighing, no, you did not. But I'm not ignorant to Lady Tsunade's abrasiveness, she reluctantly admitted. Naruto smiled, not like I was a bully or anything, she was about to smash me into the ground. He laughed. Granted, he could have used some jutsu, but that would have been his loss since they were supposed to go at it via hand-to-hand. Very true, there are few in the world that can take my lady on with their bare fists. Shizune proclaimed proudly. The little pig in her arms gave an oink in agreement. I'm sure. Both of them continued to walk silently a little longer, taking in the scenery for a while. The bushes and large trees filling the environment in lush greenery with the sun peeking through the canopy of leaves above them. Naruto turned to Shizune. I'm sure Jiraiya will convince her to come back, he said suddenly. Shizune nodded absent-mindedly. I'm sure that he of all people could. Would you be happy to return home after so long? I'm quite content, she said while glancing at him. I have maintained my position as Jonin by communicating with Lord Hokage through my summons. Katsuyu has a summon nest in the village that makes it easy to send and receive mission scrolls. Naruto nodded. Huh, not a bad idea. I guess that's how Jiraiya was able to keep in touch too. He mused. But I meant seeing your friends. Aren't you happy to return home? Yes, she said softly. I have loved learning from my lady all this time, but I do miss the leaf. Should Lady Tsunade decide not to return, however, I will not fight her decision. Naruto could only listen. He didn't want to argue with her. As much as her words were likely genuine, she must have been unaware of how lonely her eyes were at this moment. It would seem all this time away had taken a toll on her, and only the love and respect she felt for Tsunade was keeping her silent on the matter. A growl and a blur of motion appeared in Shizune's blind spot. Naruto only barely caught it in time to move in front of her and catch the incoming kunai slash. As he took in the appearance of the ninja, adorned with a sound village headband, and he sensed the chakra of nearly 3 dozen more surrounding them. Shizune, please stay back. There are a lot of them, Naruto said while gripping the wrist of the ninja in front of him. I'll deal with this trash. In a blur of motion, no one could see Naruto's free arm lashed out with a palm strike to the chest of the ninja in front of him. It was a slight delay before the ninja coughed up a large glob of blood and fell to the ground, dying if not dead. It was then that the rest of the ninja became visible to the two-leaf ninja. Naruto whistled as he took off his glasses. Who would have thought Orochimaru still had this many followers after that failed invasion? He laughed. Shizune glanced at him in shock. He was far too calm when they were outnumbered this badly. Naruto moved through 3 hand signs that no one recognized. It wasn't that they were completely new, it was that one hand was going through different seals from the other. The molding of negative chakra so alien to normal that he needed to completely rework hand signs to manage it. A single hand ram seal with his left, then an open palm facing towards a group of ninja followed by a savage grin from Naruto was the only signal of his attack. There was a pulse of chakra nearly invisible between the 6 ninjas, then they were all pulled together with such force their bodies were crushed into paste. The aftermath of the jutsu left a 5-diameter circle of empty space, no leaves, tree limbs or even blood and body parts. From the moment the dozens of ninjas appeared to the moment Naruto killed 6 with his jutsu blue, barely 4 seconds passed. Shizune watched everything with shock on her face. I knew that he was declared S, and his bounty from Orochimaru was 50 million. The reports came out in the bounty hunter circles. But seeing his ability in person, last night and now, all my doubts from his age are gone. He's one of those monsters. she thought as Naruto began literally tearing apart the sound ninja with his bare hands and a few applications of glue. Jiraiya growled to himself as he and Tsunade were rushing to get out of the town while smashing random sound ninja into the ground every so often. He didn't think they were all that tough and fighting them wasn't even much of a hassle. It's an unnecessary loss of life sure, but not much of a threat to him. What is Orochimaru thinking? He can't think he can take the three of us on with just his foot soldiers. Jiraiya wondered with a frown. Tsunade kicked a ninja away and frowned. Whatever it is, it must make him quite confident that he's launched an offensive of this level. He must have some kind of leverage. Whatever it is, it's given him confidence, and fighting him is never as simple as punching each other. Jiraiya said as the both of them cleared the town and were now jumping through the forests. The two of them landed in a clearing with each other covering the back of the other. Jiraiya glanced around and hummed, "About 4 dozen, maybe more out of my range are lumped together and I can't tell," he said quietly. Tsunade kept her eyes of the ninja surrounding them. None of them are a real threat, but there are so many that this could be a problem. All it takes is a lucky kunai, she said with a grimace. The ground beneath them rumbles and both of them steady themselves as in the forests there were explosions. Trees were blown into the air while dust and debris blew everywhere. Once it cleared, the veteran ninja were greeted to the sight of half a dozen massive snakes closing in on them. Dozens of sound ninja readying themselves to attack and half a dozen massive snake summons looking hungry. Jiraiya started molding chakra internally and grinned. "Now it's a party," he said as he slammed a hand to the ground creating a massive plume of smoke. Naruto, slightly covered in blood, and Shizune, slightly terrified from the situation but still calm, made their way through the forests with haste. I don't know Orochimaru's plan, but keeping us separated from Jiraiya and Tsunade was part of it. "We have to get back to them," shouted Naruto as he rushed through the trees. "Yes," agreed Shizune. A sound ninja wielding a katana cut through the air towards Naruto, who pointed a finger in his direction creating a small rasengan on the tip of his finger. Chakra jutsu, sinister spiraling shot. Naruto watched as his jutsu was dodged with a slightly impressed expression on his face. The ninja likely had quite a bit of experience under his belt. Not that it mattered as Naruto throat punched him, followed by a devastating knee to the head. This continued for the whole journey through the forests. A ninja was ambushed them and Naruto would dispatch them quickly. That was until Naruto and Shizune were forced to stop as the sight in front of them filled them with unease. There were about a dozen ninja in front of them. The numbers weren't what was shocking. No, it was the fact that their chakra was corrupted and changing their bodies. Naruto's 6 eyes told him everything. The chakra is corrupting them with nature chakra and mutating them. This damage is irreversible. Their minds are going into a frenzy as the chakra overtakes them. Naruto grimaced as he made another realization. They're fighting it, I can see it, chakra trying to push the foreign chakra back, but they're not doing it right. They're fighting it, they don't want it. Naruto's body shook slightly as he glared up at the ninja with fury on his face and a slight wetness in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he muttered to them while knowing they couldn't hear the words. "I noticed it recently," thought Naruto, and he readied himself to fight them. "Ever since I woke up in the forest with these eyes, I've become more ruthless. Thinking back, I wasn't the kind of person to kill people without a very good reason. I hard to force my resolve to kill Haku on the bridge, but now, I don't think too deeply. Maybe because I've noticed that all the ninja that I've killed were loyal to that madman Orochimaru, but now." The first and centermost ninja was hunched over with horns coming out of its spine. It howled loud enough to disrupt the air as it charged towards Naruto. He met the charge with a clash that cratered the ground beneath them. Naruto felt his body rattle from the collision. While its strength was devastating, its mind and speed weren't, and Naruto quickly shoved a rasengan into its head before it could realize what was coming. The blood and gore from the impact covered the front of Naruto's shirt and he felt his eye twitch. "I don't want to kill them." 2 more attacked him, both having massive claws poised to shred him to pieces. Naruto jumped up at the last moment, letting them crash into each other. 2 rasengan, 1 in each hand, were slammed into the head of the mutated ninja beneath him. Naruto stood and watched as he was being rushed by the rest. He glared and charged his chakra. In front of his right hand a swirling malevolent ball of red energy burst into existence. "But they want me too, and I have to. Chakra enhancement jutsu, red," he said before releasing a cataclysmic shockwave that tore the forests asunder. Trees in the jutsu's path were torn from the ground and swept the incoming ninja in the shockwave. Naruto could only watch dispassionately before rushing into action. Jiraiya heel slammed a sound ninja with monstrous mutations taking over its body. Its head cratered into the ground instantly dead. He absorbed a tackle and parried the momentum into the ground and slammed a rasengan into its body, killing it. What a pain, Jiraiya thought as another ninja approached him. This one was kicked away as he was forced to parry the slash of the next one, duck the third and counter the fourth. Jiraiya, with speed that was uncommon in someone of his size, jumped into the air before weaving two hand signs to release a fire-style dragon flame bomb directly below him into the four mutated ninja. In the distance were the three remaining snakes battling it out with Gamabunta and Gamaiken. Gamabunta was likely enough for snakes of these caliber, but he wanted to be sure in case Manda showed up. Seeing as Orochimaru hadn't showed yet, it was likely the boss snake would come later. Behind him was a kneeling catatonic Tsunade being protected by two horse-sized toads with swords on their backs. She was able to take out three ninjas before one of them sliced their arm open to cover her face with blood, causing her to collapse from her trauma. It's bad enough they have these numbers, then there are the curse-mark mutated ninja. I had to summon two boss-sized toads, then two soldier toads. If I'm conservative in my assessment, I have used about a third of my chakra. If it gets worse, I may need Ma and Pa for Orochimaru. Jiraiya thought with a grimace. He didn't want to go that far for something like this. Then he turned to the hill overlooking the battlefield where a single solitary figure was observing the battle. A young ninja that Jiraiya recognized from the reports of the invasion. Kabuto Yakushi was overseeing the battle with a sound headband on his head, fully announcing to the world his affiliation. Guess the report was true, he was a traitor. Jiraiya thought before gritting his teeth. I'm really wanting to smash that smirk off his face. As more mutated ninjas were about to rush Jiraiya, the entire field was overcome by a menacing and terrifyingly powerful chakra. Even the mutated ninja were frozen in place from their instincts. Naruto Uzumaki, six eyes glaring at the world and powerful chakra flowing off of his body, emerged from the tree line with a small tear track falling from both eyes. Jiraiya looked over at him with a worried expression. Naruto. Said boy turned to his master with wide enraged eyes. I've killed a lot of people that I really would have rather not have. Naruto said blankly before his eyes settled on Kabuto in the distance. Hand signs were weaved in a flash and Naruto warped directly in front of Kabuto, whose brain couldn't acknowledge Naruto's sudden appearance before he was punched directly in the chest with all of Naruto's strength. Blue chakra flowed from his fists in thick wisps trailing from the path of his attack. Kabuto vomited blood and was blasted off the hill and into the tree line behind him. Gamabunta managed to kill the last snake while Gamaiken dismissed himself as the fight finished. Right as Gamabunta was going to announce his farewell, the ground in the center of the clearing exploded and a massive purple snake slithered into the air. Naruto warped over to Jiraiya, barely sparing a glance to Tsunade behind them, and watched as the massive boss snake entered the fray. Dozens of meters in the air, the menacing head of Manda hovered over them, gazing down at them with malicious intent. No way, muttered Jiraiya in shock. Why would he go back? Naruto frowned as he looked back at Manda and noticed the figures standing on top of his head. There were three. First was Orochimaru, covered in bandages and gazing down at them with a furious glee in his eyes. In his right hand was his sword already out and ready to go. Next to him were two more figures. Interestingly enough, all three of them were wearing similar coats. They were black with red clouds. As Naruto looked closer, he recognized the two beside the snake. First was young, only 5 or so years older than himself. He was stoic and bared a striking resemblance of his teammate Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha gazed down at them with his Sharingan active and no emotion on his face. The second seemed particularly thrilled to be here. His skin was strangely blue, his teeth were sharp and shark-like, and there was a massive, bandaged sword hung from his shoulder. The monster of the hidden mist, the tailless-tailed beast, Kisame Hoshigaki, looked like Christmas had come early as he looked over the battlefield. Naruto, so you've realized your weakness? Itachi asked rhetorically. I will admit I was wary of this strange barrier around you. But I believe I have 2 ways to overcome it. No jutsu is perfect, everything has a weakness, Naruto. The blonde merely rolled his eyes at Itachi, then looked over his shoulder to Orochimaru. Thanks for the breather, I'm ready to get going again. He said with an easy-going smile. The snake glared. What do you Itachi's mind and eyes worked in a flash and moved to rush forward with a frown. However, Naruto was too fast. With his neck muscles straining and his teeth clenched, Naruto closed both his fists and then quickly swiped them outward with his hands open. To the naked eye, no visible chakra was seen to explain what was happening. To Itachi, who with the Sharingan was able to see chakra, he was able to glimpse at the jutsu Naruto used and felt the hairs on his neck stand up. In the next instant, both Orochimaru and Itachi were sent flying in opposite directions as if they were being yanked by the strongest magnet in the world. Both were sent tumbling towards the edges of the clearing. While Naruto moved to heal himself, he was unable to remove the poison completely, but he wasn't in any danger of locking up anymore. Naruto looked down at his hands with a relived smile. That was a gamble made on assumptions and theories in the heat of the moment. His math was done too quickly to be perfect, and he had never really done that before, but it was technically easier than his normal application of that jutsu. Blue is a strange jutsu. The deadliest application is through hyper-condensing negative chakra in a single point of space to create a negative space zone that reality will immediately rush to fill, thereby causing a condensing collapse of space like a miniaturized black hole. However, at its base level it is influencing space through vectors. With my warp jutsu, I can remove the space between two things, myself and another point in space. Something so difficult it takes me hand signs to do. At an easier level of this jutsu, I can move things through space by using the initial target as point 1 and removing the distance between another point or myself as point 2. Naruto grinned at the slowly rising Uchiha and Snake. I can essentially move them through space, not really offensive unless I smash them into something. But it is really disorientating. The six eyes flared menacingly. Naruto pointed his open hand towards Itachi, then pulled it back and clenched his fist, pulling Itachi off his feet back to him at high speeds. Itachi pulled up his guard and absorbed Naruto's downward fist that distorted the air around them. The Uchiha grimaced and Naruto grinned ferally, feeling the cracking of bones. Orochimaru made himself known once again and his sword was stopped by a now reactivated infinity, and was then punched into the ground, causing Orochimaru to immediately vomit a new body that was coughing blood. Naruto went to stomp his skull in but noticed Itachi returning with bright flaming orange chakra swirling around him and jumped away. Something is off about that chakra, it's the same as that avatar from before, Naruto thought warily. Naruto moved his arm to stop the incoming attack from Itachi with a frown. The instant Itachi's fist came into contact with infinity, there was a moment before his fist broke through, impacting against Naruto's forearm block. The chakra of the Yata mirror, my second method, Naruto, Itachi said with his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing red. Naruto pointed a palm at Itachi, blasting him off his feet. I see, earlier he managed to take advantage of my inexperience with infinity and attack right after I blocked something and was focusing on that while the opposite side was subconsciously weakened. Now this Yata mirror chakra, something from that avatar he can coat his hands in. It seems to somehow possess the amazing ability to nullify any type of chakra that it comes into contact with. Naruto felt a bead of sweat fall down his forehead before he smirked. But like me with infinity, he can use that chakra or his regular jutsu, not both, and unlike infinity, his is much more obvious when he's using it. Naruto got into a stance and dissected Itachi with his six eyes. Itachi on the other end of the clearing was taking slow breaths while reigniting the orange chakra of the Yata mirror. Neither of them acknowledging Orochimaru slithering away. Jiraiya stomped on the ground and made a snake hand sign, causing a large wall of solid stone to rise from the earth to block the tidal wave of water. He jumped to the top of the wall to see Kisame blasting across the water, sword in hand with a menacing smile. He's relentless, shouted Ma in disbelief. Jiraiya just got done pounding him into the ground. Jiraiya weaved two hand signs and the ground beneath the water exploded with so much force all the water was blasted into the air and over the forest, creating a mock downpour for a few moments. Not breaking a sweat, Jiraiya weaved four more and extended both palms towards a falling Kisame. From his hands two bright blue bolts of lightning cut through the air towards the shark. Kisame managed to slap one with Samahata but took the other, causing him to scream in pain. Samahata was working overtime to convert the chakra into healing energy, but the chakra being used by Jiraiya was slowing the sword down. Right as he reoriented himself from the shock, Kisame looked up to see a massive rasengan coming down on him. It took every ounce of willpower and strength to jump and speed out of range. Even then, the explosion of force from the jutsu hitting the ground took him off his feet, sending him flying into a tree, uprooting it. Jiraiya noticed Kisame was sent into the forest and sighed. His blade is very slow to convert sage chakra into usable energy to heal him. Pa rubbed his goatee. I'm shocked he can do that much. Suppose whoever made that sword really knew their way around sealing jutsu and chakra mechanics. We need to go back up Naruto. He's fighting those two on his own, can't you sense it? Shouted Ma worriedly. Orochimaru isn't in top condition, so he's more of an annoyance right now. Itachi and Kisame are the problems. Jiraiya said seriously. Ma, Pa, can you sense Tsunade? She must be out of range for me. Pa hummed. You need to come finish your training, Jiraiya boy. She's 400 meters east, with Shizune girl and those troublesome twins. Good, I was worried about leaving them on their own. 3 massive water drills blasted into the air, cutting through the distance towards Jiraiya. He didn't recognize the exact jutsu being used, but the pressure and density would rend metal effortlessly. Needless to say, he should probably do something about those. Jiraiya of the Sannin, the sage from the mountains, the wandering toad, the super pervert from the leaf. Many names, many legends. Strangely, it was rarely his power jutsu that got him his accolades. The Battle of the Sannin versus Hanzo of the Salamanders was where he and his teammates attained their titles, and shortly after was dubbed S-Class by the world. But it was on his battles won, never on some unwinnable jutsu. He wasn't Minato with 2 perfect jutsu making him fearless across the world, or the third who knew practically everything. No, Jiraiya of the Sannin's power came from his experience in battle and his lack of care in being flashy. Despite his personality, when it was time to work, he was focused and got the job done. As the 3 water drills descended onto Jiraiya, he waited to the last moment before rocketing off the rock wall he was standing on in closing distance to Kisame, who was already focusing chakra for the next jutsu. The 2 toads shot bullets of water and wind at the drills to dissipate them while Jiraiya focused on the shark. Kisame slapped the water he and Jiraiya were standing on, and hundreds of sharks were created from the depths and rushed to shred the 3 toad sages. 3 hand signs, a flare of chakra. Kisame noticed it was the strange thick chakra that Samahata was having trouble filtering beneath nearly 10 meters of dense water. The earth erupted in a massive explosion. Sage art, land devastation, thought Jiraiya. Not a jutsu he typically used, but Kisame wasn't an opponent that was going to be taken down subtly. The water was blasted into east and west, creating a thick mist in the air in the entire clearing. The earth-rattling explosion was muted beneath the large pool of water, but everyone in attendance felt their bones shake from the force. The ground beneath them was a massive, jagged crater that looked as if 100 paper bombs detonated at once. Both Kisame and Jiraiya found themselves falling nearly 20 meters, however only one of them was caught unawares. Jiraiya held a single tiger hand sign and blasted a large flame bullet at Kisame, who screamed in pain until he crashed onto the ground. Samahata, a few feet away, was wiggling to reconnect to its master to begin healing him. Another 4 hand signs in a ring of light shone from the ground around Kisame before exploding in a small bubble of fire. He won't be out from that, but he won't get up too soon. The aftereffects of the earth and water will hit Naruto's battlefield for sure. Hopefully Shizune and Tsunade were far away enough. Right as Jiraiya was about to move to finish off Kisame, he felt at the very edge of his sage senses a malevolent presence rapidly approaching Tsunade and Shizune. It only took him a moment to deduce that it was Orochimaru. His chakra was twisted and warped, but he could still recognize him. We have to go, muttered Jiraiya, getting strange looks from the toads before they stretched their senses and nodded. Before rushing away, Jiraiya slapped the ground during the ruined earth into a hyper-dense bog that was slowly working to swallow Kisame. If anything, it would slow him down even more. Jiraiya sped through the forests, each step destroying the branches beneath his feet as he moved to gain more and more speed. Hurry, Jiraiya boy, he's been on them for over 2 minutes. Shouted Pa with a worried expression. Jiraiya's face soured and he felt he was about to be on them as he smashed through a tree with a powerful punch and landed upon the 3 ninjas, his eyes widening in horror. Orochimaru was standing over a grimacing Tsunade who had his blade through her gut. Shizune, clearly in distress, was working to heal Orochimaru, with the weasel Kabuto assisting with his smug grin. He felt a twisted satisfaction at seeing the dried blood on Kabuto's face and shirt from where Naruto smashed him. "Ah, Jiraiya, right on time," Orochimaru said with his nasty smirk. "Young Shizune has learned so very much from Tsunade. I was under the impression only Tsunade would be able to heal me, but alas, the student was enough. Marvelous, isn't it?" He wiggled his sword, getting a groan from Tsunade. "Don't get too close, they're doing a delicate procedure and I wouldn't want to hurt our dear teammate anymore." Jiraiya glared. "Let me guess, this was the plan from the start. Kisame and Itachi to stretch Naruto and I thin, your lackey and his soldiers to spread us out. All to get to Tsunade when we were busy with the other two. So there is a brain in there, very good." Orochimaru said with a chuckle. "Yes, that was my plan. Itachi and Kisame are here to confirm my intel on Naruto. My colleagues are going to need a lot of intel to retrieve the 9 tails from him after all." "You really went crawling back to the Akatsuki?" Jiraiya asked with no small amount of surprise. Orochimaru nodded. "Indeed, I am unfortunately not enough to deal with all my enemies on my own. Something I learned in my invasion. I was set to deal with Sensei, as strong as he turned out to still be, till Naruto decided to ruin things. Not to mention the goals of the Akatsuki and their leader are truly fascinating." "Any chance you'd tell your former teammate what those are?" Jiraiya asked with a flat expression. Orochimaru chuckled. "Why would I do that?" Jiraiya shrugged with a smile. "Worth a shot." Right as he said that, a spear of earth shot from the ground, separating Orochimaru from Tsunade and Shizune, and blitzed to cross the distance and stand between them. Kabuto stood at the side of Orochimaru and scanned his body. "While not a full recovery, you are far better off. We can certainly treat you from here without them." "Good, then let us deal with Jiraiya," Orochimaru said with killing intent rolling off him. Jiraiya took a deep breath. "I'm going to need you here, Tsunade. You're more than capable of healing from that wound and helping me out here. It won't be long before Kisame joins us, and I can't deal with both of them and protect you," he said lowly. Right on cue, Kisame blasts into the clearing, shredding through a tree with Samahata. "You're going to die, you old wart," he shouted. His chakra was visible as it covered his body in a blue aura and weighed down on everyone in the clearing with its sheer size. Jiraiya was able to finally confirm that Kisame truly was a tailed beast. "Jiraiya boy, we should retreat if Tsunade girl can't fight," said Pa seriously. Right as things were going to get bad for Jiraiya, a massive orange chakra avatar was blasted through the tree line, shaking the earth under the force and weight. Itachi in the center of the avatar coughed roughly as he stood to his feet. A blood-soaked Naruto stood atop a tree, breathing heavily as he stared down at Itachi and took in the scene around him. Naruto sped over to Jiraiya. "Itachi is a handful, he's got ways around infinity." As he spoke, Naruto began to slowly heal himself. Itachi was receiving aid from Kabuto on the other side as well. "What?" Jiraiya asked incredulously. "He has a jutsu unique to his Mangekyo Sharingan that seals the chakra of infinity to let him hit me," Naruto said with a petulant frown. Jiraiya shook his head. "Well, no jutsu is perfect." "I'm aware," shouted Naruto. The steam from his injuries tapered off as he finished healing. Jiraiya eyeballed the now closed wounds with a critical eye. "Are you healing yourself?" Shizune gaped at Naruto, having been silently gathering herself after Orochimaru's sudden appearance, then Jiraiya, then the rest of them. Naruto showing up covered in wounds then healing himself somehow wasn't that surprising anymore. Unseen was the twitch of Tsunade's fingers. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, see, I was watching Tsunade heal herself that night, then Kisame and Samahata's healing method. I decided to copy them and add my own flair." Tsunade's twitch became stronger. "I heal with yin chakra, which has been enhanced by positive-natured chakra. It's like super healing," Naruto shouted with a massive grin on his face. "Idiot," a small voice muttered, getting the three ninjas' attention. Naruto turned to a now awake and deadpan Tsunade, who was looking at him like he was an enormous moron. His face turned comically disgusted. "Huh, I can't hear you down there," Naruto shouted. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched as she sat upright to glare at Naruto's face. "You're an idiot for using that combination of chakra to heal yourself," Tsunade explained haughtily. "If you think you're the only one to look into positive-natured chakra, you're a fool. If you keep doing it, then you're going to fry your chakra coils and possibly your brain. Why should I trust the word of a weak, defenseless old woman that needs us to protect her?" Naruto asked with a laugh as he smirked down at her. Jiraiya next to them was watching with a hopeful and amused expression while both Toads and Shizune gaped at the exchange. Tsunade's temper. Something that in her 50s she usually had a good lid on, except it would seem when concerning Naruto. In her anger at the young blonde's lack of respect, she shot to her feet and headbutted him, causing him to sway back. So shocked at what happened he didn't even raise infinity. Naruto blinked a few times as Tsunade glared down at him. I know more about healing in the human body than anyone alive, especially not some up-jump twerp who won the genetic lottery. Laughing to himself he got to his feet and smiled at her. I like the energy but let's focus on them huh? Naruto said as he pointed to the 3 Akatsuki members that were moving to attack. Kisame roared and blasted a massive tidal wave in their direction. Shizune's small gasp was ignored as Naruto and Jiraiya tilted their heads to figure out the best course to deal with the incoming attack. The massive wave of water loomed over them, easily 15 meters tall. The force and size of the jutsu would easily be considered A rank. Naruto smiled in amusement. It would seem that while being fellow 7 ninja swordsman of the mist, Kisame was leagues beyond Zabuza. Oh give me a break, shouted Tsunade as she shot forward, her arms were glowing with flaming green chakra. As the massive tidal wave started to crest over them casting an ominous shadow over the ground of Leaf Ninja. Tsunade arrived at the base of the tidal wave, reared back and sent forth a devastating punch. Naruto's 6 eyes glowed as his face split into a massive grin before laughing wildly. Jiraiya rubbed his head with a chuckle. Shizune's eyes were awed by the display of her master, the 2-toed sages gaped at her monstrous strength. The massive tidal wave, that would wipe out a village under the force of its size and volume, was obliterated by a single punch, first a massive hole through the point of contact, then the shockwave from the punch blasted the rest of the water away. Orochimaru's form emerged from the mist, his sword missing as he weaved through hand signs. From around him a hurricane-force gale windstorm erupted into life shredding through ground and closing distance in a blink. Naruto snorted at the attack, he quickly grabbed Shizune and Jiraiya and landed next to Tsunade before flexing Infinity's shell into a dome around the 4 of them plus 2 toads. What in the, muttered Shizune as they were completely safe from Orochimaru's jutsu while the entire clearing was torn to shreds. It was barely a blur of motion that the 6 eyes caught of Itachi appearing in front of the barrier of infinity. Right as the orange chakra was to impact his perfect shield, he released the jutsu and met Itachi's attack with a glowing fist of his own. Their mutual impact sent a small shockwave through the immediate area. Jiraiya slapped the ground causing dozens of stone spikes to rise from the ground targeting Orochimaru, Itachi, Kisame and Kabuto. All 4 of them were forced to jump away rapidly to avoid being impaled repeatedly. I'll take Itachi, Naruto said with a smile. Tsunade and Shizune whipped their head towards him in alarm. Oh don't give me that, none of you can deal with the genjutsu he can cast. Take care of the old bat and Shizune, Naruto shouted to Jiraiya getting an uneasy laugh from him as the 2 women glared at him. 3 hand signs and he warped away to where Itachi was recentering himself from the onslaught of earth spears. Itachi lowered himself and reactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto smiled and mimicked his stance. 2 ninja hailing from the same village, coming from prestigious great clans, wielding ocular jutsu of immense power, hailed as geniuses with untold potential. Neither, since coming into their own, had truly been pushed. Now as Sharingan and 6 eyes stared at each other for a moment, then both let out a grin. Naruto shot forward and Itachi matched, they met in a flurry of punches and kicks. They had found a rival. Itachi jumped up a shadow clone emerging from behind him both weaving hand signs at dizzying speeds. Naruto's eyes deciphered that it was a combo of wind and fire coming. 2 streams of the respective element shot from Itachi and his clone's mouth, the streams swirled and combined into a white-hot beam of fire that superheated the environment. Naruto activated Infinity and let the attack dissipate with a sigh. Itachi blurred behind him at the exact opposite end of where the jutsu impacted and went to stab it with a kunai. Naruto knew, unfortunately from experience, that the kunai would be able to break through. Right as the kunai touched the barrier, he released it and spun around with a rasengan in hand. Itachi couldn't avoid the spiraling sphere and the swirling blue chakra attack smashed into his chest. Naruto smirked and jumped straight into the air as the rasengan destroyed the clone and the real Itachi smashed into the ground where he was standing. Itachi was forced to block a punch and parry a kick, then counter-punched Naruto who swayed around the hit. Naruto jumped back while flicking his hand towards Itachi who encased himself in his chakra avatar to take the hit from blue. As soon as the avatar appeared Naruto smirked and concentrated on forming a dense red. Itachi had his Susanoo raised his second sacred treasure Totsuka blade and swiped it down towards Naruto. Naruto's forehead dripped with sweat as he charged a fist-sized red and shot it towards the avatar, hoping that like last time it would be enough. The shockwave from the jutsu impacted against the ethereal blade, dissipating it and smashing into the chest of the avatar. Itachi roared and increased the armor of his guardian and held his ground. As the shockwave hit the Susanoo, Naruto moved to get to its flank and create a truly massive rasengan. Easily double the size of Naruto himself and smash it into the unprotected and unfocused side of the massive orange chakra avatar. Unlike red that was like a straight line of pure force, the impact of a rasengan was like a bomb and a drill combined together. One of this size detonating was enough for the entire side of the Susanoo to crack and shatter open, while everything in over 100 meters was blasted away and the ground tremored under them. Itachi's eyes bled from the effort as he spun to Naruto, who managed to break into his perfect invincible defense. Something that should be impossible. Naruto didn't stop by breaking in him, pulled Itachi towards him with a gesture, then smashed him in the face with a devastating left. Itachi's brain rattled as he suffered from the attack. Then, rivals don't just push someone to get stronger. Rivals can also be inspiration. Itachi's mind cleared and the concussion left him in a second as he grabbed Naruto, spun him and threw him away. Steam rose from his body and his glassy eyes resharpened. Having seen it several times, is it any question that the genius Itachi? Naruto wiped blood from his mouth and grinned. "You bastard, you copied my healing," he said with a laugh. Renewed, the two shot back at one another. Naruto flicked his finger and Itachi was forced to jump from where a sinister spiraling sphere impacted the ground. Naruto jumped to meet him and punched him right in the kidney. Itachi responded by grabbing the fist and slamming a knee into Naruto's face, sending them both plummeting to the ground. Unlike Naruto, who preferred fighting alone, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune stayed in the clearing together. "Sharky is mine," Jiraiya said before stomping on the ground, causing dozens of stone fists to fly at Kisame, who gleefully smashed them one by one with his sword. Orochimaru regurgitated his sword and moved to kill Tsunade. Said woman just looked at him blankly. The swipe of the poison blade was ducked under, then grabbed by her. She didn't even flinch at the poison or the blood as she pulled Orochimaru closer. With immense reluctance, Orochimaru let go of his prized sword. Tsunade chucked then with all her power threw the sword towards the horizon. She then kicked off the ground to close distance with the snake. Orochimaru hissed as he moved to meet her in hand to hand. While Orochimaru has been an active combatant while Tsunade was retired, Orochimaru slithered around Tsunade's opening combo and moved to counter with a knife hand to her throat. Tsunade grabbed his wrist, then ham-fisted him into the earth, causing the ground to shake from the force. Tsunade was regarded as a goddess of the fist and time had not dulled her edge. Orochimaru coughed blood as he was smashed by 3 punches. She kneed him in the gut, then kicked him away. The snake instantly regurgitated himself to heal some of his shattered bones. He was running low on snake shells to heal himself, so he would need to let the others know it was a mission accomplished. Turning to the side, he noticed that Kisame was sans sword and just took a rasengan to the stomach. Right as he was about to get moving, Tsunade came falling from the sky with a raised leg for one of her signature attacks. Orochimaru knew what was coming and moved as fast as he possibly could. He shot a snake out that he used like a rope to pull himself out of the way of the epicenter, but he was still sent tumbling away. He didn't give himself a second to recover and shot up to attack his former teammate. Foregoing hand to hand, he shot a dozen snakes towards her. Not even pausing to watch the fallout, he weaved through a half-dozen hand signs and chopped the air in a downward motion. Tsunade just finished killing the last snake when her senses screamed to move. She managed to avoid her head being hit, but a blade of wing shredded through her shoulder, severing her right arm. Without a scream of pain, she held a hand sign and released the seal on her forehead, causing a swirling line of black chakra to cover her forehead and body. She reattached her arm and all her injuries were healed in an instant. "Time for you to die, Orochimaru. We've borne your disgrace long enough," she declared as her body glowed with chakra, and she shot forward to finish the traitorous snake once and for all. As her fist blasted through his chest, his body turned into mud. She looked around the clearing and noticed that Orochimaru was harassing Jiraiya enough that Kisame was able to heal enough to run away. In her expert opinion, Kisame was going to need weeks of rehabilitation even with a skilled medic helping him. Jiraiya groaned as he smashed yet another mud clone, revealing that the real Orochimaru was gone. "How'd they get away?" he asked with a shake of his head. Both the Toad Sages dismissed themselves when the fighting was finished. Tsunade walked up to him with a tired sigh. Orochimaru has always been a slippery one. I'll be sure to send the Alpha Squad after him when I'm in office. Jiraiya turned to her with a curious expression. So you're coming back? He asked as they walked over to where Shizune was taking shelter. I feel like I have no other choice, she said with a snort. You're hopeless without me, and the brat is going to kill himself using complex chakra mechanics on his body, on top of being a little disrespectful brat. Jiraiya let out a full belly laugh. That's Naruto all right. Tsunade glared at him. Don't laugh. There's a strong possibility that he causes a war with that attitude. We need to have a firm hand with him, she argued, while Jiraiya raised his arms in surrender. Shizune moved to Tsunade's side with a relieved smile. She looked at the two of them for a moment before frowning. Where is Naruto? Naruto's face rippled from the force of Itachi's orange chakra-cladded fist. He responded with a kick to Itachi's knee that destabilized his stance, allowing for Naruto grab Itachi's arm then throw him away. Itachi sent a massive fireball at him without a single hand sign. Naruto pointed a palm at the incoming jutsu, then a spark of blue chakra sparked across his hand. The force of jutsu destroyed the center of the fireball that caused the rest of it to dissipate. He weaved 3 hand signs in a blink to warp behind Itachi. With a pulling motion, Itachi was yanked off his feet into a kick from Naruto. Itachi coughed from the kick, then threw a handful of shuriken from his sleeve that Naruto was forced to block with infinity. Orange chakra swirling to life, Itachi moved to engage the blonde through infinity. Itachi punched through the chakra shield, smashing into Naruto's solar plexus. Both of them engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks. While Itachi was the far better combatant, Naruto was able to bridge some of the distance between them with applications of blue and rasengan variations. Itachi sighed before throwing dozens of smoke bombs on the ground. Naruto blinked a few times and rapidly looked around, his 6 eyes working overtime to decipher what Itachi's next move was. He readied himself to summon a red if the avatar was about to return in full glory. After a fully 2 minutes, Naruto stood up with a frown. What the, did he fucking run? Naruto shouted in disbelief. No, they accomplished their mission, came the shout of Jiraiya in the distance as he and the 2 women walked into the ruined clearing. Naruto popped up in front of them from a warp. Well, I guess all that's left is to knock the old bat out and drag her home. Shizune, you can walk if you behave. Behave, Shizune muttered as she glared at him. While Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm going home, brat, she said after a deep breath. It's time I move on, and make sure a fool like you doesn't kill themselves or cause another war. Naruto looked at her with a disgusted expression. I'm not going to start a war. You will if you keep with your fundamental irreverence to everyone around you. I respect plenty of people. If you say Jiraiya, I'm going to throw up. Hey. As the curtain closed on what will be known as the Battle of Tanzuka Hills, several people, hidden under seals and hidden jutsu, made their way home to report to their superiors. As the excitement from the battle died down, the 4-leaf ninja made their way back to town. Jiraiya was completely uninjured. He was worried at the beginning that his low reserves would cost him, but summoning the elders allowed them to feed him chakra. He subtly glanced at Tsunade. He kept his full sage mode back as he didn't want to look like an ugly toad for her. Not that he needed it. Kisame was a danger to most, but he wasn't one of them. Large water jutsu weren't all that threatening to a master of the earth, not when he had nature chakra filling him up. My lady, are you okay? Asked Shizune as she took in her master's disheveled state and dried blood. Tsunade nodded and rubbed her shoulder. That snake ripped my arm off, but my jutsu healed me right up. Still hurt though, she responded before turning to Jiraiya. You okay, you old fool? Jiraiya offered her a small grin. Not a scrape, princess. She turned to the blonde whose back was to them. And you brat? Are you hurt? Is your head feeling alright? Blurry vision. Naruto glanced at her for a second. I'm fine. I need to go. I'll meet the 3 of you in town. Without waiting for a response, he warped out of the clearing. Tsunade frowned. What was that all about? She asked. Shizune looked worried. I think he's going back to the area where those mutated ninja were. She said sadly. He mentioned that he could tell it wasn't voluntary, and killed them quickly. Jiraiya looked down sadly. He arrived at the battle quite upset. Tsunade looked at him with a frown. I need to have a talk with him, and we need to check his brain. Both Shizune and Jiraiya turned to her in surprise. The battle was hard fought. He had to go to the very deep end to get his infinity to work against Kisame. Then there was Itachi's ability with the chakra avatar. The ability to negate chakra and the ability to seal anything away was an absurd combination. All these tough confrontations had done the amazing job of forcing him to not think about what he went through beforehand. Naruto, a hole in the ground with a sigh. Since that day in the forest his mind has been clearer, like looking through a freshly cleaned window after months of neglect. Not to mention his natural excitement for battle and showing off his strength. He had never killed before his 6 eyes awakened either. Not since his mind cleared up and he started to mature a bit. Even before he knew it would be an eventuality, it wasn't supposed to happen for Genin. Yet, after his awakening he was put in fights where death was inevitable, and if he was right, he was going to only be put in fights where death was the conclusion going forward. Such was the nature of his position now. Another hole was blasted into the ground then hollowed out. These ninja, taken or willingly following Orochimaru, did not want to turn into experiments. The strong, the S-class, they attracted people in droves and even one such as Orochimaru would attract many followers to potentially gain strength from his greatness. However, no one would want to turn into a mindless beast sent out to die. Naruto knew that he was strong, stronger than most, but he wasn't strong enough. He didn't have a way to stop these men without killing them and was forced to put them out of their misery. If he were faster and more knowledgeable on chakra and the human body, perhaps something could be done. The last hole was finished, and Naruto sighed. He then began to place all the dead mutated ninja into their holes. Alas, he was not able to help, so he did all he could. Give them a grave. As he finished covering the last filled hole, he stared out at the dozens of newly dug unmarked graves. I'm sorry this was your fate. This is not a fate fit for anyone. I will kill that snake, I promise. Naruto said seriously, his 6 eyes glowing powerfully. As Naruto walked back to Tanzuka-gai he cleared his mind and thought back to the battle. He made a frightful discovery about his current jutsu arsenal. Red, while having the most devastating output of force and destruction, was remarkably limited in use. Blue was far more useful and far more versatile despite being less outwardly destructive. The space-natured color jutsu duo were empowered by positive and negative chakra respectively. Red was the easier to figure out as it was essentially an explosion of force in a set direction. Blue was more difficult and more complex due to the way negative chakra interacted with space-natured jutsu. He'd have to think on it more and do some testing, because he is starting to think he was underestimating his creation. Not to mention infinity, it was unwieldy, and his instincts were fighting it. He was unwittingly weakening it in places as he instinctively reinforced the point of impact of a jutsu. Itachi somehow deduced that and started exploiting it to get through. Not to mention he can't use jutsu while keeping it up right now. More tests, more training, he wasn't there yet, he wasn't the strongest. It will take time, but he will get there. Not only are many visitors running from our village, but you've destroyed so much of the surroundings and buildings it could take months to get back to where we were literally yesterday. Shouted the mayor of Tanzuka-gai. Shizune looked appropriately apologetic. Jiraiya was stoically listening while Tsunade and Naruto were barely paying attention. Naruto took a breath as the man went on yet another tirade about damages and costs. Okay. Shouted Naruto with a whine, what do you want? Want us to go find them and ask them to pay for damages? He said with a raised eyebrow. We fought them outside the village and there were no casualties for civilians. That's a remarkable outcome for a battle of 5 S-class ninja and Tsunade. He said with a cocky smirk. Jiraiya subtly rolled his eyes. Tsunade glared at him before turning to the mayor. I promise that the funds to rebuild the village will be allocated as soon as we return to the Leaf Village. As the incumbent Hokage, it will be among my first actions. She promised. Jiraiya nodded. We will make sure this village does not suffer any more financial harm due to the damages. Naruto stayed silent while Shizune tried to smile to reassure the mayor, who could only look angry for a few more moments. The old man sighed. That will have to do. I apologize, he said wearily. It's not like my position has any right to treat you all like that. Even if you were just John and your station would be above me much less as you actually are. Thank you for protecting this village and offering support. From there it was logistical conversations between the two Sannin and the mayor on how they would approach the repairs and further developments that have been on hold since the invasion. Naruto had to admit that despite being out of the game for decades, Tsunade handled it with more grace than he'd seen by anyone barring the third. By the time the four of them started making their way out of the village towards the leaf, it was late in the afternoon. Unlike their entrance to Tanzuka-gai, the exit was devoid of all life as the locals were holed up in their homes and many of the tourists were gone. Naruto felt a bit of pity for the innocent people that wanted to escape the normalcy of their lives for a fun-filled trip only for a devastating battle to take place and terrify them. This was supposed to be peace times, such things haven't been commonplace in nearly 14 years. After a few hours of walking, they decided to make a small camp to rest. Jiraiya, seal master extraordinaire, unsealed a variety of items and food, making their night as comfortable as possible without being in a hotel. Soon they sat around a fire, with Jiraiya regaling them with hyperbolic stories of his journeys. Suddenly Tsunade interrupted him to ask Naruto a direct question. "How are you using that healing jutsu?" she demanded with steely eyes staring directly into the sunglass-covered six eyes. Naruto turned to her with a raised eyebrow. "I told you I'm powering yin nature healing jutsu like yours with positive chakra to hypercharge the healing effects." Tsunade frowned. "That's what I thought. I'll tell you this now, if you do it too much without knowing proper healing techniques, you're going to fry your brain. It's working perfectly fine. My injuries were quickly healed, and I haven't felt any pain in my head." Tsunade walked forward. Naruto frowned but allowed her to put her palm to his forehead. Jiraiya and Shizune watched silently. She activated a yellow glowing bubble of chakra and placed it over his head for a few moments. In a lightning-fast motion that took Naruto by surprise, Tsunade scratched his cheek with her nails. "What the hell, lady?" he shouted in shock as he touched his scratch and saw blood on his finger. Tsunade kept the yellow jutsu active and stared at him. "Heal." Naruto sighed, figured that was what she was getting at. He thought before activating his healing technique. Since they were very light and small injuries, it took less than a second to fix, all the while Tsunade nodded with a frown. "As I thought, you are failing to properly heal yourself. Your brain, the parts that are used to control your chakra, is far more developed than any human I've scanned barring some Uchiha, likely due to your six eyes. However, it is being strained trying to use the ratios of chakra that you are using to heal yourself. If a normal person like me or Jiraiya were to try what you were doing, our brains would melt out our nose after a few minutes." Naruto stared at the ground in surprise. He was sure that he had gotten the math right. Positive chakra was very tricky to harness and even more so to manipulate, but he was getting the result he wanted, so why? "As I said during the battle, you are not the first to look into pure positive chakra being used in a healing capacity. It is just too strong to heal something as delicate as the body. It is too volatile to keep within the body like that," elaborated Tsunade. Jiraiya decided now was time to ask the question on his mind for a while. "Naruto, you mentioned using positive and negative chakra for jutsu, but what exactly does that mean? I have a very rudimentary understanding of what those chakras are." Shizune looked like she agreed. Naruto leaned back. "It's not like fire or earth-natured jutsu, it is far deeper. So think of the chakra you use every day like water. Positive and negative chakra are more akin to the hydrogen and oxygen molecules that make up that water." Shizune frowned in thought. "So a deeper form of yin and yang chakra?" she asked. "No," Naruto said with a shake of his head. "Yin and yang are spiritual and physical aspects of chakra, yin being the spiritual part that illusions and healing make the most use of creation and formation, while yang being the physical that chakra enhancement body and clans like the Akamichi make use of power and life." He continued, "So if I were to break it down in how I use it, I'd have to tell you that the jutsus blue and red are space nature jutsu." This confused them even more, but he continued, "Think of a jutsu like a flashlight, the nature of the jutsu like space, yin, fire, or whichever, like the battery, and finally the positive and negative chakra as the charge within the battery." He didn't bother explaining how infinity was time-based chakra mixed with space-natured chakra. It was why he couldn't use it properly before his fight with Kisame. He was thinking that to halt incoming attacks he would only need time chakra, but he actually needed mostly space nature with time chakra sprinkled in. It wasn't space-time, it was space and time, which is immensely difficult. "I see now," Jiraiya said with a low rumble. "Naruto, you need to refine your knowledge of the human brain and human body as well as healing jutsu. Like before when we told you your greatest weakness, you have gaps of knowledge that don't let you take advantage of your innate comprehension of chakra." Now Naruto was surprised. "I don't understand. If I don't use it too much, I should be fine, right?" Tsunade sighed. Right now the strain on your brain would likely be completely gone in a matter of days due to your genetic vitality. But if you were ever to truly push your healing, your mind will start to overheat and you'd slowly lose fine-tuned control of chakra. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Fine, not like I'd really need it any time soon. Fighters like Itachi Uchiha don't grow on trees. At that the three others agreed. Naruto then shot up. Wait. Itachi managed to replicate my healing. What about him? Does this mean I won the fight and he's gonna die? Tsunade frowned. Seeing as how he has a very powerful ocular ability, his brain is likely as developed as yours, so he shouldn't die that quickly, but the fact that he managed to copy it at all means he has experience with positive chakra. Unless he is secretly a medic or doctor, I'm not sure how that would be possible. Jiraiya looked down with a frown. He had the answer to that, but that wasn't something he'd share verbally with anyone. Could that type of healing fix a disease? Asked Jiraiya out of the blue. Naruto didn't know and Tsunade hummed. It would need to be perfected and it would very much depend on the disease. Healing isn't cut and dry like that, and some are just not curable through chakra. Chakra can expedite the process, but it isn't a miracle. At the end of the day, it's the body healing itself. So no, Naruto said with a flat stare. She took too many words to answer a yes or no question. Jiraiya frowned but didn't say any more. Naruto yawned and stood up. On that note, I'm getting to bed. With that he moved to his tent while the three older ninjas stayed by the fire to continue talking. He got the point from Tsunade. He was careless and tried something risky in the heat of the moment. Regardless, it was one more thing to master, and he will master it. As Naruto and the rest made their way home, the rest of the world were reeling from the news of the Leaf's newest monster. The Tsuchikage, Onoki the fence-sitter, one of the very few of the first-generation ninja left in the world and one of the three legendary pillars of the old guard. The other two being the third Hokage and Hanzo of the Salamanders. Was not happy. In front of him was one of the unmarked ninja. They are a shadow group that work independently of any of the great five nations and sold information. Such as when anytime a new S-class is announced, they were the first to challenge to gauge their skill to sell the intel. Onoki looked over the stack of paper. The report covered the entirety of the now dubbed Battle of Tanzuka Hills. Apparently, they made use of the many dying sound ninja to conceal themselves under seals and illusions and continued to gather information. Smart. So those Leaf ninja have a new bloodline, and a powerful one at that. The old man hummed. The distorted voice of the unmarked spoke. He is powerful, and he is young. Already contending with other S-class ninja. The price for this information is set at 10 million. Onoki waved him off as he looked over the documents and wrote some notes down before snapping his finger. Take this to the administration office. I want his face and this information in our next bingo book. He ordered one of his masked guards who sped off. Onoki growled. The Leaf was becoming a force once again. After losing the fourth, he wasn't worried about them getting greedy, but now they have Uzumaki and Tsunade back, he wasn't going to let this go. It was time to get his forces back into shape and kick up Kurotoshi's training. The winds of change were howling. Line break. The Raikage, the Berserker of Thunder, the Living Lightning Bolt, the A of the dreaded AB combo. He was considered the strongest of the Great Five Kage in the world. The Hokage and Tsuchikages being out of their prime, Kage was irrelevant to him, and the Mizukage either dead or insane. It wasn't that much of a claim anymore. Something that annoyed him non-stop. Regardless, as he paid off the unmarked ninja and glared at the information in front of him. Recall B. Bring me Darui, C, Yugito and Samui, now. He demanded to one of his assistants who scurried off with a squeak. This Naruto Uzumaki was clearly the son of his rival Minato Namikaze and that fiery red-head Kushina Uzumaki. Now he was a procession of a new bloodline and holding his own against the monsters of the shinobi world at 12. He wasn't going to hold back anymore. That meddlesome Tsuchikage had been poking at his territories for the last few years, and now it was time for him to start kicking his forces into top gear. The stone and the leaf needed to be reminded that the cloud was the strongest. He furiously scribbled down some notes and handed them off. It was time Naruto Uzumaki was added to his bingo book. More money would cause more eyes to be put on him. He wanted every interested party with a knife to be going after him. Itachi Uchiha sat down in a meditative position as he activated the jutsu given to him by Pain to communicate with the rest organization for their meetings. He looked over at Kisame, who was medically knocked out, to allow him to heal. What a mess. Space distorted and he could see the colorful blurry images of his fellow Akatsuki members. Itachi turned to his leader who was gazing at them through the legendary eyes of the sage. His staunch and absolutely stunning partner Konan stood next to him silently. "Thank you all for making it on short notice," started Pain, his baritone voice and powerful gaze unnerving Itachi slightly. "I would like us all to hear the report from Itachi and Orochimaru, as I understand Kisame is unable to join due to injuries." That got reactions out of the group. The more unstable ones laughed. Itachi knew it was his turn to speak. It was a successful assignment. Naruto Uzumaki's abilities were as Orochimaru said them to be, if not better. However, he showed no signs of the 9 tails in his abilities. I estimate that if he is out of our reach for too long it could become a group effort to bring him in. His abilities. The gravelly voice of Sasori of the Red Sands spoke up. He possesses jutsu that can manipulate space in a variety of ways and a full body barrier that protects him from any and all harm. However, it is imperfect at the moment as I was able to exploit some holes. Very well, Pain said. Orochimaru's intel was confirmed as legitimate, and he has been brought back into the fold. As of now Kisame is out of commission, so Orochimaru will partner with Itachi. I want a written out list of strengths and weaknesses for Naruto, Itachi, as I may decide to bring him in myself in the future. Continue your assignments in Rakan. We will reconvene in 1 month's time. Dismissed. Ordered Pain, and the many blurry silhouettes blinked out, leaving only Pain and Konan. The boy is good. The deep voice of a masked man spoke from the shadows. I observed the fight. Itachi will lose if they fight again due to his sickness and Naruto's growth rate. What do you suggest? Asked Konan. We wait and put pressure on the boy. He is in a position that will not allow him much rest. The S-class are always in demand. We must constantly apply pressure. Then when it is time, he will be brittle. The masked man's lone eye hole glowed red with a blazing Sharingan. The village hidden in the leaves was a sight for what seemed like an endless mission for Naruto. While realistically only being about a week or so, it felt like months. Naruto looked around with a laid-back expression and an easy-going smile. His sunglasses glinted in the light and the people they passed looked at the group in awe. Tsunade was leading the charge, walking with purpose, Shizune by her side faithfully, while Jiraiya calmly walked a few steps back. Naruto rolled his eyes as he noticed the real reason. He let Tsunade lead. Unlike normal returns, they weren't headed for the Hokage Tower to report, they were going to the hospital to immediately treat the old man. Jiraiya making it a point that they needed him awake to keep certain parties off their back. Naruto tried not to let his annoyance show. He wasn't fond of the so-called High Council after their last conversation. They could all suck a rock for all he cared. Tsunade's presence caused all the people and staff at the hospital to part, allowing the group to go to their destination unimpeded. Naruto quite liked the treatment they were getting. Everyone was so reverent of the old duo that they couldn't bring themselves to speak up, much less approach them. Such legendary figures to the ordinary person or ninja. Naruto would get there soon. The 2 Anbu guarding the door to the third were less impressed. We're here to heal the old man, honestly use your eyes. Naruto said with a roll of his eyes, getting a thump from Tsunade and Jiraiya that he pointedly ignored. The brat is right, please open the door, Tsunade said with authority. Silently the 2 Anbu weaved 2 sets of hand signs and slammed their hands onto the ground, deactivation a variety of seals that covered the floors and walls. Then proceeded to usher them inside. Man, we sure took our time, Naruto said lowly at seeing the state of the third. He was noticeably smaller and weaker, his breathing was short and shallow, and the wrinkles on his face had never looked so deep. Naruto pushed down the urge to grab the old man's hand for comfort, for himself or the old man he couldn't tell. Jiraiya laid a hand on his shoulder and stood next to him silently as Tsunade got to work with Shizune. They can fix him up, Naruto said. Jiraiya turned to him. Are you asking or telling me? I'm telling myself, he answered. It was faster than Naruto thought. Tsunade placed glowing green hands over the old man's chest, then worked down all of his limbs before finishing on his head. As she went, color and life returned to the old man. He wasn't what he was before, but he didn't look half dead anymore. After only 20 minutes, Tsunade sat back in one of the chairs next to the bed. Shizune continuing her tasks of jumpstarting his body back into full order. Naruto held his breath as he watched the old man's breathing turn to normal and his face twitch a few times. After a while his eyes opened and he let out the most undignified yawn. That was quite the rest. The third said tiredly, "Ah Tsunade, it's wonderful to see you my girl, I must have gone more overboard than I thought that you'd come back." Naruto shot forward before anyone could interrupt. "You nearly killed yourself, old man." He shouted indignantly, "What were you thinking? You're too old for jutsu like that. You ask your assistants to cool your soup." The third glared at him. "What did I say about bringing that up in front of people?" He gritted out pointedly, ignoring the disbelieving look from Shizune and the snickers from his two students. Naruto looked at him in wonder. "That's what you're worried about, those two knowing you're old. They still see their magnificent sensei, don't take that from them." Jiraiya and Tsunade interrupted flatly, "Who are you fooling, sensei?" Hiruzen's head dropped, and he went back to business. "How bad?" Tsunade sighed sadly, "Your days of large-scale jutsu are gone. I was able to undo a lot of the damage, but you aren't going to have half the power you did before. Your coils are just too strained to put that much chakra through them without risking permanent damage." "How tiresome," muttered Hiruzen. "I suppose I really must find a successor." Jiraiya stepped forward. "We got that covered, it will be Tsunade, it's the other reason she returned," he said while gesturing to the woman. Hiruzen turned to her in surprise. Tsunade nodded. "These two idiots tracked me down and convinced me to come home. Although I wouldn't have been able to do that if Naruto wasn't so reckless, it snapped me out of my issues. I still have a bit to work through, but I think I'm back in shape," she stated proudly. Hiruzen couldn't have looked more proud than he did now. Under her sensei's gaze, Tsunade had a nearly unnoticeable blush that she shook off. Jiraiya smiled softly and pulled Naruto out of the room with Shizune following. Hiruzen and Tsunade, who were busy catching up after decades of separation, didn't notice their departure. Naruto frowned. He had wanted to talk with the old man, but even he could acknowledge that it could wait. When they were back out in the hallway, Jiraiya turned to them. "Shizune, you don't have to do anything, so you can wait here or go look around the village and reunite with your friends. Naruto, we should let the council know of our success." Naruto looked at Jiraiya for several seconds. "No." Then he warped away. He'd much rather catch back up with his team than be anywhere around those old fogies. As soon as Naruto warped away from Jiraiya and out of the hospital, he made his way towards the training grounds. He had desperately wanted to reunite with his team and tell them what happened, more Sasuke, but he wouldn't begrudge Sakura and potentially Kakashi from hearing the juicy news. There wasn't much out of the ordinary in the village as he sped towards the designated training areas. There were more Chunin patrols than normal. Even squads of genin led by older, more experienced Chunin were seen in the innermost patrols of the village. Naruto noticed that even though their numbers were supposed to be the lowest of the Great Five Nations, there were more ninja in the village than he thought they had available. Hundreds were actively patrolling, either hidden or on the ground with the civilians. Seems the lockdown would continue till the old woman takes the hat and settles tensions. Shaking his head, Naruto pushed on towards the training grounds. He arrived and was happy to see that his whole team was here. Even more surprisingly, Kakashi was home and on the training grounds that Team 7 used to frequent during their D-class mission days. In front of Kakashi was Sakura, who held a face of anger and determination as she held both hands on the ground. Sasuke was heavily breathing from his place on the ground. His hair was wildly sticking up wildly in the air, and he seemed to be shaking slightly. He easily deduced that Sakura was working on mastering earth-natured chakra while Sasuke was suffering from overuse of lightning-natured chakra. It would seem that Kakashi was finally taking himself seriously as a teacher. Naruto nodded. Sakura was showing remarkable progress in utilizing earth-natured chakra after only a few weeks of practice. He decided now was a good time to announce his presence, with a flare. Sakura felt a bead of sweat fall from her forehead in exertion as she molded layers upon layers of chakra to harden and solidify into a strong rock foundation. Right as she felt progress, Naruto of all people popped into existence right in front of her face. "Hey!" shouted Naruto, getting a shriek out of his female teammate and looks of surprise from the two males. "I missed you guys." Sakura shot to her feet and immediately went for a punch. Much to her shock, her fist was stopped right in front of Naruto's face, and he only chuckled at her fury. "What the hell is this?" she asked in shock. No matter what she did, her fist wouldn't close the last bit of distance. "Oh, it's infinity," Naruto answered nonchalantly, not bothering to elaborate despite her follow-up. "What?" and turned to Kakashi and Sasuke. the mission was a success, but it went a little crazy towards the end. We ran into Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha who were backing up Orochimaru. Naruto's delivery of those words, lacking any and all seriousness, threw Kakashi through such a loop he felt slightly lightheaded. On top of Naruto's lack of injuries, it just didn't make sense, that lineup was cause for some sort of injuries. Sasuke had a more visceral response. Itachi. What happened? He shouted. I kicked his ass, exclaimed Naruto with a grin, though he kept up for the most part. Naruto said offhandedly. Sasuke twitched from the ground trying to comprehend what he was hearing. For once in your damn life be straight with me. What happened with Itachi? Naruto blinked at his usually silent and apathetic teammate. Well, it's like I said, I fought with Itachi, answered Naruto. He's good, very good. If I were to put it honestly, if I'm a 10 he's a 9.5. Naruto then turned to Kakashi with a thoughtful expression, making the man in question look at him curiously. Kakashi would be a 7 on this scale. Kakashi, instead of a sarcastic remark or even a condescending one like he was known for when teasing his students, actually hummed at that assessment. That's quite generous, Naruto. So I'm closer to Itachi than I thought. After all, I'm quite out of shape compared to what I used to be in my Anbu days. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a narrowed gaze. You're a capable Jonin, not to mention your Sharingan further enhancing you. I'd say outside of the S class you're the second strongest. That got a look out of all of Team 7, so Naruto elaborated, if Might Guy can use the 8 inner gates, then he's stronger than even me when going all out. For now, he added quietly at the end. Kakashi nodded. That's very true. Can you tell us anything about Itachi's jutsu? He asked while subtly eyeing a silent Sasuke glaring into space. Naruto thought for a moment. Well, his Mangekyo Sharingan has a fearsome ability. It's a chakra avatar that's massive and can take some incredibly strong attacks without flinching. In fact, the only jutsu he had that would break it open was a full-powered red or a massive rasengan. Sasuke looked down with a frown. Sakura, who silently listened this whole time, finally spoke up. How about his genjutsu? She asked. Naruto waved her off. For anyone besides me it would be a way harder fight. I can see the buildup of chakra for his genjutsu and negate it from entering my system. Sakura nodded her head in a daze. She wasn't even sure why she asked. He then turned to Sasuke. You and I are going to start playing together. I've seen how he fights and the jutsu he favors. Ninjutsu, he has a very wide arsenal, and in taijutsu, he's better than everyone in this field. Six eyes flared and he made sure to make eye contact with Sasuke. His genjutsu is unparalleled. He instantly tried to ensnare me in 6 genjutsu from a single glance. Kakashi's eye widened. That's unheard of, he said in shock. Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fist so hard his nails pierced into his palm. Naruto knew that some dark thoughts were swirling around in his teammates' heads and flicked a micro-red at him that hit with the force of a thump. Hey, I just said you and I are going to train. I'll beat you until you're strong. Relax, chided Naruto with a smirk. Now that the Itachi stuff was out of the way, he can address the other stuff that went on in the mission. So we have a new Hokage, it's that old woman Tsunade. Not sure how I feel about it, but she's about the only candidate that would do it. Kakashi nodded silently at the news. He didn't seem too surprised, so he must have expected this outcome or just flat out knew that was what was coming. Naruto wasn't sure how in the know Kakashi was, not that it really mattered all that much. Sakura smiled. Wow, I've always admired Lady Tsunade. It would be fantastic if she started teaching new medic ninja. She's not all that great, Naruto said flatly, but she could be, who knows. Sakura didn't seem convinced as she rolled her eyes. Lady Tsunade is one of the greatest ninja alive. Naruto nodded. There was no denying that, even if she left much to be desired in his opinion. Regardless, that's the news. More will come, I'm sure, as the old woman gets pushed through the system to take the hat. The old man is up again. She fixed him quite quickly. 3 relieved sighs left his teammates at the news. Even Sasuke looked relieved to hear that the third was okay. Naruto had no idea that Sakura and Sasuke were that invested in the old man's survival. Beyond passing out a few missions and the graduation speech, he didn't think they ever spoke to him. Sure, that was their leader, but Sasuke didn't strike him as the most patriotic individual. Unknown to Naruto, the thought passing through his 2 teammates was a bit different. Thank goodness, someone who can control Naruto is still alive. Deciding not to linger on thoughts of that and move on, Naruto smiled. So with that in mind, I have some training I want to start as a team. I need help, my infinity is giving me trouble and I need to have some added assistance. Beyond that, I will help all three of you with your weaknesses. Kakashi tilted his head. What would you help me with? He didn't sound all that offended, more genuinely curious. He'd once been the youngest in the room and the strongest at the same time, so he wouldn't begrudge Naruto too hard. Naruto smiled. Glad you asked. You have a stamina weakness. Your chakra capacity is actually above the average for Jonin, believe it or not. It's just the usage of the Sharingan is so high. I actually think you have staggering reserves, you just get drained so fast. I'll show you how to control the flow of chakra to that eye. Kakashi seemed impressed at the thought. He then turned to Sakura. You're on the way to being strong. I need to continue where we left off on taijutsu and I'll help with your chakra enhancement, body technique. Kakashi and I will help you with ninjutsu and whatever you want to specialize in from there. Now Sasuke, Naruto said while turning to the last teammate who waited with a scowl on his face, there are many areas we need to improve, basically every area. If your goal is to surpass Itachi, then I hate to say that you have a long way to go. But, Naruto shouted with a happy grin at Sasuke's furious expression, I have a plan. I'm going to beat you into the ground every day until I force your eyes to mature. I will help you with chakra control and you will work with Kakashi on controlling those funny red eyes of yours. Naruto's grin became predatory as he started to think of all the ways to beat up Sasuke in the name of training. Memories, many memories flowed into Naruto's mind of their time in the academy and after, when Sasuke would ruthlessly beat him down in every spar. Oh, how exciting it was to be on this end of it. He was sure Sasuke would get stronger in the process. Yeah, it would work. What about you? Asked Sasuke. What are you improving on? What's infinity? Naruto smiled. Well, it's a jutsu I developed. It is based on space-natured chakra and forming a barrier around myself while adding a small stream of time-natured chakra into it. Put simply, anything that comes into contact with it is slowed down and never touches me. Think of it like the infinite number of fractions between 1 and 2. The three listening looked truly astonished, but Naruto scowled. It's far harder than it sounds. It took some crazy work to get the ratio right and to operate how I wanted it to. Yet even then, now my subconscious is messing with the jutsu. If the barrier is in place, nothing can penetrate it, but I subconsciously reinforce the area of impact and in turn, weaken the opposite side. Itachi instantly took advantage of that to break through in our fight. Naruto pointed at them. That's why I need you three, with different jutsu and tools to attack me from different angles while I fight my own clones in hand-to-hand combat. I need to make the barrier automatic. He declared with a grin. If infinity becomes something I can subconsciously maintain, then I will be able to use jutsu while it is active, another current weakness. Kakashi felt lightheaded. You'd be invincible. He trailed off looking faint. Naruto shook his head. No, nothing is perfect, and infinity while close isn't either. I did learn of a weakness. At the end of the day, it is still a chakra barrier and will fall victim to the same things as other barriers. He said seriously. Sakura looked nonplussed and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Neither of them was all that knowledgeable about barriers. Kakashi hummed. I suppose a stronger barrier could override it. He mused in thought. Naruto nodded. Probably, and sealing jutsu. There are ways to cancel out any jutsu, seals, and barriers. Forcibly turning off jutsu, and one more, but I don't think anyone outside of masters of sealing jutsu could do it. Creating an empty barrier of chakra that infinity would fill on contact while attacking, thereby negating the jutsu. Naruto rattled off. He wanted to tell his team of the weaknesses for one reason. If they could see the chinks in his armor, then maybe they could find more that he wasn't seeing. Doubtful, but he was going to see what came of it. Beyond that, I just need to refine my current arsenal and explore areas I'm lacking in. Naruto finished with a nod. So I think tomorrow we can get started. From there Kakashi went over what he would like to begin working on with the three of them. Sasuke added in places that he could help with, thanks to the scrolls from his family he still had access to, and Sakura chimed in when needed. Naruto felt that this was the start to a completely new and terrifying Team 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly in his hospital bed. It was about 3 days since he woke from his coma, and he was already regaining his strength. He'd never reach the height of his power again or even half, but he was sure he could run some Jonin into the ground if he had to. There was a small part of fury that flashed through him, a tiny part that wished to die on the battlefield like his predecessors and successor. Not living to become a weak shell of what he once was. The god of shinobi, bedridden. What a joke. Some good did come from his continued existence. He'd been able to see the return of Tsunade, the student he was most fond of. She had been by his side till she fled from the ninja life all those years ago. She helped him run the village since she was a young teenager, having been practically bred for the position. He was sure of the 3 options for Hokage, she was currently the best for sure. Jiraiya wouldn't take the hat, too many responsibilities and hang-ups in the way. Not to mention some, questionable, orders would come from that one to the woman of the village if he was given autonomy. Danzo was his age and just didn't have the charisma of a Hokage. He was too militant and couldn't inspire loyalty, something that the second saw as well in their youth. It was the main reason Hiruzen gave command of Anbu to Danzo during the Second and Third War. He was truly good at commanding forces, just not leading people. There was a fourth that wasn't even considered by the High Council, but Hiruzen knew that it was an option. After all, those fools in the desert were pushing for Gaara to take the mantle of Kazekage from what little intel they managed to receive. Naruto, while young and inexperienced and hot-headed and foolish, and, okay, Hiruzen had to acknowledge that maybe Naruto wasn't an option. The boy was simply too strong and too young, that brashness had to be beaten out of him. He was thinking from experience, he too was a young man with too much talent and power. It took the first Hokage smacking him around for Hiruzen to learn humility. There were many things Naruto still needed, then there was that which had been pushed aside for a while, and who knew what it would do to the 6 eyes. Also, from what Jiraiya had told him, Naruto has become a bit too curious about his past and unturned stones that were meant to stay hidden till he was older. The door to the hospital room opened, and of all people to visit, Naruto walked in with a down expression. They hadn't had a chance to speak since he woke up, almost as if the boy had been avoiding him. Naruto took a breath. We need to talk, old man. Hiruzen felt the urge to smoke, but the nurses had confiscated his pipe. He could only nod. Indeed we do, my boy. I know about mom and dad, Naruto said lamely. He knew the old man knew that he knew, but it felt right to say it. I just want to know why. Sure, my dad had enemies, but me knowing. Just knowing that I came from a loving family would have helped. He finished in a whisper. Hiruzen wasn't that surprised that Naruto came right out and said it. The boy had always been straightforward. So all he could do was exhale tiredly and feel all too old in this moment. It was more for the sake of the village than yours, Hiruzen said, feeling now was the time to be completely honest rather than telling one of their strongest people half-truths that could blow up later. Believe it or not, I've made some truly terrible and downright horrible decisions as Hokage for the betterment of the village. I have personally put to the sword hundreds of people, if not thousands, in my time. I knew that by keeping this truth from you, from everyone not in the know already, that I could keep wandering eyes off of you in the village until we were stronger. Naruto frowned but didn't speak up. Hiruzen continued. It's the unfortunate burden of the hat, Naruto. The best and most terrible decisions come directly from you. Ordering an attack that will take the lives of thousands, or condemning a small boy to a lonely life to keep him and the village safe. Now what? Everyone knows now, Naruto muttered, not feeling like he was strong anymore but like a small kid asking the old man what he should do next after flunking a test in the academy. I'm angry, so very angry, that my whole life I spent it not knowing why I was alone and why no one wanted me. He took off his glasses to stare into Hiruzen's eyes. Now I have these, the special eyes everyone cares about, and now I get to know about my family, and now everyone wants to be around me. What if I had never gotten these eyes? He shouted. Then I'd be dead, Hiruzen said frankly, making Naruto's eyes widen. My boy, I would have died on that roof, and you would still be alone. Perhaps in the future, you would have become strong and turned people around from their fear and hatred, but without those eyes, it would have taken much longer. Naruto hissed and looked down. Then I'm glad I have them. I want you here to see me, to watch me become the strongest. You're the only one I know in the whole world that's been there the whole time. He said seriously, making sure not to look at the old man. He didn't want him to see his eyes water. Hiruzen hadn't been looking at him regardless as he looked towards the ceiling with misty eyes. I'm thankful that you feel that way still. I'm truly thankful you were there to help me, my boy. Neither said a word for a while. both lost in thought and dealing with a swirl of emotion both usually didn't feel too often. Naruto wasn't sure how to proceed. He was still very angry at the situation, but he didn't really have it in himself to be mad at the old man, and that just left him feeling tired. Hiruzen felt a burden on his heart lighten a tad as a conversation he'd been dreading for over a decade didn't end in someone he considered family cursing him. It may not be a perfect situation, but he'd take it over what it could have been any day. Did they leave behind anything? Naruto asked suddenly. Hiruzen was snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. Indeed, while most of their things were destroyed in the Nine Tails attack, there was quite a bit I was able to salvage and put into storage. I'll show you. Hiruzen made to get up, but Naruto looked at him worriedly. Don't think of me as a frail old man. Snapped Hiruzen, to which Naruto could only hastily nod. Shakily at first Hiruzen got to his feet, but after a couple of seconds he became more steady. Naruto noticed that the old man had been slowly funneling chakra through his body to strengthen himself. He was ready to go. The Anbu, knowing that he should still be in bed, were caught in a weird place. They had no authority over Hiruzen but knew he was breaking the rules. Naruto snickered as the masked guards fidgeted in place trying to figure out what to do. Enough, ordered Hiruzen in his Hokage voice, accompany us or stay. You are my elite. Stop fidgeting like schoolgirls waiting to confess to their crush. That stopped them as they silently fell in step behind their leader. Naruto felt like he was about to pop a blood vessel from holding in a laugh. Hiruzen didn't hold back the smirk. They made their way to the Hokage tower where the high-security storage lay. Many things were kept inside, mostly sacred tools, scrolls, and treasures that couldn't be stored elsewhere. Gold that had been taken from the land of stones during the Third War. Or from the land of water that was so valuable 1 kilo could set a family for 4 generations of luxury. Many more, but in there as well was a large box that Hiruzen led Naruto to. Inside weren't scrolls or jewels that held riches for him. Naruto didn't really want that anyway. There were clothes, pictures, and a notebook that had burned edges. The pictures were from different times in his parents' lives. Some from his dad's academy days then with his teammates, another with Jiraiya. Even one where his parents looked like fresh genin. His mom had pictures with an older woman with long red hair, by herself at graduation, then with his dad and Jiraiya. Then the pictures as a couple ranging from dates to their wedding photo. Naruto's mouth quivered at the last one and he noticed his eyes stung. The last frame was a picture of his mother and father. His mom was very pregnant, and next to that photo on the frame was a slot without a picture, and under it had the words "Our son Naruto" carved into it. All he could do was hold the frame to his chest tightly. Hiruzen had long dismissed the guards from the room and was sadly walking away. He didn't want to encroach on the Uzumaki Namikaze family any more than he already had. He'd let the boy cry over his lost family in peace. He hoped Naruto would get some kind of closure from this. Hiruzen felt that he was in for an interesting meeting. About a week after taking Naruto to the archives, he and everyone in the High Council were called to meet. All the clan heads and department head were to meet to go over the transition of power from himself to Tsunade. As he sauntered into the large meeting room, he noticed most were already there. The Inoshika Cho heads were here in seats quietly talking. Not far was Shibi Aburame not engaging in conversation as he waited. Similarly, Hiyashi Hyuga stoically sat in his chair idly listening to the others. Asuma was here as the Sarutobi clan head, and he was next to the Inoshika Cho not talking but listening to their conversation. Su Minazuka was talking with the Anbu commander, who Hiruzen couldn't tell if he was engaging or just near her and forced to listen. Jiraiya lounged in a chair by himself scribbling in a notebook, the chair next to him occupied by his large scroll. Tsunade wasn't far from him, listening to his teammates and Danzo prattle on. She turned to Hiruzen with a small, relieved look on her face when she noticed he entered. The heads of the hospital, Barrier Corps, and Intel were seated on the sides of the room. Shizune having taken over the hospital as the most senior doctor besides Tsunade. An elderly man by the name of Shinso was over the Barrier Corps and was hunched over in his chair while Ibiki sat silently in his own while a frown married his face. I believe it's time we begin, said Tsunade as she took a seat at one head of the table, with the elders surrounding her on both sides of that end. Hiruzen took the other end with Jiraiya and his empty chair on one side and his son on the other. The rest of the table was occupied by everyone else. Koharu nodded. Yes, first we. She was interrupted by the door opening. Everyone instantly knew who it was impossible to mistake the chakra presence. Naruto walked in with a serious look on his face and a new look to him. Glasses were gone so that everyone could see his face. He left off his baggy blue jumper and kept the black shirt under it and dark blue baggy pants. Over his shirt was a new addition. A large white haori with red edges, on both shoulders and the back were the red spirals of the Uzumaki clan. That's his mother's clan haori she used to wear. Hiruzen thought fondly. Even though his mother wasn't the tallest of women, her coat was still a bit big on Naruto. The arms that were supposed to be at the elbow went halfway down his forearm and the bottom was near to his knees. Then there was the genuinely serious look on his face as he silently moved forward and took the seat next to Jiraiya after the man moved his scroll. Hiruzen nodded. It would seem that Jiraiya had expected this. "What are you doing here?" asked Tsume with a raised eyebrow. Naruto turned to her. "I'm a clan head. The Uzumaki clan was recognized by this village as a clan over 40 years ago," he answered. "Not till you're either a Jonin or 17 can you take the mantle of clan head," Hiashi interjected. "Otherwise Sasuke Uchiha would be here as well." "I'm S-class as well," Naruto responded flatly. No one could dispute that or have an argument as Jiraiya was put on this council for the same reason. Many didn't like it, but that was how it worked, so they moved on. "Very well. Then as of now, Hiruzen Sarutobi has agreed with the selection of Tsunade Senju to take the mantle of 5th Hokage. Is there anyone on this council with a nominee they believe is better suited for the position?" asked Koharu. It was more of a formality at this point. This would only be a debate if Hiruzen had died, and even then, the Fire Lord would have the final say. Hiruzen had full autonomy to declare his successor. "I believe that Tsunade Senju is not a good fit for the position," declared Inoichi. "Do we ignore that she abandoned this village after the Second War? Authorized or not," he added at the end with a glare towards Shibi, who was about to speak up. Hiashi seemed to agree. No one would seek to minimize her losses, family and fiancé, but despite many of us losing family and spouses, only she was allowed to abandon this village and not return when the Third War began. "Are we certain that this is what we want from a Hokage?" he asked with an open hand gesturing towards a stoic Tsunade. Hiruzen could only sigh as they continued to make, unfortunately, good points. The Anbu commander's distorted voice spoke up next. "She was pardoned by the Hokage, and we won the war. This is an unnecessary argument." Ino glared at the commander. How many lives were lost due to her not being here? She trained up Shizune Kato just fine. She could have stayed and trained medics. Naruto couldn't fault their argument here. He didn't want her to be Hokage for the same reasons. But he wouldn't add wood to this fire, he'd just watch. Jiraiya next to him was silently listening. It seemed he wasn't going to interfere either. "If you're to be Hokage you must earn their loyalty, Tsunade," Hiruzen thought as he listened on. The elders didn't look like they wanted to add anything, and Shizune, representing the hospital and medical corps, looked like she was restraining herself from speaking up. "You're right," Tsunade said, suddenly taking Inoichi off guard. "I abandoned this village. I ran from my pain and tried to ignore the world for all these years. Many died from my actions and inaction, and I will work with the remaining years I have to atone for that." She made sure to make eye contact with everyone in the room. Then she continued, "I know there is a long road ahead of me to regain the respect of this group and likely a number of ninja bearing the leaf headband. Already I'm working to repair problems that I feel would benefit the whole village. If all of you put your trust in me, I will show you that the fire within me that nearly went out has been reignited. I don't want to wallow anymore, and drown my sorrows in sake. I want to work to make sure that the next generation doesn't suffer the fate of mine and yours. But to do that I need all of your cooperation. I need all of you to put your trust in me, if only for a little while, as I show you my worth." No one could mistake the passion and fire in Tsunade's eyes as she spoke. She made sure to put every bit of spirit she could into her words to make sure all of them were felt by the people in the room. Both Inoichi and Hiashi had gone silent as they listened. Naruto took a breath and looked at the old man. Bad choices that were regretted didn't mean they were bad people who didn't deserve a second chance. He knew what he had to do. He turned to Tsunade. "I'll help where I can, Lady Fifth," he announced, cutting through the silence of the room like a blade. Next to him, Hiruzen couldn't keep the proud smile off his face, and Jiraiya's grin was wide and bright. Inoichi could only sigh tiredly as he slumped in his chair while Hiashi stood stoically in his own. The elders, again, remained impartial in this conversation while the rest knew this was merely a formality anyway. "Then the matter is settled," announced Kaharu. "Then we can. I have something I would like to bring up to the council and to the now 5th Hokage," Danzo announced, getting a twitch from Kaharu at being interrupted again. "What are we to do about the sand and sound? Action must be taken against those who invade our village." Hiruzen spoke. The sand weren't totally at fault. Orochimaru posed as their leader and ordered the attack. They retreated as soon as they learned the truth. "The sound needs to be dealt with," Tsunade declared firmly. "I agree that the sand can receive leniency in this case, but Orochimaru must not have control over forces. Commander, I'm ordering you and Alpha Squad into action with Jiraiya. I want to know what numbers the sound has and what kind of infrastructure. Effective immediately. I have already sent a missive to the sand that I want to meet with their leadership for discussions. I will be traveling once we get a location. Naruto and Kakashi will be my guard while Sensei overlooks the village," announced Tsunade. Not excited about that, Naruto thought lamely. He just got back after all. Danzo was as stoic as ever, so no one knew what he was thinking, but Hiruzen could tell that he wasn't thrilled with these decisions, more so involving the sand. Only time would tell what would happen from here. Naruto looked at the massive expanse of land tiredly. The route to the meeting point for the Leaf contingent and the Sand contingent resided in the Land of Rivers, a barrier country between the lands of Fire and Wind. Nothing too interesting lay within the Land of Rivers besides several fishing villages and port towns for trade. It was also a country that had been ravaged by the Great Five Nations during the many battles of the Great Ninja Wars. The group was small, like Tsunade mentioned during the council meeting where the transition of power was formalized. Tsunade, the now 5th Hokage, was being accompanied by 2 guards. Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Hatake. Rare as it was for a sitting cage to leave their lands and people, it was usually only for the most important of occasions such as a ceasefire for war. In this case, it was to avoid an all-out war and for reparations for the attack on the village hidden in the leaves and the loss of civilian life. "What can we expect from this?" Naruto asked out of the blue. "Are they really going to give us anything for their actions? I can see them trying to say that Orochimaru was the real perpetrator of the attack." Kakashi hummed. "They will need to provide something of value as they know that their military might have taken a massive hit with the death of the 4th Kazekage. While Pakura is a renowned S-class ninja, she is the only one left that is still in her prime." Naruto had never heard of Pakura and only hummed. "They have metals unique to their lands," Tsunade said from in front of them. "Metal?" Naruto asked in a bored tone. Kakashi blinked in surprise then nodded. "Oh, that's right," he said gravely as he looked into the distance. Tsunade turned back to Naruto. "Don't underestimate the rarity of the metals harvested in the northern corners of the Land of Wind. Unique from anywhere else in the world. The metal known as shining iron that is then refined into ivory steel is the most coveted ore in the world." Naruto frowned. "Don't tell me it's for some noble in the capital who wanted some fancy jewelry," he said with a snort. "No," Tsunade answered firmly, "they only want moon gems from the south. Ivory steel is something I want for the village." "Oh, why?" "Well, they can be made into blades that are known for incredible sharpness and chakra affinity. Their rarity makes it nearly impossible to get one unless you are granted elite Jonin status as a sand ninja. Even then they are more ceremonial due to an event in the First Great Ninja War," explained Tsunade. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Which was?" "Well," started Kakashi hesitantly, "my father stole one from a defeated enemy." Naruto tilted his head in thought for only a moment before his eyes shot open. He knew of the legendary White Fang of the Leaf, Tsukumo Hatake, known for his white chakra saber and its unique capabilities. "Wait, you mean to tell me that the Sand Village has had access to white chakra sabers this whole time? I've only ever heard of the one used by us." "Well," Kakashi hummed. Tsunade snorted. "They use them, but there aren't many ninjas as prolific as Tsukumo Hatake. I've requested enough metal for 5 blades. Hopefully, in time we will produce ninjas capable of bringing out their potential once again." Naruto blinked. That was a great move. It would give the Leaf highly coveted weapons and endear the Hokage to her forces, who would chomp at the chance to wield a legendary weapon made famous by one of the most deadly ninjas ever produced by their country. "I've also requested a look at Gaara of the desert." Naruto snapped his eyes towards Tsunade. "I want to look at his seal as a show of good faith. I have experience with sealing jutsu and notes from Jiraiya. I'd also like for you to speak with him for obvious reasons. Tsunade shot a look towards Naruto, then his stomach where a seal he was trying to forget about lay, then back forward. Got it, Naruto grunted out with a frown. Flashback. Just after the transfer of Power Council meeting. Naruto stood in front of the recently appointed 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju, who was staring at him quite intently. Kakashi, who was summoned shortly after the meeting, was leaning against the wall behind him while Jiraiya was sitting against the window behind Tsunade. Hiruzen was in a chair off to the side of the Hokage desk picking at his pipe. What do you need, old lady? Naruto asked with a frown. Didn't we just get out of a meeting, why do we need another one? Jiraiya shook his head at his lack of respect and smirked while the third chuckled from his place. It was quite a change from his public backing of her in the meeting. Tsunade ignored it and moved on, because there is something that you and these three have been ignoring or have yet to inform me of the current plan. 4 sets of eyes landed on her with varying degrees of confusion. She sighed, what are we currently planning to do with the 9 tails? Naruto grunted and turned away, while the third sighed tiredly, having already had this conversation during the Chunin exams. Naruto isn't really interested in removing the seal placed on him by Orochimaru. He explained. Naruto snorted, why would I? I'm hundreds of times stronger without that damn fox. Like it or not, keeping it separate from me is actually quite helpful. It's an asset, Jiraiya piped in with a frown. Naruto glared in his direction, one I couldn't hope to control. I don't know if I made it clear, but the 6 eyes let me understand chakra better than all of you, and that thing is beyond human control. It's pure chaotic inhuman chakra. Killer Bee of the 8 tails did it. Kakashi added lightly. Tsunade's eyes glinted, he has been in control of his tailed beast for well over 20 years if not more. If he can do it, I'm confident you can as well. Naruto frowned, what would I even gain? I'm confident that I'm more than strong now and continue to grow stronger every day. Why should I rely on some beast to enhance me? Who could be so terrible that I of all people need that kind of help? He locked eyes with the third, do you think that with a being of pure malice and chaos? Let's ignore that it's incomplete with only its young half right now. Would it be an actual asset? That I would be able to operate as anything more than a mindless beast on a battlefield? Tell me of one high-level ninja that wouldn't know how to handle such an adversary. Naruto took a deep breath as he started pacing. Let's just talk about the ones I've faced already. Orochimaru is so slippery that I think he'd poke and prod a mindless beast before running away. Kisame would enjoy the fight as he stole all of its chakra for himself, turning it into a battle of attrition that he would eventually win. Itachi has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto pointed at himself, I beat Orochimaru at every confrontation so far. After a few back and forths I tore Kisame apart. Itachi was a genuine threat, but that was only for our first fight. If we were to meet tomorrow I'd kill him. Feeling as if he made his point, Naruto sat into the chair in front of Tsunade with a sigh. The 3 elder ninja had a silent conversation with a few glances before Kakashi walked forward. The 9 tails is a part of you, Naruto, he said while placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Well, he tried to if it weren't for infinity, he pulled away with a sigh. As much as you may not like it, Sensei placed the 9 tails with you to not only protect you and the village from its rampage but to give you the power to protect yourself. Tsunade looked at Kakashi with a tilted head. Protect him? Kakashi nodded. Well, yes. That's what I worked out at least. You think Minato didn't lose control that night, that it was the intervention of an outside party that caused the 9 tails rampage? Jiraiya asked with a frown. He must have, or he would have tried to return it to Kushina. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, it makes sense. While beyond the point of saving for most, Kushina was a Uzumaki with a tremendous life force, even for that clan. There likely wasn't a 0% chance of saving her if he returned the 9 tails to her quickly. So you're saying that he couldn't or decided an infant was the better choice? Tsunade asked the two in an unsure tone. Kakashi shrugged, I don't know, all I can say is that Sensei wouldn't make Naruto a Jinchuriki unless he truly believed he had to. I have to agree. Hiruzen added, I never believed that Minato would lose control of the 9 tails while Kushina was giving birth. He was absent at the start of the 9 tails rampage, protected the Hokage monument, then disappeared again. It's most curious. Jiraiya stood up suddenly. So there is someone out there that was capable of breaking through top secret barriers, overpowering Minato, escaping with Kushina, ripping the beast from her, setting it on the leaf, then fighting Minato once again. Now bear in mind this is most likely the most motivated Minato I could possibly imagine due to the situation. Yet still managed to fight him long enough that Minato felt compelled to seal the 9 tails within Naruto instead of Kushina. Who the hell could do that? I couldn't say, Kakashi said slowly. I don't know many that could fight Sensei in the first place. Naruto started to tune out the back and forth speculation as he turned inward. If his father was as deadly as his reputation suggested, Naruto would assume that there was some embellishment due to time and idolization, then the enemy in the dark was someone beyond Itachi and Orochimaru for sure. He'd need to think about it more, but controlling a tailed beast isn't something that can be learned by just anyone, there are only seal masters and bloodlines capable of it. If he was going to be prepared for the future enemy, not to mention whoever was bossing around powerhouses like Itachi and Kisame in the Akatsuki, then he'd need more intel. As much as it physically pained him to admit he wasn't going to get any real answers from speculation. As far as he was aware, there was only one entity that knew the truth, and he doubted it would happily divulge that information. If he was really honest, it wouldn't hurt to at the very least make contact with the 9 tails in this case. He was sure that he could forcefully stop the slow trickle of chakra after the seal was removed if he had to. That being said, he really didn't want to have to open himself up to the beast. Every problem in his life till now could be traced back to the fox. Even not being able to use his bloodline till he was sealed showed that the fox was nothing more than a hindrance. Though communicating with and relying on something were two entirely different things. He could open the seal up to at the very least speak with the beast and react from there based on its responses. But he wasn't going to follow the lead of these 4. If he's gonna do it, he'd do it his way. Fine, Naruto said, suddenly interrupting the discussion. I'll open up the seal. Jiraiya perked up, but Naruto quickly shot him a look. I'm not going to use its power. I don't need it, you old perv. I just want to know what it knows. If there really is someone out there capable of all of that, I'd very much like to know. Naruto's eyes suddenly began to glow and the weight of his chakra escaped his control for a moment. I would very much like to kill whoever it is as well. Well, that's all well and good, Naruto. But I can't have you escorting me to a diplomatic meeting with a wild card like that. Tsunade said with a frown. I just wanted to know the game plan. We will proceed with the removal of the hindering seal when we return from our mission. Fine with me, agreed Naruto. Hiruzen stood with a groan. When the time comes, I will assist you as best I can. He offered with a smile that Naruto returned. You're too stubborn, Jiraiya moaned. Fine. It's a start. When we're back, we can start looking into connecting with the 9 tails. Naruto, in the meantime, I want you to focus on honing your connection to your chakra. You instinctively know, but I want you to have an intimate connection with your chakra purposefully. Naruto had no idea what that meant. Back on the road to the land of rivers, present time. Naruto clenched his fist at the reminder of opening up to talk to the 9 tails. He wasn't thrilled, but it really was his only move to learn more about that night. Listen up, Tsunade ordered as she came to a stop. The meeting point isn't much further ahead. We shouldn't expect a warm welcome. Naruto, I want you to not speak. Naruto moved to speak. No. You are the least diplomatic person here. She turned to Kakashi. Your reputation precedes you, so your presence is enough, especially if that old lady is there. Kakashi tilted his head at the mention of an old lady but didn't comment. Naruto huffed and turned away. I'll do the talking. Let's just hope nothing crazy happens, mentioned Tsunade with an impatient sigh as the meeting point came into view. Line break. Nearly 2 kilometers away from the meeting point of the Sand and Leaf. A small group of individuals gathered to plan their next move. The group consisted of 3 people, all male. The first was a younger man in his late teens. He wasn't that impressive physically, but he made up for it with his chakra, dense and vast. The second was a much older man, pushing his 60s, with a formal set of robes and a katana at his side. He was meditating in the corner of the room at the moment. The last was a well-built man. His ninja attire was form-fitting and showed off his thick muscles. He was slightly scared on his arms and neck. Curiously, his presence lacked any and all chakra, as if he was suppressing it to the point that it was invisible. The target is entering the building, said the well-built man. If we can cause a large enough distraction, then we will have an easy time of it. He turned to the young man. Hero, I want you to set explosives around the building. On my signal, ignite all of them. Then he turned to the old man, Isho, when the bombs go off I want you to kill whoever you can in the chaos, then move towards either Kakashi Hatake or Baki, they have the highest bounties besides Naruto Uzumaki. Isho opened one eye, are you confident in killing Naruto Uzumaki, Genzo? The intel around Infinity made it seem impossible. Such a thing isn't overcome lightly. Genzo grinned, his eyes glowing with power and malice, I'm confident that I will enjoy myself and get rich in the process. Hero now, he shouted. Hero shot off at the command, having stuck around to hear Isho's question and Genzo's answer. They would only have a small window to attack as the conversation started. Afterward, their guards were sure to go back up. Genzo smiled, he in his 10-year career as a bounty hunter had never failed. He's killed many shinobi and samurai, from younger rookies up to experienced jonin, and he was excited to make his biggest payday ever on the young brat with the 6 eyes. His hand fell into his tool pouch and pulled out a long katana. It was etched with seals, and at the end of the handle dangled a talisman. It was a sacred blade of the Uzumaki, bought off the black market for around 30 million. He was sure that he and Naruto Uzumaki would be having fun soon. The Leaf and Sand contingent made their way into the meeting hall of the massive hall located in an abandoned fortress. While nobles needed gaudy luxuries to entertain them as they sat around and talked, Ninja needed a large room to fit everyone in a neutral zone. On the Sand side were 3 people: Baki of the Sands, premier jonin, and renowned A-class ninja. Naruto would put Baki as the Asuma or Kakashi of the Sand village. Next to him were 2 women, an old woman that Tsunade snorted at when their eyes met while the old woman huffed. Next to her was a much younger woman who had orange and green hair. Her torso was covered in bandages and she wore a loose open kimono over her shoulders. Naruto heard that she didn't often leave the village after a failed assassination attempt years ago. The elders of the village didn't want to risk losing her and her bloodline. The old bat is Lady Chiyo, a renowned puppet master, whispered Tsunade, the younger woman is Pakura. Naruto took in the 2 women, neither of them had all that impressive chakra signatures. Chiyo's chakra flowed much slower than he'd seen most ninja, but it likely came with the impressive chakra control from decades of puppetry. Pakura's chakra gave off the impression of heat, like the haze in the air from a hot summer's day. Overall he would say that while impressive by the average, he didn't think either of them were all that threatening, to him at least. Gaara sauntered in from the rear looking blankly around the room before offering a small nearly imperceptible nod to Naruto, who smirked back. The 7 ninjas gathered around a large table and took their seats. Naruto sat to Tsunade's right while Kakashi took the left. Neither of the males looked all that interested or seemed to really be paying attention. While Tsunade was staring intently at the 4 sand ninjas in front of them. Thank you all for making the trip. Let us begin, started Tsunade. I and the Leaf are fully ready to commit to a ceasefire and re-engage in our mutually beneficial inter-country friendship should the Sand provide the materials requested as recompense for the attack. Naruto had to give it to the old woman, she certainly didn't waste time on pleasantries. Not that it would be genuine. Leave it to the nobles who liked their honeyed words and lies in politics. Ninjas weren't the type to engage in negotiations that held slippery words and half-truths for matters like this, they would just kill each other if they felt they needed to. Or at least that was Naruto's thought. He did not need to lie, he was strong. Instead of the elder of the Sands Chiyo, it was Pakura who spoke up. The Sand extends our sincerest apologies for the events of the invasion. Her words were smooth and she gave a slight bow to Tsunade. She pulled out a scroll, the requested materials are sealed within. I would like to propose a recalibration of the mission distribution between our lands. Naruto sighed and tuned the rest of the conversation out. It sounded like a lot of honeyed words to explain that the Leaf was taking nearly 60% of the Sand's missions due to the nobles, faith in their village plummeting. Old Man Third briefed him that he was expecting the Sand to come to them in the coming years due to their economic issues as a result. Naruto didn't really care that much, it seemed that the 4th Cage ruled with an iron fist and didn't deliver results that promoted faith in his lord. Essentially it was their own damn fault. I suppose the exchange is acceptable. Pakura agreed with a bow. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, suppose. I'm doing this in the interest of peace. Not because I believe we owe it to your village. The fall in faith from your capital was due to your Cage's actions, not ours. And he is rotting in the desert. To Naruto's shock it was Gaara that interjected to the surprise of the other Sand ninja. Our village suffered due to my imbalance and the fourth's lack of forethought regarding his actions. We will recover our strength and image if given the opportunity. Tsunade turned to Gaara. You feel you've recovered from a low-powered if not broken seal? She asked. Yes, the elders have since strengthened my seal and I've managed to recover much of my mind as a result. Naruto, Tsunade asked, turning to him. With a sigh, he hooked a finger around his glasses and peered into Gaara with his 6 eyes. The sand ninja felt the hairs on the back of the neck stand up at the sight of the bloodline. Yeah, would you look at that, Gaara. You managed to calm that chakra of yours. I'd say you could be a competent ninja now. Naruto said with a grin. Honestly, if you are fully in control of yourself I'd say you're stronger than the old woman over there and your sensei. Tsunade's head snapped to him with a glare. Naruto. She snapped. Kakashi just looked upwards to hide his exasperation knowing that he was going to get an earful for Naruto's actions. He was technically still his sensei and Naruto's actions reflected on him, despite Naruto being uncontrollable now. Chio snorted in a rather undignified manner. Ah, the young spitfire of the leaf I've heard so much about. Son of the fourth and wielder of a new ocular jutsu. I'm sure your arrogance will lead you to an early grave like all the cock bloodline wielders. She snarked back. Lady Chio, snapped a shocked Pakura. Baki, who was going ignored by the room, looked at the ceiling in exhaustion. He was hoping that the completely expected breakdown of peaceful talks wouldn't get him killed. Naruto was about to retort, but Gaara interrupted. Naruto Uzumaki, I have to thank you. He said, getting the room to turn to him in surprise. None more so than Naruto, who didn't recall doing anything for the redhead. Thanks to the fourth I was stuck being an attack dog from my village, unable to live. I would have destroyed myself in the attack if you hadn't stopped me. I've since been able to reconnect with my siblings and become the ninja I should have been. Continued Gaara with a monotone voice, though his eyes had a slight warmth to them. I will endeavor to make sure that the Sand Village is a capable part of our mutual friendship. Should the leaf need assistance I will offer my help. No one knew what to say to that. Pakura could only rub her face tiredly. She had lost any and all control over her side of this and wanted just to go home. Chio looked like she wanted to throttle the boy and Baki had checked out already. Tsunade smiled at the boy. The leaf will do the same. I'm not ignorant of Orochimaru's manipulations. As you held up your end of the ceasefire, the leaf will continue this allyship. As the leaders of the two villages continued to talk about the alliance, Naruto felt something at the edge of his senses. He didn't know what it was, but he was suddenly on edge. Naruto threw his glasses away, shot between the group, and held up a single-handed ram seal. Both sides of the table shouted in shock at his actions, but he ignored them and flared out his infinity to encompass all of them. It wasn't a moment too soon when the entire room erupted in a ball of flames. He was sure that it was something other than pure explosive notes. It must be some sort of bomb or S-rank jutsu, as Naruto could feel the force behind the explosion. This is or them? Naruto asked the shell-shocked group. Well, he directed it to Tsunade, who looked up at him in shock, then turned to the sand ninja, who were equally as shocked. Also someone else, got it. As the flames died out, Naruto pulled infinity back into himself and relaxed. He was a bit annoyed that he had to push his jutsu to that extent to protect everyone. Infinity covering that much gave him a bit of a headache, so he'd need to tone it back for a few seconds. It was a serious pain in the neck. Though he was glad he did it, he didn't think it would be good for the village if the group from the sand died while meeting them in a secluded place under the guise of peace talks. The war would certainly continue. Naruto turned around to Tsunade. I guess someone. He stopped talking to cough up a glob of blood and looked down at an ornate-looking katana. Naruto, shouted Tsunade, and Kakashi as a person emerged from behind Naruto holding the long katana sticking through his chest. Naruto turned to look into the man's eye. Smart getting me right after that. I didn't even see you, he said while his eyes flared with power. The man grinned. Yeah, lots of juicy intel about those eyes hit the black market. Lots of interest parties want you dead and I want that payday. Before Kakashi or Tsunade could move to help, two more people blurred into the room, a young man and an older one. From the opposite side of the room, dozens of ninjas rushed into the room and went to overwhelm the sand and leaf ninjas. The man behind Naruto yanked out the sword and grabbed him by the back of the head before throwing him through the wall out of the room. Kakashi wanted to help, but the older man, dressed in formal robes, stood in his way wielding an aged katana. Kakashi Hatake, You will be facing me. Isho of the false moon. Tsunade smashed her fist into one of the many ninjas only for it to burst into flame, burning her hand. Another jumped onto her and exploded, however from the smoke a smoldering chair remained, showing a substitution. The young man flashed through several seals in a blur before a dozen more clones sprung into existence and rushed after the sand and leaf ninja. Tsunade grabbed the real one by the throat. "Ah, I recognize you. Hero of the hidden flame. You're worth quite a lot." She clenched her fist to snap his neck, but Hero suddenly erupted into a ball of white-hot flames, causing Tsunade to scream out in pain. Another hero emerged from the back of the room. As a master of clones and deception, did you think I didn't know how to make a clone look like the real one? Do you think I'm the real one? Do you think I'm even in this part of the castle? All this was asked with a malicious grin on his face as Tsunade silently healed her arm and side of the burns. "Let's play Tsunade of the Sannin," he shouted before his body exploded, filling the room with white-hot flames. Jiraiya mulled over a recent intel report. The land of sound was a vast and seemingly barren country. But what lay beneath were dozens of underground labyrinths home to hideouts, outposts, and full-on camps for Orochimaru's forces. Anbu's Squad Alpha estimated the forces under Orochimaru's control numbered just under 2,000. Which was a massive force to be loyal to an international criminal. However, they weren't exactly of high quality. Most of them were barely trained bandits and various other missing nin who followed Orochimaru in hopes of a stable environment without looking over their shoulders. Jiraiya predicted that if they killed the snake, over 90% would abandon the country and go back to being solo criminals. Which meant if they killed his old teammate, then they could essentially call it a job well done and go home. Therein lay the problem. Finding Orochimaru was something of a task he'd given himself in the last decade with no success beyond vague tracks that lead nowhere. His plan at the moment was to split the Alpha Squad into 4 groups of 5 operatives and have them strike at the north, south, east, and west corners and try to drive the forces further into the country to force them into a smaller set of locations. If the reports were correct, then it was working well so far. They had destroyed 7 bases and nearly 200 of Orochimaru's ninja. But they hadn't run into any of the elites on their list. None he would even classify as a Jonin. If the intel was correct, Orochimaru has around a dozen or so elite ninjas he personally trained under his command. So the tough part of the mission hadn't even started yet. This is going to turn out like any mission I've had about my old teammate, more trouble than it's worth. I hope Tsunade and Naruto are having a better time, Jiraiya thought with a groan. Naruto was not having a great time. If there was one thing that annoyed him these days, it was idiots who were full of themselves. In retrospect, he had been one of said idiots. But he wasn't one anymore. The guy in front of him. He really didn't even bother to pay attention when he was told the guy's name was. The one who got a lucky shot in after he thwarted a massive surprise attack. Everyone at this meeting owed him for that. With a sword that was doing things that really should be possible. The guy was now looking at him like he was fresh prey to be devoured, all the while Naruto healed himself of the stab wound. It was a good stab, but nothing he couldn't recover from. Yes, Naruto decided, the one thing that really annoyed him these days was idiots like the guy in front of him, who was laughing while waving around some fancy katana like he was tough. The man blitzed forward, speeds going well above a normal Jonin, and unleashed a series of slashes that Naruto was just able to weave around. Every movement from the man was perfectly executed. Naruto would have to admit that in terms of raw physicality, this man was superior to most that he'd encountered. Naruto threw a punch that was weaved around and countered with a kick. The blonde duck grabbed the extended leg and tossed the man away. There was barely an impact as the man maneuvered midair to recover and blast off from the ground as soon as he touched. It was thanks to the 6 eyes that Naruto was able to follow up the series of movements as the man tried to disorient him by jumping around at super speeds. If he hadn't fought against Itachi Uchiha a few weeks ago, Naruto would have likely been unprepared for such an opponent, but as it were. An incoming slash to the neck was ducked under, and in response, a fist was ruthlessly smashed into the man's ribs, sending him tumbling away. Naruto had fought better. The man, despite taking such a blow, was on his feet and twirling his sword around like he'd accomplished something. Naruto wasn't dumb enough to let something that had such a strange lack of presence touch him. The guy likely thought he was over-reliant on infinity. It's poetic really, the man mused, which grabbed Naruto's attention. This is a sacred sword of the Uzumaki clan after all, and it'll kill the last known survivor. Naruto looked at the sword lamely. Makes sense, my family produced that thing, not this moron. Thanks for returning it for me, Naruto said with a smile before warping out of sight. The man's eyes widened in shock before instinctually swinging the blade towards his blind spot. Naruto rolled his eyes as he ducked under the wild swing and pushed a rasengan into the man's rib cage, blasting him into a wall and killing him. Whoever you were not worth the headache, Naruto said as he picked up the katana. As soon as his hands touched it, he felt like the sword gave off a positive hum as his chakra settled into the steel of the blade. Nice to meet ya, he said to the blade with a grin. If Kakashi were being honest, he was happy that the fighting kicked off. He was able to do what he did best, kill some fool that attacked his fellow ninja, and more importantly not sit around listening to political back and forths. The older man in front of him was a capable combatant, easily wielded a katana with frightening ability, and his chakra control was calmer than most he'd seen. That being said, the old man was very rigid in his attacks, and the Sharingan allowed him to mostly avoid anything dangerous. But his attacks were similarly avoided, so it was something of a stalemate. You are a capable killer, Hitaki. However, your stolen IC's all but what matters, the old man said as he sheathed his blade once more. Kakashi breathed in slowly. Is that so? He asked lightly while molding chakra internally. Yes. As soon as the words left the old man's mouth, he blurred forward. Kakashi moved to deflect the incoming attack, but at the very last moment, the man shot off to the side and swung his blade in a wide arc, sending a chakra slash towards him. Kakashi managed to jump out of the way and was forced to use a lightning-enhanced kunai to stop the follow-up. Kakashi noticed that he was bleeding from his arm and frowned. He didn't see that. When did he get cut? His arm slowly started to numb from the blood loss, but nothing that would hinder him immediately. That being said, he needed to finish sooner rather than later. The back and forth continued for a while. The more that Kakashi tried to take in the old man's fighting style with his Sharingan, the more he was cut at random times. There had to be some sort of trick. Kakashi weaved through a dozen hand seals before breathing out a massive fireball that flew towards the old man at blistering speeds. Calmly and without fuss, the old man sheathed his sword before using a quick draw technique laced with dense chakra to sever the incoming fireball. The slash of chakra continued forward towards Kakashi, who was already moving. Looking down, Kakashi was once again bleeding from his chest from the incoming attack. He didn't see it, but he was getting the feeling he knew what was happening. Weaving more hand seals, Kakashi condensed lightning-natured chakra around his right hand in his signature jutsu, the lightning blade. The crackling and zapping noises filled the immediate area. The old man smirked at the sight and resheathed his blade. Kakashi shot forward at blinding speed, his movement further enhanced by his jutsu. The old man used another quick draw technique towards the incoming Kakashi, who at the last moment blurred even faster while swiping his lightning blade at the incoming attack. An explosion of chakra sent a shockwave of force outward from the epicenter of the clash. Kakashi gritted his teeth, pushed even more chakra into his jutsu, and after even more of a struggle he cut through the attack while his arm was sporting another slash. Kakashi released his jutsu. Interesting, I've yet to encounter someone capable of such a feat beyond the third Hokage. The old man tilted his head. Oh yeah? What have you learned? He asked while resheathing his blade. I don't know how you do it, but you are molding two types of chakra at the same time. An invisible blade of wind and behind it a very large and flashy chakra blade. My eye is drawn to the large flashy jutsu while the small wind blade cuts into me before the chakra slash even reaches me. Very good, but does knowing help you overcome it? Kakashi cracked his neck. Oh, very much so. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi shot forward. The old man repeated his quick draw, but this time as soon as the blade was about to leave the sheath, Kakashi dove out of the way and bounced off the wall at an angle. The old man's first slash was missed and he tried to repeat the attack, but before he could even resheath his blade the cold steel of a kunai entered his neck. Kakashi gazed down at the dead old man dispassionately. Issho of the false moon, what an interesting technique. Tsunade could say without hesitation that she was more angry at this moment than she'd been in 15 years. The little shit of a ninja attacking her was a prodigy with clones, and she has wrung his neck perhaps 57 times, and each one has been one type of clone or another. The brat wasn't even that impressive at anything but essentially stall tactics. No injury she'd received has taken more than simple healing to fix. I'm surprised a legendary ninja and Cage can't tell a clone from a genuine person. Hero of the Hidden Flame commented lightly from his place on the ceiling. Want a hint? Tsunade breathed out an angry sigh and gazed up at Hero. I'm going to enjoy killing you, she said darkly. Two heroes rushed her from her left and right. Tsunade didn't even acknowledge them. She stomped the ground and cracked the earth beneath her feet, shaking the entire area. From there she kicked two rocks, one at each close, which blasted through their skulls before they could even try to dodge. From both clones came an explosion of fire. Good job. That's two more. Tsunade glared at the roof before throwing a massive rock at the observing clone. Like she expected, the rock hit the clone on the roof and burst into flame upon its death. The sounds of fighting were heard in the distance. It would seem that the contingent from the sand was engaging the forces brought to bear by these mercenaries. She hoped that if the real hero was out there he would die soon. She was getting tired of killing clones. 5 more clones rushed towards Tsunade, who only sighed and met them with her fists wreathed in dense chakra. Fire burst into life with each hit. Naruto cut his way through the mercenaries that attacked them. The Uzumaki blade sang with joy with each kill. He wasn't sure how he felt using a tool that had an echo of a personality, but at the moment the sword made everything a bit easier and quicker. In the distance, he saw a couple of puppets cutting their way through ninja while in another corner blood-red flames turned everything to ash. Naruto's eyes told him that the flames were comprised of a perfect combination of fire and wind chakra feeding and enhancing each other. Pakura of the Scorching Sun indeed. Naruto was confident that Pakura would be a tough opponent for him if he didn't have infinity. Her jutsu was so hot that being near them for too long would likely cause dehydration and overheating. Not to mention the damage of actually touching her flames. What a powerful bloodline. Then there were the floating grains of sand flying everywhere and far in the distance in what looked to be a whirlwind of sand flaring up every few seconds. Gaara wasn't playing around, it would seem. Naruto had to acknowledge the level of growth that the redhead had shown. He'd improved his control quite a bit ever since the invasion. Or was it that he was more sane and more in control of himself? Whichever it was, Naruto was honestly impressed. He wished his teammates were that quick on the uptake. Perhaps then they'd be able to come on missions with him. Naruto took a deep breath. Let's just cut to the chase. They'd have to sacrifice infinity, as the chakra structure couldn't be maintained with the complex force of the barrier. But for ninjas like these, he doubted they'd need it. Naruto's 6 eyes flared and he molded chakra into a familiar hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. It felt good to call that out again. A couple of months of focusing on his new fighting style didn't mean he didn't appreciate the good old shadow clone jutsu. 24 clones popped into existence in front of him. He made that many with the sole purpose that all of them would have enough chakra to fire off a red if needed, though again he doubted they'd need it. Curiously, the sword in his hand didn't get copied into the clones. We'll have to look at you a bit closer when we get home, Naruto muttered to the blade, which again felt like it was humming happily. His chakra wasn't being suppressed by the blade or absorbed, rather ambient chakra around the blade was being absorbed. Curious. Without a word, all of his clones shot out toward different battlefields while he went back inside to see if Kakashi or Tsunade needed any help. Baki of the Sand Village wasn't struggling with the opposition. There were many but none of such quality to make him sweat. However, it only took a lucky kunai to kill you, so he had been on high alert for the last 20 minutes of fighting, something that was starting to get to him. 3 ninjas in front of him charged at him with various weapons, none of which looked to be with skill greater than a chunin, but Baki met them with a wind blade nonetheless. A simple slash here or there caused blood and body parts to fly into the air. He turned and saw even more ninjas rushing towards him. He had to have killed around 15 mercenaries at this point. How many were sent to this meeting point and by whom? Before the incoming ninja could reach him, they were taken off their feet by a blue blur. Baki could barely keep up with the attacks, but after a blink, the enemy ninjas were on the ground broken and bloody. I'll take care of the rest, Naruto said before speeding off. Baki looked around and noticed that all the observing ninjas were all dead. With that, he took a seat and let out a sigh. Uzumaki must have cut them down while he was focused on the 3 from earlier. Chio, puppet master of the sand, and Pakura of the Scorching Suns weren't getting tired physically, but they were beginning to be fed up with all the mercenaries they were constantly having to fight. Seeing as how most if not all of them were below Jonin, that meant that the enemy's target was the leaf, or more specifically Naruto Uzumaki of the leaf. "You're not that bad for an old lady," commented a clone of Naruto with a grin on his face. Two Naruto clones were a hurricane, literally tearing through the surrounding attackers with ruthless hand-to-hand. A rasengan would periodically flash into existence for a moment, before dying out as the clones worked together perfectly and silently. Chio could say, without a shadow of a doubt, that the boy in front of her was truly terrifying. A couple of clones all with chakra beyond the average jonin in them with the taijutsu of an elite ninja and jutsu like the rasengan at their disposal. The instinct of wariness welled up within her as she saw something that reminded her of what she'd come across years ago when Hiruzen Sarutobi shook the battlefields after releasing his horrifyingly dense chakra during the First and Second Wars. Someone that stood atop the peak of the ninja world. Naruto Uzumaki was deemed S-class, but she was starting to see the makings of something more, something not seen for a long time. The balance of the world may in fact be shifting because of the boy in front of her. She could feel it in her bones. If the sand didn't ally itself with Naruto, they would be annihilated if their paths crossed on the battlefield. After all, at 13 he was this powerful. Where would he be in a few years of mastering those eyes and jutsu? She didn't think anyone was excited to find out. "You should have seen me 20 years ago. I gave that Hokage of yours quite the trouble on the battlefield," she responded to the cheeky twerp. "I don't doubt it. I can tell you have some highly experienced jutsu behind you. Take a load off, I'm practically done here. Most of the enemies are dead. Where is the real you?" "Inside dealing with a clone," he responded with a laugh. "He's kind of a pain in the ass, isn't he?" mused Naruto as he and Tsunade looked at all the clones in the room grinning down at them. "I truly want to crush his skull," gritted out Tsunade. "He's looking at us like he has any sort of chance of winning," laughed Naruto. The group of fools that attacked them seemed to have vastly overestimated themselves. 20 more clones attacked the duo. Naruto held a hand up and molded his chakra into a hyper-dense ball that he then changed nature into his chakra enhancement jutsu, blue. But unlike before, he didn't try to refine it to a point in space far away like with the mutant monsters Orochimaru sent after him. Or did he attract space to himself like with Itachi? No, this time he made a hyper-dense orb of blue that he then fully activated a meter from his hand. Immediately after activation, the entire room was devastated as it tore itself apart and everything was attracted to the orb like a black hole. Naruto grinned ferally as he moved the orb further towards a clone in the back. The one on the roof that Tsunade suspected was the real one burst into flame that was then pulled into the orb. The dozens of others followed suit as flames were dragged into the fiery blue orb of destruction. The one in the back that Naruto's 6 eyes told him was the real one was pulled off his feet towards the orb. Hero of the hidden flame screamed as he was crushed into nothingness as soon as he touched the orb. The orb then immediately died out. "Yay, that's it, all finished up. Hey old lady, can we finish up here so I can go home?" he asked while pulling his sunglasses back on. All his clones dispelled, giving him memories of all the battles he assisted with. A moment later Kakashi and a clone warped into the room. Kakashi looked around surprised for a moment, then almost stumbled over to them. "That felt weird. I thought you could only warp to places you can see," Kakashi mentioned as he walked up, seemingly ignoring the devastated area. Naruto smiled. "Yeah, I can, but a clone can warp back to me. Though it seems it killed itself doing so," he said as he looked off. "Well, now that the nonsense is over, we can finally finish up here," Tsunade mentioned. After a while, the sand group made their way into the devastated building. Tsunade and Pakura were insistent on finishing up the conversation and negotiations. Naruto had exactly zero interest in the two women arguing, negotiating about reparations for the stupid invasion. No, he wanted to chat with Gaara while everyone was distracted. The redhead was gazing off into the distance. Any sign that he was just attacked by dozens of bounty hunters wasn't apparent. Naruto grinned as he sauntered up. Gaara almost immediately noticed his approach and met his gaze emotionlessly. "So, it seems that things have been good for you since the invasion," he mentioned as he noticed Gaara's seemingly lack of insanity. "I hope the idiots in charge of the sand weren't clamoring to start using you as a weapon or seeking to connect with you." Gaara blinked slowly. "The elders of my village have expressed their version of regrets for the circumstances of my birth and upbringing. My time has been spent with my siblings. Though Tamari rarely lets me out of sight if we are both in the village. Good, I was worried those wishy-washy types would go back to using you, or worse, now that you have your mind in working order. Naruto mentioned happily. Gaara again blinked slowly. Yes. I did enjoy soaking my sand in the blood of those that irritated me. He said quietly. You still want to do that, don't you? Every day. Naruto laughed. The fact that you don't means you're as normal as any of us these days. I mean, I don't have much patience for annoying people anymore. At least those with ill intent. The higher-ups in my village are pretty annoying and full of themselves. I take it you too have to deal with empty platitudes due to your strength. Oh yeah, before my eyes awakened I was ignored and tossed aside like garbage. Now I'm the guy they all want in their corner. Makes me sick that people who wouldn't even take the effort to spit on me now want to be my best friend. Gaara nodded. Assassins were sent by my father and a few of the higher-ups after me since I was young to train me or kill me. They now speak of making me the next Cage. Naruto turned to Gaara in surprise. Really? It is something of a goal of mine to be Hokage. Maybe someday in the future you and I will meet wearing those fancy hats. I would very much like that. Gaara said with a small smile. It's thanks to you I was able to reconnect with my siblings. Naruto waved off the sentiment. I don't kill people that are innocent. Despite your temperament at the time, I know you were as much a victim as anyone. Trust me, I understand, he finished quietly. Gaara didn't have a response to that. The two merely enjoyed the silence as the two women finish up the logistics of the renewed alliance and reparations owed to the Leaf. Sasuke Uchiha didn't think his life would change so drastically in a couple of months. Before the Chunin exams he was a rising rookie that was growing slowly but steadily with his team. A girl with potential she'd never realize as she was too focused on him to train, and the fool with the determination to go the distance and the grace and talent to go nowhere. He had somehow become friends with them. To his everlasting shock, Naruto had become someone he'd almost given his life for in Wave. He didn't think he'd ever do such a thing for anyone ever since Itachi. Now, Naruto wielded some all-powerful never-seen-before ocular jutsu. Sakura was training diligently every single day with tips from Naruto, Kakashi and even Jiraiya of the fucking Sannin. She was now stronger than he was when they started the exams. Sasuke looked down as his burnt hands with a tired sigh. He'd overdone his training today once again. He had already started experimenting with variations of his Chidori. In Kakashi's own words, he was beyond most Chunin at this point, and it was all thanks to Naruto's training and offhanded comments. Your chakra control is so bad I'm surprised you can mold jutsu. Try building up the whole amount first. You're not good enough to multitask yet. Now Sasuke was able to control his chakra enough to gather the necessary amount for a jutsu all at once, then activate a jutsu almost immediately. What sounded like a longer method was actually far faster, and he was getting better at removing unnecessary waste from his jutsu with every session. Why are you building chakra in your core? You punch with your stomach or something. His chakra enhancement body was now far easier and more potent he even considered. Sasuke. He was broken from his thoughts by rapidly approaching Sakura. Before he would be a bit annoyed by her calling out to him like this, but now he knew he wasn't about to be asked out to dinner. The Jonin commander wants the two of us to be at the mission desk tomorrow. Apparently Team 7 has an assignment, she said happily. He was pleased to see some normalcy return and a team mission coming up, but Kakashi and Naruto aren't here. She nodded. Right, they're due back today. Sasuke hummed. Then I wonder what this mission will entail. Naruto and Kakashi aren't exactly someone the village would waste on AC rank anymore. Most of the elites were on back-to-back missions as a show of strength after the invasion. Yeah, I think it may have to do with the sound. I think we may be sent to help out Lord Jiraiya, she whispered. Kakashi-sensei is one of the best trackers the Leaf has in Naruto. Well, besides Lord Jiraiya and Lady Hokage, he's the only one who could kill the snake. The both of them were still having trouble wrapping their head around the complete shift in dynamic their team had undergone. Especially around the moronic blonde. Sasuke rubbed his face. Well then, I suppose we should get some rest. If we're going on a mission like this, it's going to be worse than Wave. Neither of them forgot their first foray into the real world. Sakura smiled. I won't be useless this time. She swore with a clenched fist. I've made some serious improvements and I'm going to have your back. She said with a smile. Sasuke, to his own surprise, returned the smile easily, and you. The moment was ruined by Sakura's full-body blush at Sasuke's smile. Sasuke mumbled as Sakura turned away and started dancing in place before speeding off. Maybe things haven't changed all that much after all, he said with a snort. Naruto smiled as the gates to his home village were finally within sight. The mission to escort the old bat to talk with the sand contingent was something he was eager to put behind him and not think about for a while. Since the invasion 2 months ago, Naruto has been active non-stop. He'd been training non-stop in his free time, worrying about the old man, training with his team, then there was the Tanzuka Hills fiasco. Then this mission. After all that, Naruto was ready for some rest and relaxation. He could already taste the ramen calling his name. "Naruto!" shouted Tsunade with a ticking eyebrow. Naruto blinked and turned to her. Sorry I wasn't listening," he admitted sheepishly. The Hokage sighed. "I'm aware," she said slowly. "I was saying I want you to report to my office first thing in the morning." Come on," he whined. "I can't have a single day off." Tsunade had the audacity to smile. "No," she said before body flicking away. Naruto, whose eyes could follow the movements, only felt even more irritated by the pleased smile she wore as she went her way. He then turned to Kakashi, who was staring absently at a passing cloud. "Thanks for the help, sensei," he shouted in exasperation. Kakashi turned to him slowly. "Oh, you missed when she told me that I was to report first thing as well," he responded happily. "Get used to being important. It's never as fun as it seems," he chirped before leaving as well. Naruto entered the village and glared at the gate guards that had the gall to ask for his papers. Their response was to yelp and hide behind their desk as he made his way into the village. He was getting his damn ramen. "Oh, you're even more of a cutie," squealed Ayame as she rubbed her cheek on Naruto's. "It's been so long since you came by. I'd heard you changed but not this much." As soon as he walked in, she giggled at his new look. Long blonde hair no longer held up by his headband, and his bright otherworldly 6 eyes that seemingly held the sky within them. She'd found him adorable. Naruto, who was completely fine ignoring her actions as he put down his 7th bowl of ramen, hummed at her words. "Yeah, sorry, this is the last place I want to avoid, ya know." "We know, kid," Tsuki, ramen chef extraordinaire, said as he whipped up another 5 helpings of noodles. "Though I felt your absence in my wallet," he said with a laugh. Naruto snorted. "I'm sure you did. Keep them coming," he cheered as he finished his bowl. "So any fun missions you can tell us about?" asked Ayame, who'd finally finished hugging him. Naruto frowned. "Well, fun isn't the word I'd use. More chaotic and wild. I did fight Orochimaru for a bit in Itachi Uchiha," he said with a shrug. Not exactly the same kind of fun he had described some of his others with his team. Ayame paled at the names. Even a civilian like her knew of such infamous individuals. To think the small boy she considered a little brother was going against such monsters. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked with worry. Naruto waved her off. "I'm fine," he said before looking at her. "I'm strong." Neither Tsuki nor Ayame could really say anything about that. Both of them had heard the rumors, not to mention the heavy weight of Naruto's presence that even they could feel in the air. It was a stark change from the happy-go-lucky aura Naruto had before. Naruto continued to eat ramen for a while. A few people came in to order food then would leave. By the time Naruto was on his 9th bowl, a familiar trio entered the stall. "Yoo-hoo," called Ino as she entered the stall with the rest of Team 10. "Look who it is. Naruto, we haven't seen you since the exams. What have you been doing?" As normal, Ino sought information that would satiate her curiosity without hesitation. Beside her, Choji hurriedly ordered food while Shikamaru sighed at Ino's pushy nature. Naruto didn't seem to mind. "I've been on missions. I likely have another one tomorrow," he said between slurps of noodles. "You?" he asked absent-mindedly. Ino perked up at the chance to talk. "Oh, you know. We've been working on border missions, or just escort missions around the Land of Fire. Team 10 has been in high demand lately." "I bet." Shikamaru had a good showing, Naruto said around a mouthful of pork. Shikamaru groaned. "You're not kidding. I thought losing would get people off my case. Everyone with sense knows you could have won the match. Especially the blonde you fought," Naruto said with a snort. Ino turned to glare at Shikamaru. "You could have won the match?" she asked incredulously. Naruto laughed. "Like I said." Shikamaru smirked. Well, it doesn't matter. I was promoted to Chunin anyway. Asuma-sensei has been running us ragged between missions. Apparently we're ready for real training, he said with a roll of his eyes. Naruto nodded. Good, I don't want you three to stay so weak. It wouldn't be good. Also, you were promoted before me, he said with a hum. I wonder if they're ever going to promote me. It wasn't something Naruto really cared about anymore. Between the mission to get Tsunade, then the escort mission and just his general worry about the old man before that, he just didn't really think about his rank. He did what he wanted anyway. Shikamaru turned to him in surprise. You weren't promoted? Naruto shook his head. No one said I was, not that I really care. I'm sure it's just a formality at this point. You're way too strong to be a genin, Choji added around a mouthful of ramen. Again Naruto only shrugged. Yeah, but the old lady may hold off just to annoy me. Anyway, Ino said, getting attention back on her, are you going to talk about these new eyes of yours? My dad won't tell me anything and I'm too curious how you went from loser to this. Naruto glared her way, getting a flinch from everyone in that direction. I wasn't a loser. After your showing in the exams I'm sure I would have kicked any of your asses without them. The 6 eyes gives me perfect understanding and control of chakra. Shikamaru wisely ignored the first half of Naruto's statement, it was irrelevant at this point. That's very powerful, but isn't that similar to the Hyuga or Uchiha bloodlines? Perhaps you have a derivative of theirs. Who knows? Though I can't copy things I see like Sasuke and I can't see through walls or in a near 360-degree field of vision. Naruto said with a shrug, but don't underestimate the power of chakra control. Ino seemed unconvinced, so that's really it. I mean if that's the case, Sasuke should be able to go even further since he can do what you said and more. She finished with a satisfied smile. I was worried the world was really ending if your stock was higher than his. Naruto laughed. Sasuke isn't surpassing me anytime soon. I mean I was kicking Itachi's ass on my last mission. Though, Sasuke isn't really using his full potential, too many hang-ups in that head. I mean even now he could be a level or 2 higher if he just let go of all that crap. He was sure that Sasuke could give some weaker jonin a run for their money if he let go of his baggage and just moved, but as it were. Interesting, an older male voice said from behind them. Naruto turned to see Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi enter the stall. Kurenai was looking at him incredulously, likely having heard his statement and didn't fully believe him. You expect us to believe you took on Itachi Uchiha? Kurenai asked with a raised eyebrow as she and Asuma took their seats at the stall. Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't care what you believe. He then thanked Yuki for his 11th bowl of ramen. He didn't expect so many people to show up at the stall while he was enjoying his ramen time. Now he had people asking him all these questions. He had like half a day off and it was stuck with people grilling him. Maybe Kakashi-sensei had a point hiding from everyone. Well, strong or not, it's hard to believe that someone that graduated from the academy not even a year ago is at that level. Kurenai said with a shake of her head. It's that lack of imagination that'll keep you so weak. Naruto said offhandedly. Honestly, I'm shocked at the level of the jonin in the village. Outside of Guy and Kakashi, most of you are honestly far weaker than you should be. Asuma narrowed his eyes at him while Team 10 watched wide-eyed at the exchange. Maybe you should take it easy. S-class or not, that doesn't make you invincible. Remember, you're still quite inexperienced. Naruto shrugged as he finished wolfing down his last bowl of ramen, just calling it like I see it. Don't like it, get stronger. It's not that complicated. See ya around. With a quick set of seals he warped back to his apartment, leaving a stunned audience at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto landed in his mess of a living room and smiled. His little anchor seal he placed on the floor. Little may have been an understatement, it covered the entire floor. He'd put it up before his mission to get Tsunade as insurance in case he needed to rush them back. It was a sort of beacon for his warp that he should be able to lock onto from anywhere. Unlike his father's jutsu, the warp anchor couldn't really be miniaturized or sealed within itself like the jutsu Shiki for the flying thunder god. Jiraiya said the actual seal was a square meter in size before his father and mother sealed it in on itself, something Jiraiya still didn't understand and he didn't bother trying to. Hopefully soon he'll overcome his ability to only warp within eyesight. For now though, this was enough. Naruto walked into Tsunade's office right on time for their meeting. Inside, much like he expected, was his whole team, the old man, and Shikaku Nara. Everyone was standing around idly chatting about something. Well, at least your tendencies haven't rubbed off on him too bad. Suand grumbled to a sheepish Kakashi. His team rolled their eyes at the comment, while Shikaku and the third looked amused. Naruto frowned. I'm right on time, Grandma, he said flatly. Tsunade glared at him. A shinobi of your standing should arrive 10 minutes early, she declared imperiously. Now you're just being ridiculous, Naruto said tiredly. What's the mission? Why am I here if you got Kakashi-sensei going? Why can't I have a day off? He was still a bit ticked off about the back-to-back missions. This better be something good. We're in trying times, Naruto, the third said kindly. Your abilities are going to be in very high demand until things settle. I don't get a day off, so you don't either, brat, Tsunade said right after with a smirk. You and the old perv put me in this seat, so that's the tax. Many in the room not used to working with her directly were shocked at their new Hokage's personality. It was far different than her reputation would lead you to believe. I hate it here, I want a vacation, whined Naruto childishly. The third chuckled at his response while Tsunade grinned, both enjoying this for different reasons. Sasuke, Kakashi and Shikaku watched uncomfortably as Naruto acted like himself to the two highest authorities in the village. None of them had the balls to talk back to their superiors in such a way. Even Sasuke, who was the least formal of them, was cringing a bit. Sakura, however. Oi, shouted Naruto as he rubbed his head, the hell was that? Act right, shouted Sakura after smacking the hell out of his head. Lady Hokage specifically asked for Team 7. Let's show her that we are the team for the job. My apologies, Lord Third, Lady Hokage, she said with a bow. I don't need to prove anything to that old bat. I saved her life like 2 weeks ago. Naruto's shout was completely ignored as Tsunade beamed at Sakura. Marvelous, Sakura, you might be in for a promotion if you keep a level head like that in the field on this mission. Kakashi, keep an eye on her. I want a report of her actions in detail. Kakashi's eyes smiled while Sakura blushed and looked away. Naruto stepped forward towards Shikaku and Tsunade. Speaking of, am I getting promoted anytime soon? I just found out that Shikamaru was promoted. You were promoted, answered Shikaku flatly. Naruto blinked. Was anyone planning to tell me that? The rest of his team was equally as stumped by that. Of all the, muttered Tsunade, Jiraiya was supposed to inform you of your promotion. It was when you were sent to bring me back. I have the records to show for it somewhere, she said while gesturing to 3 massive piles of paper off to the side of the room. Oh, hummed Naruto, he told me a lot of stuff about what's expected of someone that's an S-class, so it must have slipped his mind. Then I will inform you, you've been made Jonin. Effective, like a month ago, Tsunade said lamely. Naruto sighed comically. Okay, that wasn't as exciting as I was expecting. Also Jonin? He asked, surprised. The third nodded. I do not believe we would be putting you in charge of any large operations anytime soon. Not until you get some more experience leading teams on assignments. Shikaku and the elders believed that it was a formality to name you Jonin. We agreed when learning of their decision. Let's move on to why we're here, Tsunade said while gesturing to Shikaku. Shikuku, for those of you who don't know, is the Jonin commander and chief strategy advisor to the Hokage. She introduced the scared Nara clan head. Shikaku stepped forward. Nice to meet you, Mr. Uchiha, Ms. Haruno. You both attended the academy with my son. I've heard quite a bit about you both, he said kindly. Now, the mission that Team 7 has been selected for is search and destroy. We are sending you 4 to back up Lord Jiraiya in routing Orochimaru and his forces root and stem. Kakashi is the foremost tracker we have that has a combat efficiency for this mission, as well as his Black Ops experience, making him perfect to work in conjunction with Alpha Squad. Shikaku briefed while the man in question nodded. Naruto, you are one of the few we have that can take on Orochimaru. This will make it so the forces we have can cover more ground rather than Jiraiya being stretched thin in the land of sounds. Sasuke and Sakura are to provide combat assistance and backup. Sakura hummed. I take it, Lord Jiraiya will continue as is while we work as a team in another part of the land of sound. Kakashi-sensei can follow the trails, and then we have Naruto if we run into Orochimaru. Tsunade smiled. Indeed, you will be kept in contact with Jiraiya by the use of summon messages. Jiraiya and Alpha Squad have cleared approximately 60% of the country. Team 7 will begin in the territory on the western corner. There you will follow any trail you find. Any updates on the location of Orochimaru will be relayed to you via toads from Jiraiya. Naruto nodded. Got it, basically run around the land of sound until we find him. One question, what if he's already abandoned the country? It seemed the obvious choice. Why would the snake want to defend a country he didn't have much use for anymore? Clearly he only took control to build forces to invade the leaf. That is also something we're heavily considering. Shikaku said with a frown, your reports of Orochimaru joining, or rather rejoin the Akatsuki, means that he has immensely dangerous allies and his ties to the country are even less so than before. Worst case we take any and all strength Orochimaru had within Sound Country so he can't return. Well then we should address the issue of this mission with that in mind. Naruto said seriously, getting everyone's attention. Orochimaru was working with Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha. If we run into him then those two will likely be there. Sasuke's Sharingan instinctively activated his brother's name. Kakashi's eyes hardened as well. The third and Shikaku grimaced while Tsunade took a deep breath. Naruto, started Tsunade making sure to lock eyes with Naruto. If you are to face off with Itachi Uchiha again can you win? Naruto hummed as he seriously thought about it. If Itachi remained the same as before, yes. However I'll have to admit that he's not dumb. He'll likely have thought of new ways to come at me since we last fought. It'll be a bloody fight. Sakura turned to him worriedly, you think you'd lose? Naruto's 6 eyes flared and he grinned at everyone in the room. I'd win. Far off in Sound Country a small group of individuals were meeting. Orochimaru was smirking at his companion, Itachi Uchiha. So Itachi, what do you think of my ideas? The Sannin asked happily. Itachi glared at the man with his Mangekyo Sharingan. If you spoil Sasuke before he's become useful for me I will turn that brain you cherish into mush. Your pathetic curse mark is nothing more than a drug that destroys the mind of those who wield it. I will be sure not to spoil him, Orochimaru said with a smile. I just want to make sure that you understand that I will be taking his body and eyes as my own. I do so desire the eyes of the Uchiha. It is only Lord Pain's word that is keeping you alive, but even that will not stay my hand forever. Sasuke has a role to fulfill. Stay out of my way. Orochimaru's poker face was good enough that he had no tells showing how nervous he was at having an opponent like Itachi against him once more. He'd never forgotten the trivial way that the Uchiha had handled him before. Are you two having fun? A grinning Kisame asked as he entered the room. He was bandaged up but otherwise fine. Not yet, Kisame, but now that you are here we can begin. Orochimaru said with a smile. As you both know my country is being attacked by my former teammate and a squad of Anbu Black Ops. Likely RO or Alpha. I would greatly prefer to kill them and keep my hold over this land. With that in mind we should deal with them. Kisame's grin turned feral. I too would like to kill that old toad. Itachi however had to be the voice of reason. Jiraiya is a very powerful opponent. I do not believe, unless outnumbered, we can expect anything better than mutual destruction in a one-on-one confrontation. Even I have no real counter to his sage jutsu. Yes, grimaced Orochimaru, I will seek out Jiraiya with my summons. If we know where he is we can take out the Anbu without issue. Once he's alone, or at the very least without a regiment of Anbu backing him, we should be able to deal with him quite soundly. Just tell me where I need to go, Kisame said with a wave of his hand. I'll let the two of you do all the strategizing. I don't care for it. And if Jiraiya gets back up? Asked Itachi, not even bothering to voice the name of who he meant. Orochimaru and Kisame grimaced, then we kill that little twerp. Remember what Leader Pain said? The shark man said with a frown. And that jutsu will work? Asked Orochimaru to Itachi, you've experienced his infinity jutsu, do you think that will work? Itachi took a deep breath, the logic behind it is sound. However, knowing this, Naruto is far less experienced than us, yes, but he is very adaptable and highly capable of learning on the fly. We will not have many opportunities to take him off guard with this jutsu nullifying field. Orochimaru smirked as he eyed the scroll containing jutsu notes and fuinjutsu formulas. Ah, what a fascinating creation, domain. Arrival into the land of the sounds met Team 7 with the wildly lackluster landscapes and populace. Or lack of populace rather. The war, if it could be called that, had pushed many of the non-ninja out of the country, seeking refuge in the surrounding countries that didn't have one of the great 5 nations as an enemy. Naruto felt that the air in this country was different. Perhaps not the air literally, but his instincts were telling him that something was off. The mission to retrieve the old woman to heal the third was too rushed and important for him to really think about much else besides finding Tsunade. But now, Naruto was feeling like something was at the edge of his senses, just waiting for him to let his guard down. He peered at his team to see if he was alone in this feeling. Kakashi was the same as always, lightly informing Sasuke and Sakura of the methods of the Anbu and what to expect in working with them in an active operation. Sasuke was soaking the information up. He had expressed an interest in working in the Black Ops, but hadn't formally said his intention to join to Naruto or Kakashi yet. Sakura was listening and adding her own ideas to operation, though most of her suggestions were received with Kakashi mentioning that they had likely thought of such tactics. Naruto moved forward, a bit away from his team's formation but not so far that he was outside of hearing range, and spread his senses outward. Nothing, he couldn't tell if that was worrying or not, but at the moment he wasn't able to sense any other ninja in the area. His instincts were still telling him to be wary, but he couldn't find a reason to be. He'd stay on guard for now. Anything? Kakashi asked lightly as the others caught up to them. Naruto shook his head. No, it's strange, I feel like someone is watching me but there's no one around. Trust those instincts, Naruto. You've been in too many high-level missions to ignore them, instructed Kakashi. If you sense anything let me know. We're nearing the meeting point. Sasuke and Sakura joined them. The 4 of them continued onward silently for the rest of the journey, all of them making sure to keep an eye sharp to the surroundings for ambushes. None of them forgot their first mission in unknown territory. Zabuza had gotten the drop on them quite spectacularly. After a while they neared the area where they were supposed to meet with their Anbu contacts. At first it looked like an empty clearing, but after a quick glance without his glasses he noticed there was a barrier in the area. Naruto looked at the barrier with his 6 eyes closely. It was a barrier jutsu that masked the area within in an area denial and obfuscating illusion. Naturally his eyes could preserve the barrier. It looked like wispy smoke hovering in the air around the small set of tents. It was a smart idea that Naruto never really considered. Of course Anbu wouldn't just rest in the open. We're here, announced Kakashi. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and glared towards the barrier. I see. Standard Anbu protocol for active warzone operations, Kakashi mentioned as he weaved through hand seals. They likely know we are here, but I'll follow protocol. He finished the jutsu and placed his hand onto the ground. Naruto observed the jutsu. It was a small pulse of chakra through the earth in a series of bursts. Likely some sort of Morse code. After a moment the barrier was dropped and 3 masked ninjas greeted them. They were tall and well built, but none of the features were that remarkable. Without the masks of the Anbu, Naruto thought they'd look like any other ninja from the Leaf. Their chakra was highly controlled and humming with anticipation, like they were on guard even while looking at them. Captain, greeted the Center One, it will be nice to work with you once more. The operation has proceeded much as expected. No sight of the traitors Orochimaru or Kabuto Yakushi. Sound ninja are put to the sword and bases destroyed. 60% of the country has been routed. Sakura reeled back in surprise but didn't speak. Like always Sasuke didn't have much to add. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck bashfully. I'm no longer your captain. What is our course of action? Lord Jiraiya is leading the operation we are here to support to cover more ground. If you have any sort of idea on the location of Orochimaru I'd like to know so I can go take a look. I'm not really interested in being in this country for very long. Naruto added bluntly. None of the Anbu had any reactions but the one on their left reached for a scroll in his hip holster. The operation was to close in on the center of the country to push anything noteworthy into one location as they fled our capture. Lord Jiraiya is assisting on the western side of the country. Coordination is through toads and summoned scrolls. The Anbu presented Naruto with the scroll. Naruto opened the scroll. Sakura and Kakashi leaned over his shoulders to read along. So far, many bases held scientific research recovered by the Anbu for further investigation back in the Leaf. No notable opposition. There has been no sighting of any of the guard present at the invasion. They've found the remaining 3 locations at the center of the country and were waiting on Team 7 before initiating the operation. Got it, so Jiraiya and I are taking a base while Kakashi and you all take another. Naruto said with a grin. I bet that old toad is betting he'll find Orochimaru, but I'll be taking that snake's head once and for all. The operation will be as follows. The center operative spoke up again. The commander will be leading the assault on the northernmost base. Captain Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 will accompany that force. Sakura and Sasuke met eyes and nodded while Kakashi hummed quietly. Naruto Uzumaki will be taking the eastern base. The base has been scouted and has several of Orochimaru's strange experiments have been seen within. Jiraiya will be taking the western base. Briefed the center operative while pulling out a map of the area and gesturing the bases as mentioned. Should Naruto Uzumaki or Jiraiya complete their base, they are the rendezvous at the northern base to assist. Naruto stretched and limbered up. Well, no time like the present. As I said, less time spent here the better. He looked over the map one more time. I'll go ahead and take down my base, knowing my luck there won't be anything of value there and it will be a waste of time. Kakashi glanced at him. Do still show caution, there are no limits to Orochimaru's trickery and depravity. I was there when we raided the bunker in the leaf 10 years ago. Sasuke frowned and looked over at Naruto. If you find him. Naruto waved him off. He and I will just have a meet and greet. As the blonde made to leave, he stopped and sighed. Sasuke. He said, getting the Uchiha's attention, if you let go of all that rage and emotion and just act, you'll be much stronger. Otherwise you'll always be weak. No one said anything else as Naruto sped off into the surround forests towards his target. Sasuke sat quietly, stunned, as the words echoed in his head. They were the opposite of the words he's been living by for his whole life. Let's get moving, we have to reach the northern base for the commander to start the operation. Kakashi ordered lightly. Despite no longer being the captain, the three Anbu jumped into action. Such was the respect that former captain of Squad RO Anbu operative, Dog, still commanded. Sasuke quickly shook off the lingering thoughts of Naruto's words and moved behind Kakashi towards their objective. All the while wondering if his teammate and aggravating friend was right. Naruto, in Sasuke's opinion, wasn't and has never been a liar. When they were younger, he frequently boasted, but that was more for his own self-belief rather than anything else. Nowadays Naruto was more honest than anyone, especially if the truth amused him. Sasuke knew that he wasn't as strong as he needed to be to exact vengeance on Itachi, but he never really thought about letting the undying hatred in his heart leave him. Are you okay, Sasuke? Whispered Sakura as they traveled through the trees. Sasuke gathered his thoughts and nodded, yes. There wasn't much to add beyond that. He knew he had his own issues, but now was certainly not the time to address them. They were on a very dangerous mission, and he needed to be focused here. He and Sakura were being used as a backup unit to Kakashi for the clearing. The commander and 3 other operatives would be the second unit. Their sensei was apparently more than enough on his own, and they were the competent enough that Jonin Commander Shikaku Nara and Kakashi agreed that they were ready. Sasuke would be honest and say that Sakura was nearly double her ability from the Chunin exams several weeks ago. She'd been pushed beyond her limits by Naruto and Kakashi. The 6 eyes gave them unparalleled insight into their deficiencies as ninja. His was that he was wasting chakra and time with how he molded his chakra for jutsu and enhancements. Sakura's was that she was just far behind and needed extra help to catch up. Now she was a capable combatant with a variety of coverage as a ninja. Nearly an hour of travel, the 6 of them made it to the rendezvous point. The Anbu commander was standing with his back to them as he read a scroll. A small toad at his feet stood waiting. Jiraiya is concerned with the loses. Seems the enemy is actively avoiding him. He will clear the base and meet here quickly. The toad said with a gruff voice. Please proceed with caution. Would you like me to deliver a message back? The commander rolled the scroll up before throwing it over his shoulder to Kakashi, who caught it silently and began reading. No, stated the commander, we will continue as planned. 5 of our brothers are dead to the enemy. Are you confident they will be enough? He said towards Kakashi while gesturing to Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi closed his eyes sadly, ashamed to lose so many on an operation like this, but unfortunately not unexpected with who we're dealing with. He turned to the commander. My team will be enough. He assured him with a nod. Very well, we will begin immediately, stated the commander while gesturing to the 3 Anbu that traveled with them. Sasuke took a breath and steadied himself. Even though he'd been on an A- rank mission, Wave was more him keeping close to Kakashi and hoping to survive. Now he was expected to hold his weight and take the fight to Orochimaru's forces. Next to him he noticed Sakura was gathering her wits as well. "Listen closely," whispered Kakashi to them both as the Anbu in the distance gathered around their commander. "This is going to be different than anything you both have experienced. We will be moving quick and killing everything in our path." The weight of his words hit the both of them immediately. Sakura was unsteady for a second before hardening herself and nodding. Sasuke didn't find it hard to wrap his head around ending the enemy. He'd dedicated his life to vengeance after all. "What we encounter will not be human, unless we come across the elite guard, codenamed Sound 4 or Orochimaru himself. They are twisted amalgamations of science and sickness. Killing them is putting them out of their misery." Naruto confirmed that they aren't able to be saved. Sasuke reached behind him and laid his hand on his sword, the newest addition to his arsenal. He was ready. "Let's go." Kakashi nodded and turned towards the north towards the edge of the forest. In the distance was a large field that had rolling hills and through the center a rapid river that sliced through the valley and hills. If one didn't know what lay hidden under the ground, it would look like a picturesque landscape that was worthy of painting. But towards the southern portion of the river in the valley lay a large boulder that was their entrance. Team 7 watched as the commander and his unit opened the seals hiding the entrance. After a moment, part of the boulder faded away revealing a dark tunnel and staircase leading down. Sasuke and Team 7 hung back then followed after the Anbu. Inside was a dimly lit hallway with small torchlight guiding the way. "This is where we separate," announced the Anbu commander. Sasuke watched as the 4 Anbu melted into the ground and moved via earth jutsu deeper into the base. He chided himself for not watching with his Sharingan as earth jutsu was an area he was sorely lacking in, knowing only a few jutsu he'd seen used by Kakashi in training. "We will proceed, I'll lead, Sasuke you have the rear, Sakura the center," commanded Kakashi as they moved deeper into the base. Minutes of travel into the base through what seemed like an endless series of hallways eventually gave way to a wide open room littered with torches on the walls. "Wait," whispered Kakashi before in a heartbeat he pulled a kunai and swiped it into the air next to him. Sasuke, Sharingan triggered, noticed a small needle parried from the kunai and looked towards where it was launched. His eyes, a pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan, were able to track the trajectory of the needle to see a strange beast whose left hand had dozens of holes that were soon spitting out needles towards them. Kakashi was already moving, blitzing towards the enemy and slashing through its throat. An arc of blood shooting into the air. Sasuke wasn't able to really observe any longer as his eyes caught another beast. It was large, with thick muscles and rock-like fists. Pulling his blade and speeding forward towards his opponent he weaved around the first attack and lashed out with his blade. The beast roared in agony and slammed both fists into the ground forcing Sasuke to jump back as the ground cracked. Sakura slammed a hand onto the ground and the area beneath the beast shone with a yellow hue before exploding in a shower shrapnel. Sasuke wordlessly weaved 3 seals and swiped a hand enshrouded with lightning releasing a shower of needles of lighting towards the beast still reeling from the earth jutsu. Sasuke's eyes saw the beast fall to its knees and shot forward. He then plunged his blade through the eye of the beast, finishing it off once and for all. "That thing was tough," muttered Sakura as she looked around the room. "Sensei finished 2 of them already." Sasuke flicked the blood off of his blade and nodded, his eyes surveying the area to find any hint of another monster. It was a minuscule flicker of chakra, but Sasuke was able to notice it thanks to his eyes and moved quickly and tackled Sakura out of the way of a massive tail piercing through the group right into the air where Sakura was previously standing. Gathering themselves to their feet they watched as another monster, longer limbs with wicked claws and a spiked tail. Its body clearly started from a woman, but he'd be hard-pressed to call her human any longer. Sakura shot forward, her fists holding a pinkish hue of her innate chakra. The clawed beast screeched as it met her charge. A massive claw swiped at Sakura, its size nearly that of her torso. A smooth lean back avoided the eviscerating strike, she then followed with a counter to the stomach. Right at the moment of impact the chakra enhancing her fist erupted causing a devastating blow of force that compounded with Sakura's incredible, yet strangely natural power. The screeching clawed beast was knocked back half a dozen meters before it dragged itself back forward and shot back towards Sakura. 5 hand seals and a burst of chakra caused the beast to be met with 3 pillars of earth rising from the ground impacting it in the leg, chest and head. Sakura tossed a kunai with an exploding tag at the reeling beast that exploded in the monster's face. Sasuke, who was about to jump in when the first blows were exchanged, could only watch the battle with a feeling of pride in his teammate and partner. She'd come a long way from the spectator she was during wave. The screeching beast fell to the ground in a bloodied heap, blood pooling around it as most of its upper torso was blown away in the explosion. They surveyed the area around them for a moment before relaxing their guard. Kakashi, who'd been culling the beasts around the edge of the open room, made his way to them. "Great work, putting 2 of them down at your level is impressive. Your run-of-the-mill chunin would be hard-pressed to accomplish that without injury." He complimented them with his trademark eye smile. Sasuke felt the low hum of pride at his sensei's words, but he could see the pride in Sakura's eyes. She'd confided in him that she felt a tremendous shame at her performance during the exams, so to be told she'd performed beyond the standard today meant a great deal for her. "How do we proceed from here?" he asked. Kakashi peered around the room in response. "We'll need to keep moving. If anyone is here, they'll know we are as well after all that." He mused lightly. Sasuke winced. He knew that if the snake was here and not interested in fighting, he'd have likely ran off already. "That may be a good thing," Sakura said, getting their attention. "First, the Anbu won't be as loud as us, so they'll likely be even harder to detect as whoever might be here will focus on us. Second, if Orochimaru is here and doesn't wish to fight, he'll go to another base and the other 2 have Lord Jiraiya and the Knucklehead in them." Kakashi beamed at his student. "Well reasoned. That is precisely why we'll be moving forward through that hallway," he said while gesturing to a dark passage off to the side that was opposite of the way they came in. "Now we make noise. The commander already expected us to get the attention and will be acting accordingly." Sasuke rotated his arm and took a breath. "Then let's go. Sooner we clear this area, the sooner we can go back up Naruto in case he needs us." "Could we back him up if he needed help?" asked Sakura with a blink. Naruto smashed the head of another beast into the ground. That made 15 since arriving. If he were to bet on it, he'd guess that this base was just a storage for these things. Pop pop pop. Naruto grunted and let out a sigh. His 3 shadow clones popped, and he got the intel that they'd cleared their quadrant of the base and there was no sign of Orochimaru, Itachi, or anything noteworthy. That would mean that the other 2 bases likely held the snake. He'd need to hurry. He didn't want Jiraiya having all the fun. Just his luck, a whole lot of nothing. Hopefully his team weren't in over their head. Knowing the general luck of Team 7 when it came to their missions, he wouldn't hold his breath. Jiraiya grabbed a clawed hand out of the air, twisted the limb till he felt it break, then threw the beast to the floor, caving its skull in from the impact. He'd managed to clear most of the base and was met with a complete lack of anything or anyone noteworthy. There were roughly a dozen beasts, men and women twisted by the curse mark and wicked science, stomping around waiting for something to spark their ire. Jiraiya made quick work of all of them with a little bit of stealth and force. Nothing flashy, he'd done what he needed to and was ready to rendezvous with the commander. Knowing my luck, Orochimaru's cunning, and just the general nature of a mission like this, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes off the rails soon, Jiraiya said to himself as he employed an earth to quickly leave this underground base to make his way to the northern one. Hopefully it was Naruto that was being ambushed by Orochimaru and his potential Akatsuki allies and not Kakashi and the Anbu. His own Kakashi could hold his own, he was sure, but not with the 2 greenhorns. Kakashi crept forward deeper into the base. He'd been met with a few more beasts but far fewer than he was expecting. Counting the 3 he took out, the 2 his students finished and the ones they encountered while clearing the base, they hadn't even encountered 10 in total, and they have over half the facility cleared. It was becoming a bit unsettling. Almost like he was being led somewhere without much resistance. He turned his eyes towards his students and noticed that while lightly injured from some hits, they were fine and ready for more. The beasts were a good test of their mettle for sure. Hopefully the only one they'd encounter this mission. If he had his way, Naruto or Jiraiya were dealing with Orochimaru right now in one of the other bases. The hallway opened up once more, a massive room twice the size of the one they were in earlier. The scale of the open room was similar to that of the building that hosted the preliminaries during the Chunin exam. Lining the walls were more torches filling the room with light. At the far end of the room, gazing at them with a gleeful smile while sat atop a stone throne, was Orochimaru. On his left and right, his elite guard, the Sound Four. Kakashi chided himself for hoping for an easy mission. Nothing with Team 7 was ever easy. "Welcome Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura," Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed through the room. I'd hoped to have some little Anbu rats to fill my belly. But I'm more than pleased with you three. I can't say I'm all that pleased to see you, Kakashi said lightly while readying his chakra. He was about at 80% of his full capacity. More than enough for most opponents. Sasuke and Sakura were clearly taken off guard but were standing firm. He looked at them silently for a moment before tilting his head curiously. I have to wonder, teams from the Leaf consist of 4 and I'm aware of who it used to be on your team. Tell me, where is that troublesome foolish blonde? He's dead, Sasuke said flatly. He fell down the stairs and broke his neck. Sakura nodded. He was trying to avoid a black cat that walked in front of him. She said sadly. If Kakashi wasn't in front of one of the most deadly and horrible traitors of the Leaf, he might have shed a tear in pride at their snark. Shameful really, he added, because why not? Orochimaru was amused by their words if his grin was anything to go by. Is that so? Well then, I suppose it's back to the original plan of harvesting the Sharingan from Sasuke here. Itachi was a bit prickly when I asked for his UC. He mused as he took a step forward. Orochimaru grinned. Tell me, Kakashi, are you confident in your team facing mine? Are you confident in facing me? If Kakashi was back home in a mission briefing and was asked that question, he'd say no. It wasn't good planning to put him against Orochimaru. Anyone could die to a throat slash, but the odds weren't in his favor. Mix in the 4 guards staring at his students like they were on a dinner plate, and he would have likely said no, without much fanfare. But in the actual situation, faced with odds like this and backup he knew was on its way, well, there was only one answer. Of course, why else would we be here? Kakashi said with an eye smile. Kakashi wasn't one to bluster or lie about his abilities. Barring a select few individuals in the world, he knew that he was able to at least contend with most in a fight. However, with his 2 students with him, both being outnumbered and potentially outgunned, he was less sure he'd be able to completely focus on the rogue Sannin. Orochimaru could smell the hesitation, which made him smile dangerously. My precious Sound 4, Sakunuken, Tayuya, Jirobo, Kidomaru, I wish for you to test the Uchiha and his teammate. I want to know if Sasuke is worthy of bringing into the fold. His eyes, slitted and snake-like, gazed into Sasuke's Sharingan with no hesitation. Sasuke, if you impress me, I will help you unlock the full potential behind my gift and catapult your power to face Itachi. Sasuke glared at the snake, his eyes flaring with his birthright as he fought to withhold a retort, as he knew the Sannin would enjoy anything he said. The Sound 4, after hearing the command of their master, silently moved towards the 2 genin. Their eyes already picking apart their opponents and silently sending signals to each other. Sasuke and Sakura in response were moving closer to one another. Kakashi clenched his fist, knowing that he wouldn't have a chance to really assist, and met Orochimaru's gaze as he knew that he was going to have to keep the largest threat from his students. He wasn't sure where the Anbu were. They should be around here somewhere. I believe you and I have some unfinished business, Kakashi said with an eye smile, knowing that acting light would annoy the snake more than the serious anger he felt. I also believe you cursed my student, and I am quite upset about that still. No one believed the flighty way he said those words. Everyone knew he was furious. Orochimaru only chuckled sinisterly, not bothering to respond to Kakashi. Silence filled the room, either side seeing if the other would move first. The dark room seemed to close in tighter as the tension skyrocketed. Tayuya, the pink-haired girl, was the one to break the tension, rapidly firing off notes from her flute-casting auditory illusion after illusion toward Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was largely unaffected by the illusions as his eyes were able to perceive the chakra attempting to infiltrate his system. Sakura pulsed her chakra in a triple pattern, beating off the illusions as she dashed to the side to avoid a stream of webs fired from the other Sound 4 operative, Kidomaru. The spider-like ninja was darting to and fro while firing off streams of thick and dense webs. Sakura was forced to flood her body with chakra to enhance her to beyond Chunin speeds to avoid being captured. The 2-headed pale-haired male Sakunuken and the larger male Jirobo were harassing Sasuke. They seemed to be the short-ranged focused duo while she got the longer-ranged ones. Knowing that the biggest threat was the illusions confusing her while she was trying to avoid the webs, Sakura devised a plan. It would be risky, but it was, in her battle-distracted mind, the only option she had. She moved sporadically, throwing shuriken and kunai at every chance she had towards Tayuya, while the spider guy was hidden waiting for his chance. There would be only one moment for her to make a meaningful move. She gazed over to Sasuke. He was busy moving and weaving through the massive strikes of the larger male while the other would duck in and out of range to attack him from odd angles. She knew that in strict hand-to-hand he would be fine, he had the advantage of the Sharingan. Yuya, who was constantly streaming together notes this whole time, stopped to take a breath. The first one of the battles so far. Sakura pounced, and shot forward. It was a bluff. The moment she moved to attack Yuya, she was forced to jump back as a stream of webs was shot toward her to tie her up. This did two things. It showed where the spider guy Kidomaru was, and gave Sakura the opportunity to mold her chakra internally for a jutsu. In the span of 3 heartbeats while dashing out of the way of the webs, Sakura molded chakra internally. Yuya towards the side moved to re-engage her now that she had her breath back. Then with 2 hand seals, a remarkably low amount for the level of jutsu, Sakura slapped her hands to the ground and the entire area around her and her opponents became murky and dense. The stone ground boiling and giving way to a swampy bog that held her opponents in place as they were slowly sunk into the dark depths of the jutsu. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. Sakura screamed internally. It was the last jutsu taught to her by Jiraiya, something of his own personal arsenal that he thought she'd be able to make use of. Area denial and incapacitation was something that Sakura needed in her toolbox, and now she had one of the very best jutsu for it. While she managed to get both of them in her jutsu, it was Kidomaru she wanted. Yuya summoned 2 massive lumbering beasts that were working to get her out of the jutsu, but she ignored her. Twin kunai in hand, Sakura dashed towards Kidomaru and was poised to slash his throat. Right as she was about to land her attack, he transformed. Kidomaru, the already mutated and deformed male with 8 limbs, had his skin darken with a dark red hue, his eyes turn yellow and black, and had 2 large horns sprout from his forehead. With newfound strength he was able to pull himself halfway out of the bog before sending a wide wave of web toward her to force her away. Sakura cut her losses and tossed 3 kunai toward Yuya and her beast, one of which had an explosive note. The 2 lumbering beasts moved in front of her to take the hits. The detonation from the explosive filled the area with dust and debris, obscuring the 2 beasts and Yuya from sight. Her attention moved back towards Kidomaru, who had shot a string of webs to the ceiling and pulled himself free of the bog. Sakura grit her teeth. She knew she hadn't mastered the jutsu, but that still should have been impossible. The curse seal mutation had granted them superhuman strength beyond what she expected it would seem. Sakura, in a whirlwind of movement, was forced to twist and dive away from 2 lumbering mindless beasts. She saw that instead of illusions, Yuya's flute was now controlling her beasts, which gave her a bit more breathing room to think of a new plan rather than focus on countering the illusions. Another moment later she was knocked across the room by a kick to her ribs from Kidomaru, who had taken the opportunity to attack while she was distracted. As soon as she rolled to a stop, she was picked up and thrown by one of the beasts. A silent scream escaped her as she was rag-dolled around the room. On the other side of the room, Sasuke noticed what was happening to her and frantically increased his speed towards the bigger opponent. Jirobo, who was more of a tank than a brawler, held up his arms in defense of the incoming attack. He knew he had no chance to avoid or parry in time. The kick Sasuke was moving with was in fact a feint, as right when Saken-uken moved to intercept, he twisted and kicked off the twins into the air and threw a rain of shuriken throughout the room, twisting with his momentum. Red Sharingan eyes flared, and his mind and body worked overtime to mimic a maneuver he saw his brother complete at a younger age than he was currently. Jirobo, Saken-uken and even the other 2 were caught off guard by the omnidirectional hail of steel that assaulted them. In the moments following, where the 4 were shaking off their injuries and regrouping, Sasuke blitzed forward to a prone Sakura who, while noticeably injured, was still conscious. Blood was pooling from her forehead and left flank from the onslaught. "Can you still fight?" he asked quietly, his eyes tracking the 4 regrouping ninja across the room. Sakura coughed and sat up. "I'm not going to be able to go as fast anymore, but I can support you. The curse seal boosts them too much," she said warily. Sasuke grunted. "We can manage, they have good teamwork for a group of freaks." A melody filled the room once more and the fighting continued. Kakashi, in a moment of self-reflection, would honestly say he owed Might Guy his life right now. The absurd speed of the Sannin was only just beyond what he's faced with Guy in their spars. If he hadn't been forced into their rivalry all these years, he would likely have been killed already. That being said, Kakashi was still coming up short in every other category when faced with the legendary ninja in front of him. Orochimaru's ferocity was so much that it was as if Kakashi had taken his prized possession from him, and he was fighting to get it back. His unorthodox way of moving, slipping in and out of various forms of taijutsu was so alien to anyone he'd ever fought that Kakashi knew without Obito's eye he would come up short as well. Lightning crackled to life in Kakashi's fist as he parried a kick. The instant before the chakra would affect Orochimaru, hazy green chakra filled the snake's leg as wind-natured chakra countered and overcame the effect, shredding Kakashi's glove instead. More movements, made in tenths of a second, half filled with feints others to feint a feint, were made over and over. Kakashi's Sharingan learning and memorizing all of his opponent's movements the instant they were made and allowed him to slowly adapt. Though that was taijutsu, Orochimaru began to weave ninjutsu into his attacks after Kakashi successfully reversed a maneuver, throwing Orochimaru across the room, denting the stone wall he impacted. Tongues of flame sparked to life, swinging and whipping around the room from all 10 of Orochimaru's fingers that were then extinguished by a wall of water created by Kakashi. The water was then rapidly formed into a roaring dragon that was shredded by a thin stream of wing that sliced deep into each wall behind Kakashi. As chakra was molded into his next attack, Kakashi was blasted back by the ground, exploding into a rushing river of mud. That was then hardened into stone. As Orochimaru pierced his skull with a wind blade, he burst into smoke, signifying a clone had taken his place. Orochimaru ducked and flipped back, parried a shadow and laughed. Sinister chakra filled the room before pulsing with enough force to blast away the dust around him. Genjutsu. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly at the notion. Your illusions, despite coming from the legendary Sharingan, are far too lacking to give me pause. I've faced Itachi's illusions before, yours are paltry in comparison. Kakashi, from his position in the shadow of the room halfway in the ground, would admit that he was no Itachi and moved on. A minuscule pulse of chakra saw the network of exploding notes he planted while Orochimaru killed his clone. A ball of angry red fire erupted, followed by a shower of stone shrapnel where Orochimaru stood. Moments later the smoke cleared away to reveal a disheveled, but otherwise fine Orochimaru, who was looking right at him from his hidden spot in the far corner of the room. I'd forgotten almost, the snake mused, after the third Hokage, then that brat, and my teammates. I was getting a bit self-conscious. Killing you this easily is a nice reminder of my strength. Kakashi hardened himself and with Herculean effort kept his focus on Orochimaru and not the hectic battle of his students on the far end of the massive underground room. What happened to the Anbu? Kakashi wondered tersely. Naruto knew that this mission could be filled with the typical Team 7 nonsense. So far, he wasn't wrong. His base was filled with nothing but beasts he'd killed without much fanfare. Now he was finally entering the northern base and just knew this was where he was supposed to be the whole time. The base was nearly empty. There were signs of battle and dead monsters throughout, showing him that his team and the Anbu made their way through, and deep within he could faintly hear the sounds of fighting. He didn't even bother slowing down as a single beast still prowling through the caves appeared and killed it without even looking at it with a backhand fist empowered by infinity. Moments later he entered the massive room that held the conflict he was chasing. Sasuke was bloody and Sakura was propped up against the wall clutching her ribs in a kunai. Their opponents were similarly bloody, but only one was down, a fat guy he vaguely remembered from the invasion whose head was a couple feet away from his body. In the distance Kakashi was being kicked around about Orochimaru, who looked more interested in playing with his food than finishing it. Not wasting a moment longer he teleported between Sasuke and his opponent, some six-armed freak, and kicked his legs out from under him. Naruto, gasped Sakura in surprise while Sasuke sighed in relief. Naruto grabbed two of the guy's arms and slammed him face first into the ground, knocking him out or just flat out killing him, he wasn't sure. Sorry I'm late, he said quietly. Kakashi appeared in a flicker of movement next to Sakura, finally confident in leaving his fight to check on his wounded student. Orochimaru followed behind slowly. No, I don't have the patience for you. Naruto grunted with a large frown. Hands moved into a cross pattern, shadow clone jutsu. 6 clones, all bearing his 6 eyes, burst into existence. In the next moment they shot forward, 2 to each of the strange guard, while Naruto rammed right into Orochimaru in a shoulder check that took the snake off his feet. A moment later a spark of blue burst into existence next to the tumbling Orochimaru, who shot away frantically before the space around the blue chakra collapsed into nothing, leaving a void of stone in its place. Naruto vaguely felt his clones finish the 3 guards, they were already weakened by his team after all. In the distance Orochimaru gathered himself. "You're not wasting any time, are you, Uzumaki?" His voice tense. Naruto rolled his eyes. "No, I'm just tired of seeing you. I feel like every time I go on a mission it's to deal with you." He pointed both his index fingers at him and 2 spiraling sinister shots flew towards him, both dodged and the ground exploding where they hit. Orochimaru was ready for Naruto, who was flying towards him at absurd speeds, only for at the last moment he teleported to his blind spot and landed a kick to his ribs, sending him to the ground in a crash. Naruto gestured to Orochimaru, then pulled his arm back and clenched his fist. Orochimaru was pulled off the ground and his was rocked by a haymaker to his face, then sent crashing back down to the ground, cratering the stone floor. As Naruto was about to finish the fight, his right hand molding a rasengan for the snake's forehead, he was forced to teleport back as a massive sword swung through the air where he was just standing. Not even a heartbeat later an enormous fireball was flying at him. He would have dodged if his team wasn't behind him. With a single hand seal he flared infinity to stop the jutsu in front of him and let it dissipate. Naruto sighed tiredly as the blue-faced shark man Kisame and the emotionless Itachi Uchiha sauntered into the room. He could feel the anger radiating off of Sasuke behind him and the trepidation from Kakashi. "I was wondering if you two would be here or if Jiraiya had dealt with you." Kisame growled. "He'll get his, you're our focus for today." Naruto took a deep breath and threw his glasses off his face. He could tell that Kisame was back in fighting shape and Itachi was at his 100% as well. Both were annoying opponents at the best of times, but he was going to have to deal with all 3 of them on his own. Itachi stepped forward. His place at Kisame's side was filled in by Orochimaru. His eyes weren't in their Mangekyo form but rather the normal Sharingan. They looked eyes. Naruto noticed that he didn't even bother trying to ensnare him into an illusion. "We've prepared for you. I know that the time since we've last battled you've likely improved your abilities," Itachi said, then started gathering chakra into his chest and skull. "Our leader has provided us a technique that will eliminate you. Goodbye Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the 9 tails." Naruto tensed. He could see the chakra working through Itachi's body. It was unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. A mixture of raw chakra and a form of barrier mixing and mingling. Naruto charged up a red and shot it towards him, but Orochimaru and Kisame were able to block it. Seeing that range wouldn't work, he teleported in. At the last moment he realized that was exactly what Itachi was waiting for. Both of Itachi's hands curled into a crude and different hand seal Naruto didn't recognize. His chakra, rather than a release and execution of a jutsu like normal, was as if it exploded into the world around them. Naruto took in every minute detail as it happened, each detail committed to his memory. Domain expansion. Damnation of duty, intoned Itachi as the chakra exploded and ensnared Naruto and Itachi in an empty void of blackness. Naruto's eyes took into the details further. Barrier after barrier, all harmoniously acting together in a tapestry of effects. Something so genius Naruto would even go so far to call it a divine jutsu. Maybe jutsu was too small of a designation. Chakra from Itachi was enhanced, chakra from Naruto was hindered, jutsu from Naruto seemed tougher to use and his infinity no longer worked. It was as if his jutsu was being sent elsewhere, still active but not on him. Then the void changed, a barren street with empty homes on either side of them. A massive red full moon in the sky illuminated them both. The air was stale, and no noise was able to be heard from outside this barrier. Naruto even noticed that within the houses on either side of them had puddles of blood on the floors barely visible from the street. It was nearly 2 seconds from when Naruto teleported in front of Itachi to now being within his jutsu. "Here I'm in control. Domain expansion robs the opponent of their strength and bolsters my own," said Itachi as he gestured to Naruto. "Now, you cannot avoid this. The jutsu I've placed in the domain will always hit." Tsukuyomi. Naruto tried to avoid it, but it was instant. There was nothing he could do. His infinity was gone and his eyes only told him that the very world of this domain tethered the jutsu to him. There was nothing to dodge, it just hit him. The environment didn't change, but Naruto was now crucified on a cross and black flames were surrounding him. Itachi appeared in front of him, but he was upside down standing on nothing but air. A moment later a blade pierced Naruto's stomach. Then another and another. Dozens of blades, maybe hundreds. Naruto held the scream back. Maybe he took only one blade or maybe it was 1,000, but the pain eventually got him. He screwed his eyes shut and tried to think. Another blade. He knew how the jutsu formed, a hunch on how it worked from his observations. Another blade. If he could try and break it. Blade to the leg. Naruto took a breath and focused inward. Blade through each of his arms. Agony took over Naruto as he tried to formulate a plan as blade after blade stabbed into his body. When Itachi captured Naruto into the massive ball of black charcoal, none of the others in the room moved. They just looked at the jutsu that was the Akatsuki's trump card against Naruto with trepidation. Kisame and Orochimaru eyeing it critically for any weakness while Kakashi frantically looked at it with his Sharingan trying to figure out what to do next. It was a scream from Sasuke that broke all their attention away from the domain as he screamed in fury. His sword was crackling with lightning energy as he streamed his Chidori through the blade itself and shot forward. No one expected his action, so even the incredible speeds of Kisame and Orochimaru were enough to stop him as he stabbed the domain with his blade. While it didn't pierce, it just managed to crack the surface slightly. At the same moment Kisame was blasted through the wall to their right by a Geta-clad foot courtesy of Jiraiya. "The hell is that?" Jiraiya asked aloud as he looked at the massive barrier domain. Orochimaru readied himself and smirked, "Right on time, fool. Uzumaki is being taken care of by Itachi as we speak. You're next." Jiraiya snorted, "Don't count that brat out just yet. He doesn't know what the word quitting means," he said confidently. Line break. Naruto, breathing haggardly as blood fell from his body onto the ground beneath him. Itachi stood over him with a blade lit aflame with black fire. Naruto knew that if the blade hit him, it was over, he would become a vegetable mentally or close to it. He was sure his healing would keep him from outright dying. At that same moment a flash of chakra entered the domain, if only for a part of a second. Both Itachi and Naruto recognized it as Sasuke's chakra trying to pierce the domain. It was the lapse of concentration for that brief instant that allowed Naruto make a desperate move. Itachi huffed at his brother's actions, useless as it was. He turned his gaze back to Naruto and grit his teeth. Naruto's chakra was moving in a pattern he'd not seen in their previous battle. "This should work, I think," Naruto said in a raspy blood-filled voice, as his activated blue and yanked himself through the domain to the edge where Sasuke's blade impacted. Though the domain expanded endlessly, he knew the edge was right here. Naruto didn't know or care if it would work, it was his only chance. Itachi stabbed Naruto a half-dozen more times, pinning him to the ground. Naruto chuckled and spat blood. He didn't need to be able to move for this. Itachi, not knowing what the blonde was planning, knew he needed to finish this now and moved to stab Naruto through the chest. Naruto at the same moment sent a pure unconcentrated blast of red straight down to the floor of the domain. Right at that moment Itachi's blade pierced his heart. The large black ball of chakra shattered, breaking up the fighting in the large room. Kisame was already sporting some bruising and Orochimaru took this chance to regurgitate a new body while Jiraiya jumped back to Kakashi and the others. As the domain fell apart, Itachi was shown standing over Naruto with several blades of chakra piercing all over his body, one through his heart. Itachi pulled out his sword and stepped over Naruto while turning to rest of the Leaf Ninja. He nearly broke out. He said to Kisame and Orochimaru's shock, "Let's finish here, we've accomplished the mission." Kakashi and Jiraiya looked at the prone form of Naruto in shock. Neither of them believed such a thing was possible. Not since Naruto awakened the Six Eyes did they think he was capable of really losing one-on-one anymore. Even against Itachi in their last fight he was holding his own well enough and had only improved since then. Sakura grit her teeth to hold back tears. She didn't think the blonde would die, not like this, not here. He was so strong, he was the team's heart. She took a deep breath and pushed herself to her feet. If Naruto was to die here, then she'd take one of these bastards with her. Next to her, there was a new change happening. Sasuke stared with dead eyes as his brother callously stood over his best friend with a blood pooling around his body. His mind flashed back to the compound that night, his parents, his family, his cousins, all of them. Now it was Naruto. Sasuke's shock turned to despair, which as he turned his eyes to his brother, the architect of all his life's problems, that despair gave way to an unending wave of pure hate. Sasuke's Sharingan morphed, the three tomo spun and changed into a new pattern similar to a flower. His chakra hardened in his body, and he grit his teeth so hard he made taste blood. The next instant Itachi was engulfed in black flames courtesy of Sasuke, snapping Kakashi and Jiraiya out of their stupor. Jiraiya took the opportunity to rush the two behind Itachi while Sasuke blitzed forward towards Itachi, who was manipulating the black flames off of himself with his own Mangekyo. Kakashi followed behind his student, running through plans in his head on how to deal with Itachi if he pulled that same jutsu out that he used on Naruto. Sakura, knowing she was outclassed, rushed for Naruto's body and pulled him away from the fighting. The sounds of violence filled the room once more as the Leaf Ninja fought with more ferocity than the Akatsuki thought them capable of. Sakura could only pray that they would kill all of them. Darkness. Empty, swirling, unending darkness. Everywhere he looked he saw the fleeting instances of light in a far-off distance slowing, being snuffed out by the endless abyss. He wasn't dead. Well, he wasn't dead, yet it would seem. Though he wasn't far off. Naruto felt his surroundings and knew he was within his own mind. He knew his healing wouldn't be enough. He'd never healed anything fatal before, merely injuries. Like Tsunade said, it was an incomplete jutsu that put too much risk on him due to the strain on his brain from utilizing pure yin-natured chakra supercharged by positive chakra was too complex to use by a normal brain. But his brain wasn't normal. He had the 6 eyes, which allowed him to process and analyze information much faster than anyone else, even other ocular jutsu wielders. What if that could work? The weakness of his healing is if he dialed it up too much his brain would overheat, because the complexity of it hasn't been fully ironed out since he hasn't really had a chance to work on it. But what if he healed his brain? What if he was healing his brain to keep it fresh and at its very peak and used his healing where it was needed at full blast? His healing, no, his everything would be even better if he was always at 100% mental capacity. The darkness was seeping closer. Naruto refocused. He likely only had a few minutes of work to get it working to save himself. Sasuke ducked under a kick from Itachi and responded with a whirl of slashed from his lightning-enveloped sword. Itachi weaved around the attacks and out of nowhere jumped away right as Kakashi smashed through the ground to attack him. Sasuke, his eyes burning with new power, glared at Itachi and felt something else shift. Purple chakra exploded from his core. Kakashi's eyes widened and backed up, while keeping his eye on Itachi. "Very good, little brother," Itachi said as he watched his brother's power come forth. "Shut up," shouted Sasuke as his eyes started crying blood from the strain. The purple chakra formed into a ribcage around him, then a right arm of bone was formed that swung through the air at blinding speeds. Itachi couldn't move, so he blocked it with his own red flaming ribcage. Itachi looked at his brother's power critically. "This is called Susanoo, or he with ability to help by all means. It is the greatest power of the Uchiha, only one of us in our clan's history truly mastered it. Madara Uchiha." The name sent shivers down the spine of Sasuke and Kakashi. It was with this jutsu he was able to battle the almighty Hashirama Senju on equal footing during their warring years. Sasuke couldn't speak from the strain, so he continued to glare at Itachi. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, then back to Itachi. "So this is only achievable with the Mangekyo Sharingan," he spoke. Itachi turned his gaze towards Kakashi. "Indeed, though you need both eyes for it. The Mangekyo has an ability for each eye, then the Susanoo for both in harmony." Kakashi hummed, "I see." Sasuke's growled and the arm flashed forward once again, smashing into a red flaming bone arm courtesy of Itachi's Susanoo. Neither winning the battle of strength. "Now that you have these eyes, Sasuke, you should know. You and I will be meeting soon. I will have my battle with you. Once you can actually utilize them. Don't you dare mock me," shouted Sasuke. As he shouted, the Susanoo formed another arm and a large scarf formed around the body that shaped into a hood. Within the dark of the hood were 2 glowing yellow eyes. On the right arm a crossbow was formed that Sasuke fired at Itachi. Kakashi saw his moment and activated his own Mangekyo ability to try and destroy the arm that moved to intercept the arrow. Itachi increased the power of his Susanoo and formed the Yata mirror to take the attacks head-on. Finally Sasuke's body gave out and he fell to one knee from the strain. Kakashi was similarly weakened from using the jutsu of Obito's eye. Itachi let his jutsu go and looked to where his colleagues were battling Jiraiya. The fight seemed to be a stalemate as Kisame wasn't able to use his larger jutsu for fear of hitting him or Orochimaru in this underground hall. Itachi readied the sword he killed Naruto with and moved to attack Kakashi, who was the bigger threat between the remaining ninjas. Kakashi was able to parry the first swing with a kunai. Then avoid the follow-ups. Itachi feinted a stab, then grabbed his arm and tossed him through the air into the wall. He parried Sasuke as he attacked him, but without his Mangekyo Sasuke just wasn't able to keep up anymore and was batted away and thrown across the room towards Kakashi. Itachi began flashing through hand seals and molded his chakra into flame. Kakashi and Sasuke looked up to see a nearly white-hot massive fireball flying right towards them. However, the flames never reached them. The fire stopped right before them, stopped in midair as if held by some supernatural force. Ha 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 ha. The familiar laugh shocked everyone in the room who'd heard it. Even Jiraiya, Orochimaru and Kisame heard it. Kakashi and Sasuke turned around to see a bloody but seemingly uninjured Naruto laughing as he stood behind them holding the fireball in place with his infinity. Itachi, Naruto shouted with a grin. You old bastard, you nearly killed me. He began laughing all over again. Itachi just looked at him with barely noticeable shock. But don't worry, I finally perfected my healing, I mean chakra. No, I mastered my body. My chakra and body. Yeah, that's it, I know it and I have it now. I know what to do and why, that's the most important, Itachi, the why. Naruto explained deliriously. I can do it now. Jiraiya appeared beside him and looked at him worriedly. You okay, kid? Okay, am I okay? You old bastard, I'm better than ever, I know it now. I know what I need, and why I need it. I can do anything, I can feel it, the most impossible things are within my grasp. Kisame came flying in and Naruto shot forward with speeds he'd never achieved before, even to Itachi and Jiraiya he was nearly impossible to follow. Naruto blocked Samahata with infinity and with his right hand he made a melon-sized golden rasengan that he smashed into Kisame's stomach. Immediately after he casually moved to his side to avoid Orochimaru's sword moving to pierce his throat. Naruto weaved and avoided all follow-up attack with casual ease before blitzing forward and smashing a palm into Orochimaru's stomach, nearly knocking him unconscious. Itachi was trying to formulate a plan of attack. He could try a domain again, but he was dangerously low on chakra and that would put him beyond empty. In his moment of though he was hit by a red to his chest from Naruto, who teleported to his right and shot a red at the same time, blasting him across the room near to where Orochimaru and Kisame were recovering. I feel it, yes, Naruto said reverently. It doesn't matter anymore how many of you there are, how strong you are, no, it doesn't matter. Before what I am now, none of you are. I feel it truly now when before I knew I wasn't. Naruto's chakra, a now golden tint to its natural blue, began emanating off his body as he spread his arms wide. Throughout the heavens and the earth, I alone am the honored one. Many in the long and bloody history of the ninja would be able to tell you of a moment when, in their very bones, they knew the opponent in front of them was in a different league. Veterans over time in the field developed a keen sense to know when they should cut and run and when to stand and fight. Elites have an even keener sense to know when the person in front of them was within their capabilities. To know when they had a solid chance of defeating their opponent. It's not perfect, of course, people have hidden abilities or strategies that can turn the tides. Nothing is cut and dry, as in one is stronger and will win in the world of ninja. A cage has a unit of guards because a kunai can slay a titan after all. Today everyone in the underground base of the Snake Sanin felt that sense flare to life. Even those here, elite veterans that could cow a nation into submission, had a feeling of hopeless in the face of unimaginable strength. Even for the Leaf Ninja allies that gazed upon the glowing Naruto, who was grinning towards the ceiling in euphoria, as if he was experiencing the world on a completely different plane of existence than the rest of them. I alone am the honored one. Those words seemed to echo around them. Jiraiya felt an unsettling weight land on his gut as he slowly realized that Naruto was going through something that would fundamentally change everything. More than the 6 eyes already have, and that was saying something. Naruto was already destined to be unimaginably strong. Now, well, he may have reached a level seldom seen in the world at the young age of 13. Naruto looked down toward the Akatsuki, with complete dispassion. Kisame, a tank of a human with more chakra than anyone bearing a Jinchuriki or tailed beast, felt he was outclassed under the glowing gaze of the young blonde. The sharp blade in his right hand wiggled nervously as the chakra emanating into the air was intoxicating but far too dense and frightening. Orochimaru lost his smirk, already moving through internal plans to escape, though his blood chilled when the two glowing eyes locked with his for a fleeting moment. The final opponent, the one that caused the most damage and could partly be held responsible for this metamorphosis, Itachi, could only sigh as he started trying to mold the minuscule amount of his remaining chakra. Surrender. Face the fifth and the old man alive or as a corpse. Spoke Naruto without any care or interest. I don't particularly care which. Instead of waiting for their response silently, he turned to Sasuke. I'm sorry, I may have to take your kill. Even though he knew he felt bad for potentially robbing Sasuke of his vengeance, even that didn't cause the euphoria to leave Naruto. Orochimaru, knowing what awaited him in the leaf, didn't hesitate to attack Naruto once again. The movement of the snake jolted Kisame into action once more, and that caused Itachi, already on his last legs, to ponder his next move. The leaf ninja in attendance watched the commotion with stunned expressions on their faces. Naruto, whose chakra presence was so vast and terrible when released before this mission, was now even more so. His chakra blanketed the entire fortress in a blue and white glow. Naruto watched as Orochimaru and Kisame approached, neither of which were moving all that fast to him. Orochimaru, grass-cutting sword poison blade sliced through the air towards his neck, was easily avoided with a slight lean. Kisame slammed his massive sword down, causing an explosion of dust that when cleared showed that Naruto was standing about a half-inch above the blade, still staring up at the ceiling, barely caring. In the next instant a dense ball of flame exploded towards Naruto but was blasted away by a small ball of red chakra launched instantly from Naruto's left hand. With no time to mold the last dregs of his chakra, Itachi was hit and sent speeding into the far wall in a crash of dust and debris. Kisame, still in the same position, noticed that infinity wasn't wavering like before when coming into contact with Samahata and was constant and firm. Roaring with effort, he reversed the swing upwards to try and throw Naruto off. In the next moment, before anyone's brain registered the sound of the clap of Naruto's hands for a hand seal, he warped behind Kisame and punched him in the spine. His fist shrouded in swirling blue chakra. A sudden crack of sound, the air shifted, and the impact intensified further. Kisame was unable to scream verbally as blood vomited outwards from the internal damage. Then he was unceremoniously kicked away by Naruto, who then turned towards Orochimaru, who was building up chakra. This feeling, Naruto thought airily, I can feel it, my chakra is so light. Before I thought I mastered it, but now my mind, body and soul are one. Naruto clasped his hands together and began to mold chakra. Red, volatile chakra of pure positive force and energy condensed in a shell of hardened chakra to allow the energy to further build and condense. Blue, the same but reversed. Both are simple to me now, both are within my grasp with but a thought. Blue energy swirled to life, and Orochimaru, who was trying to build up a jutsu, was catapulted off his feet toward Naruto, whose other fist swirled with red chakra as he punched Orochimaru in the stomach. The force of the punch was so great the hall they were in shook from the force, and Orochimaru's body tore in half in a shower of blood. The two halves of Orochimaru were then reattached by a dozen snakes that appeared from each open end. Killing you, I suppose it has to be on a level deeper than body. Naruto mused with a smile and hazy glowing eyes. Jiraiya, who heard Naruto's comment, tried to formulate a response on how they could take down his former partner. However, as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, his senses flared to life and his body screamed to flee. Kakashi's lone Sharingan glowed bright red as he took in the battle in front of him. Naruto was manhandling 3 boogeymen, these people that anyone in the whole ninja world would think twice about approaching. The feeling of fighting alongside an unbeatable ninja that would no matter what come out on top had not moved through him since his last mission with his sensei. It was a strange feeling to have while watching one's young student in action like this. Now he was watching as hyper-complex jutsu were flaring in and out of use between punches by his student, the creator of said jutsu. In training he'd asked Naruto to walk him through how red and blue worked, as he'd been told they were technically not impossible for someone to use. However, even with his considerable intellect, skill, and decades of training, he couldn't even spark either for an instant. Now he observed Naruto, likely the strongest ninja in the world at this point, wield them like he wielded shuriken. Then, as Naruto looked upon Orochimaru's sickening regeneration, he felt the air change when Naruto realized needed to go further, as Orochimaru wasn't going to be killed like a normal human. In the corner, recovering from their battles and the shock and horror of seeing their teammate and someone they considered unbeatable seemingly die then come back to save them, stood the remaining genin of Team 7. Sasuke and Sakura were in shock at the parts of the battle they were able to follow. Sasuke's with his fully matured Sharingan could see the movements and what Naruto was doing, while Sakura was able to sense it well enough to know what was happening, just not follow it closely. He's gone even further, Sakura whispered in muted shock. I thought he couldn't get much more powerful, yet, she trailed off as she watched. Sasuke gulped. He's done it, what he mentioned in training. He muttered back. At her look he continued. He mentioned that while chakra was effortless to use for him, he wasn't perfectly in sync, and that he was consciously and purposefully following all the steps of his jutsu to cast them, and when that was gone, he'd be truly the strongest. Both of them were pulled from their talk at the change in the air. Neither knew what was coming, but their instincts told them to run. In the corner of the room, where Kisame lay defeated and broken, a damaged and barely standing Itachi grabbed him and moved to flee from the arena. Giving the leaf Orochimaru as a sacrifice and distraction for both of their escape was something he was sure Pain would accept. Before he could, however, the room changed, and he was unable to tear himself away from the battle as he knew something was coming. Naruto, who knew he needed to go deeper to kill the snake once and for all, thought back to a few weeks ago. To when he battled the first and second Hokage alongside the old man. The showstopper jutsu, Requiem of the Sage, the ultimate technique of the third Hokage, blending all the strengths of every basic element into a concentrated shot of pure power. Like with his thoughts on red, blue, his healing and infinity, in that going to the deepest even atomic levels of chakra to make powerful jutsu rather than elemental, lay an even greater technique for him with the third's jutsu combination as a blueprint. The rasengan was pure chakra, non-elemental chakra mixed with the pinnacle of shape manipulation into a devastating power that was nigh unstoppable. His mind blazed through chakra equations millions of miles per second, complex motions coiling in matrices of energy adding and subtracting together. The air shifted as he worked, and as he did, Naruto's legendary eyes opened and looked towards Orochimaru's. One last lesson for you. The whole room was rooted in place, enraptured by his words and the chakra being molded, red, hyper-condensed positive chakra resulting in pure unstoppable force projected outward. Blue, negative chakra that creates a section of negative space that which forces existence or the very world around us to rapidly fill, causing that attraction-like power. Like a literal expression of infinite numbers, positive and negative respectively. Eyes shone brighter, hands sparked, the room began to stir, and instincts that were flaring were now screaming. Friend and ally alike were rooted in fear of what was coming. Now, O great snake Sanin of science and discovery, what would happen if you pushed together and combined those two things together? Asked Naruto as he now clenched one fist, and held his wrist with the other hand. Then he turned his body sideways as he raised his right arm towards Orochimaru's crouched form. No one answered his question, they couldn't. You and the space you occupy are rendered zero. Humming and volatile sparks of energy arched off the raised fist, all glowing with a royal violet for an instant before what to everyone else seemed to be a wave of purple chakra blasted through the air at unimaginable speeds. When their eyes caught up to what happened, Orochimaru was missing a massive, perfectly round-shaped hole in half his torso, and the walls behind him were similarly lacking stone for dozens of meters, all in the same shape. Orochimaru's eyes glazed for a moment before, in a surprisingly unceremonious fashion, he crashed to the ground lifeless. Others were expecting Orochimaru to vomit out a new body, regrow what was left, or some other way of surviving. But Naruto, whose eyes gazed deeper than flesh, knew what he did. He atomized the flesh, bone, chakra coils and even the gate of death with his newest jutsu. There could be no jutsu to revive him, the means of chakra and life weren't hurt or broken, they were gone, from existence itself. Not even taking a moment more to take in his work, he turned to Itachi and the prone form of Kisame to finish everything up. Unfortunately, before he could move forward, the air itself swirled and shifted, and the ground shook and parted as a strange, spiked plant-like, half-white and half-black humanoid creature rose from the ground. The swirling space in front of them coalesced, and out popped another Akatsuki member with an orange face mask with a lone eye hole. "Oh," said Naruto as he took in the new arrivals. "Who might you both be, or what, I should say?" he said while looking at the two-toned creature. The orange-masked man spoke up. "I," a deep voice rang out from the masked man, "am Toby." He shouted in a comical high-pitched voice before all four of them were gathered up in that similar swirling motion of space. The next instant the ground exploded from a red Naruto sent out as soon as he saw the air changing. "If it's not one thing it's another, huh?" Naruto said with a shake of his head. "Who wants to carry him back?" he asked while pointing to the body of the snake Sanin. His question was met with stunned silence. To think, Tsunade spoke with a melancholic voice that echoed off the walls of the Hokage's office, Orochimaru is dead. Jiraiya, slightly bandaged and equally as muted, nodded, it's something I've worked for but never really thought would happen. Or was even possible at some points. Hiruzen shook his head, it was something that needed to have been taken care of years ago, he was a monster. The third said firmly, the boy from Team Hiruzen, the young boy I trained, died many years ago. Team 7, who was wrapping up their report on the mission, allowed them their moment, even Naruto, who didn't really care, remained silent. Now, Tsunade said suddenly, all things considered, this was a successful operation. While we lost several Anbu operatives, it is within acceptable parameters for wartime S-rank Black Ops assignment. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, both of you, according to Jonin team leads Kakashi and Jiraiya, operated at a level above what is expected of your current rank. So now, effective immediately, you have been granted field promotion to the rank of Chunin. Congratulations. Sakura beamed and turned to Kakashi, then Naruto and finally Sasuke, who smiled slightly. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, exclaimed Sakura with a bright grin on her face before bowing deeply. Sasuke bowed slightly, thank you. None would mistake the pride in his tone even if he tried to smother it. And I, Naruto interrupted childishly, have been made Super Jonin. He said with a grin. Both of you may leave, you've earned your rest. Sakura, please return to my office first thing in the morning, I have an idea I want to run by you. Tsunade said, ignoring Naruto, which caused a pout. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, who was too busy pretending to be sad about being ignored to notice. Naruto, we need to talk about some things at some point. He said before leaving without even waiting for a response. Sakura bowed and rushed after him. With the both of them gone, Tsunade stared at Naruto tiredly, no promotion, but you do have another assignment. Naruto's fists clenched and unclenched rapidly, you've got to be kidding me. Shut up, shouted Tsunade while glaring at him while the others just rolled their eyes, let me finish. Think back to before these missions started, there was something you planned to do once you got back home. It's time, Naruto. Naruto quieted down, right. The 9 tails, he said slowly. Jiraiya nodded, exactly, it's time we see what happens when we take that seal off. He said while stepping forward. Kakashi, the third and Tsunade all watched cautiously. We're doing this here? Naruto asked, slightly surprised at their gung-ho attitudes. The original seal is still in place, answered Hiruzen, there is nothing dangerous that can happen from removing the 5 elements seal layered on top. It's like taking a lock off of another lock. Naruto nodded, gotcha. As he spoke, Jiraiya lashed out and slammed his hand, each finger glowing with a symbol, into his stomach, taking the wind out of him. Naruto reared back in shock, what the hell, old man? His vision swam and in the next moment he swayed on his feet and fell to the ground. Naruto's mind wandered as blackness overtook everything and chakra knot of his own body swam in and out of his coils. The chaotic, corrosive nature of the 9 tails was trying to reattach to him all over his body. Before he just assumed he had 2 chakras in his body, now he could perfectly feel what the 9 tails was doing, trying to slowly grab a hold of him and whittle down the strength of the seal. It would have worked for anyone else, however he was Naruto Uzumaki, wielder of the 6 eyes, and such actions would not be allowed. With his own chakra he pushed and separated his chakra from the 9 tails' own. It wasn't easy as the beast fought to stay close, but Naruto won out, it was his body after all. Instead of the chakra commingling throughout his entire body, the beast's chakra now stayed in or around the seal. The very moment he succeeded, his mind was pulled further and further into the darkness, further into his own mind. After a moment he found himself standing in a dark, damp hallway. At the end was a doorway towards a massive room that emanated hatred and red glowing chakra. Naruto stepped forward, it was time for he and his tenant to speak to one another. Naruto's steps echoed through the mental plane of a hallway as he approached the glowing room. While he wasn't scared in the slightest of what awaited him, he was apprehensive of what he would need to do to get the information from the beast. The room itself was a mess. Ankle-deep water, of some kind, no smell or breeze, but there was a feeling of dread throughout that made him want to frown. The light in the room was as if the walls were lined with torches, but there were none, almost like his brain created this atmosphere but left out details. The walls were close and far, like the room was as big or small as he desired it to be at any moment. then at the end of the room was a massive, dozens of meters high, gate. Within the gate was nothing but darkness and apathy. Naruto stepped forward, not scared or even slightly nervous, and stood in front of it with his arms at his hips and a mocking smile that was almost completely real. "Hey, you damn fox, come out here and stop being dramatic, I don't have all day," shouted Naruto with a comical frown on his face as he flared his chakra to its max. The room warped under the weight of his power for a moment before a monumental amount of chakra pure in its malicious intent met his halfway. The room buckled and his brain hurt for a microsecond before he healed the damage, adapted and fought the battle of wills with the arrogance he'd been born to have. "This all you got?" he shouted in challenge before the chakra of malice grew further and Naruto, not nervous, grew wary of what the beast's limits were as he was beginning to approach his. The fox's chakra grew more, further and further until Naruto knew no mortal being's chakra could compete. He hardened his chakra, maximized it with his newfound control and flared it the most he could. He knew he'd soon lose, there was no matching it. No single human could. More it grew, and with it the dread and fear of mortality gripped Naruto as his breathing started to hitch. Death, decay, rot, anger, fear, hate, envy, greed, hopelessness, fear and loathing. All of it coiling around his heart as the glowing red grew more and more. The fox, the nine-tailed demon, was without equal in its evil and malice. Naruto started to waver, and in a moment that shook him to his core, two sets of hands grabbed him by the shoulders and two massive and determined chakra presences met the fox's. If he did not wield the eyes of divine insight and the all-knowing comprehension of chakra, he'd never believe it. He didn't dare wish for something like this, knowing it'd never happen. "He's quite cranky, huh?" asked a beautiful red-haired woman with a kind smile. A tall man with fierce eyes and spiky blonde hair similar to his own, smiled with more kindness than his reputation would have you believe. "Let's let him have a temper tantrum on his own, I think we're all overdue a conversation." "Right, son." Naruto, losing all negative feeling from the battle of wills with a being of pure chakra, felt his heart-sore tears fill his now legendary eyes. "Mom, Dad?" he asked and was met with bigger smiles than before. Minato held up his hand and snapped his fingers. The world around them shifted and they were met with the warm light of his mind and silence as the three of them took each other in. Naruto took them in with the hunger of a man dying of thirst seeing water for the first time in days. He couldn't tear his eyes of his mother. Someone in the pits of his loneliest days was a figure he couldn't picture but would dream about caring for him, loving him and being there for him forever. After learning her identity a few months ago, he had a face to the dream but knew there was no way of meeting her in this life. He supposed he was wrong, in the best possible way. Naruto tore his eyes away and his father nodded at him with a smile of pride he'd seen once from the old man and Jiraiya when they didn't know he was looking. It was nice to get it from someone not hiding it for once. But there was something he needed to do. Before either of them could react, Naruto blitzed forward and slammed a left fist into his father's stomach, who doubled over in pain while his mother gasped in shock. "What the hell caused you to seal that thing in me? Do you have any idea what I went through? If I didn't get these eyes, people would still hate me and still avoid me at every chance. No one wanted me, no one cared about me. I had to." He was cut off by a fierce hug and a sob from his mother. His father, who slowly recovered, walked over with a regretful stare and brushed a hand on his face. He hadn't realized he began crying. "I never," Minato's voice wavered for a moment before his face hardened, "I would never have put such a burden on you if I didn't know you could handle it. If I didn't believe in my heart that of all people in the village, you alone could manage it. It wasn't a choice we made lightly. I'd have rather died than put you through half of what has happened to you, sweetheart," said Kushina with a tight hug that she then released and stepped back next to Minato. "We?" asked Naruto. He didn't know his mom was a part of the sealing. Minato and Kushina shared a look. "Maybe it's best we start at the beginning, son." Minato started with a sigh. "If it's not too much trouble, can you match the chakra matrices of our clones here? About 0.25 of a clone's worth will suffice, I believe." Naruto sighed and sat down. "Would like to know how you have a clone in me as well." He made a ram hand seal and pushed chakra outward, then swirled it into them, the exact amount his father requested. Kushina brightened up. "That was amazing. I knew you were a kick-ass ninja already, but to experience it firsthand is something else, ya know." "Ya know," whispered Naruto with a soft smile which Kushina mirrored. Minato smiled at the exchange. "You got that tick, if you couldn't tell, from your motor mouth mother," he said with a laugh. Minato continued, "There's a lot we have to tell you. Especially about that night," he said seriously. Naruto nodded. "Right, but we have a limited amount of time here. I can keep you going, but when I leave, that's it, right?" Both of them nodded sadly. "Then before that, I want to learn more. I want to know both of you and tell you about me. We don't have much time, but I want us to get to know each other at least a bit," he finished softly. Kushina sent a serious look to Minato that got a reluctant nod. "Of course, we'd love that. The information can wait. How about you tell us about your team? I know a bit from being sealed in here, but we only get periodic flashes." Naruto's face lit up as he weaved tales from his best pranks, worst classes, missions and ninja life for hours. His parents shared stories of their youth, often marred by growing up in war times, but were tales filled with laughs and love as they shared what they did as young ninja. All throughout the time they spent in the void of his mind, not once did Naruto feel the weight of his station, the worry of being the strongest, the fear of what would come for his village in retaliation to his recent victory, or the growing unease of his mental changes and ruthlessness. The dull ache of loneliness that gripped him for as long as he could remember softened, and his mind was brought back to a day long ago. A warm crackling fire in the forest as a strange funny old man in a big red hat ate his fish and told him stories of two amazing ninja that protected the village from a great evil. Across the world, various organizations are told the news. Orochimaru killed by Naruto Uzumaki. Pain, leader of the Akatsuki, sat looking out at the unending rain of his home stoically as Madara and Konan stood behind him. With this change, he has likely become too much of a threat to confront without careful planning. Madara said seriously, "The domain jutsu worked, while highly complex, it is something all-out members will be able to replicate with time. I recommend pulling back and focusing on their improvement, and when the time comes, we plan to take the Nine Tails as a group. Pain will be enough, perhaps with Itachi as an addition, as he has shown to be a rival to Naruto Uzumaki," submitted Konan. "Both of them have grown from each confrontation. Itachi was already one of our strongest members, now I put him second only to Lord Pain. Itachi Uchiha will be a powerful piece on the board, however until he has mastered the domain he will be killed in a confrontation. We must strengthen ourselves and avoid him for now," countered Madara. "I have decided," interrupted Pain, gathering the attention of both of them. "The Akatsuki will pull back for 2 years, only critical missions will be carried out as we plan and prep to execute the capture of the beasts, then execute them all rapidly within a week of each other. I will have Zetsu deliver scrolls to all the Kage and of the great nations opposed to the Leaf, detailing how to learn and execute domain expansion. This will lead to innovation and strengthening the enemies of Naruto Uzumaki. Already his presence is changing the politics of the continent, as he is believed to be unbeatable. Let us show the world how to beat him. You believe domain alone will bolster the enemies of the Leaf into attacking someone like Naruto?" Konan asked with a slight frown. Madara hummed in thought while idly brushing off his cloak. "It's not a bad plan. The leaders of each village are not completely inept at jutsu innovation. With the foundation of domain, perhaps someone will create a variant capable of destroying him. Pain, it would seem that you plan to subtly have the entire world help you kill Naruto. I approve." The world started to swirl around Madara, but ponder this: what happens if someone's domain jutsu is so powerful it threatens us? In trying to kill Naruto, you may create an even worse enemy. With that, he vanished. "He isn't wrong," Konan added. "It is a big risk. Already the Raikage and Tsuchikage are terrible foes to face, this will make them even worse." "They are not my concern," Pain said with finality. "Naruto Uzumaki is truly too terrible a foe to face without the cards stacked in our favor. Let him grow, let him slowly believe his own hype, let him revel in the title of strongest, let him grow complacent in a world incapable of beating him. His defeat will be all the more sweeter in that moment." Onoki the fence-sitter looked out the window of his office at the village he'd led and protected for decades. The lands to the south where he grew up under the second Tsuchikage's tutelage in particle release. The academy where he was in the very first class. And the fortress of stone, his home for decades, longer than any other sitting Kage. The winds of change have blown through, and he was starting to understand that survival and the methods of achieving it are far different than what he ever considered an option. Passive action to avoid destruction. Behind him were his guard, elders of the village, and Kuratsuchi, his beloved granddaughter and chosen successor. Having just turned 15, she was by far too young to truly lead, but she was one of the most talented to come from their home, save for the stupid blonde brat he'd be forced to deal with soon, and was showing a remarkable aptitude for ruling. The information passed to us by the unknown organization known only as Akatsuki is interesting, Grandpa," said Kuretsuchi while reading over the dense scroll of information. "It goes into how Naruto Uzumaki's absurd jutsu infinity works and how it's countered with this, rather not countered but nullified. With this we—" "No," interrupted Onoki, "there is nothing we will do against him for now. In the manner of 2 months he went from an elite Jonin level to effortlessly, according to the intel, killing someone like Orochimaru and nearly killing individuals like Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki all in the same day. If it were someone like Hiruzen Sarutobi or I, the fourth Raikage, I wouldn't be as concerned, but this is growth on a level unfathomable. In 2 months more time, where will he be then?" Onoki looked tired to everyone in the room, as if the weight of his words physically pained him. "As we are now, there is nothing to do but ready ourselves, train and prepare for what may come." Kuretsuchi shot to her feet. "What do we do now? The Leaf will just take over the continent. They now have the strongest ninja in the world and were already regarded as powerful." She began pacing around the room, the others muttering their agreement and disagreements in the background. "If I am to be your successor, then it is up to me to face this foe. I will order all of our top ninja, elite Jonin Han and Roshi too, back to the village to train in mastering domain. I will not allow my home and my people to survive at the whims of a potential enemy." Onoki felt pride in his beloved granddaughter, in his village, but also dread. He didn't survive this long without instincts, and they were telling him this was a different kind of enemy. Like one he faced long ago, who allowed him to live out of amusement. A massive fist was smashed through a large ornate desk. "Damn it all!" shouted I, the fourth Raikage, with fury great enough to rumble the windows behind him. "That desk was older than you, Lord Raikage," muttered Mabui, his assistant's Jonin. "I don't care," he shouted in reply. "Call back B, bring C, Darui and Yugito to my office immediately. If this is all true, then there is no time to waste. I want to understand domain, I want them to master it, and when we do, then there will be no time to waste, we must confront the Leaf." Mabui sighed tiredly. They didn't even call a meeting to discuss the contents. The Raikage only read it, stood up in outrage, read it again, then destroyed the desk of the lightning god gifted to them by the first Hokage himself in a fit of rage. "You heard Lord Raikage, all of you go, I will get B." She ordered the various attendants around the room while turning and strutting away to the door. B was easy to convince, she just needed to shorten her skirt, and he'd follow regardless of what she said. Men, truly predictable beasts. Barely 2 years has made Terumi called herself the Mizukage. Not long enough to truly feel fit for the role yet, but she tackled each problem and task with the vigor of a revolutionary she's lived as for most of her life. This was but the next in a long line of them. Only problem, she didn't have an answer. A young man from the Leaf was changing the very balance of the world with his growth and strength. A tale that the history books would say is repeating itself. Once before has the world reeled from the monumental might of one young man. Last time the warring states and the chaos of the perpetually battling clans came to an end. As the almighty Senju, Hashirama of the forest, forced all 9-tailed beasts to heal and gifted them to each village as a sign of trust and deterrence from war. With the subtle message of, "If I could take all 9 myself, what hope do you have with but 2? 25 years of peace followed, before the first Hokage got sick, and his strength waned, a war that stretched the entire continent and claimed the lives of millions. What will happen now, she pondered. Will there be a generation of quiet and uneasy peace followed by calamity when Naruto is no longer here? Or will this domain, a jutsu, perhaps even a category of jutsu, change the way of the ninja so much that the world is burned irrevocably? Ow, please gather our tenured Jonin, the current swordsman as well. We have training to do. I will not have the mist caught lacking in this new world," she ordered while beginning to read the scroll once more. "What will this change cause?" Naruto laughed loudly. "So you thought Dad was too girly looking at first? No way, Dad looks so strong." Minato puffed up at his son's words while Kushina laughed loudly herself. "Oh sure, now he does. When he was young, he was so skinny and soft looking." "Well, he still managed to get you as his wife," defended Naruto with a grin. Now flustered Kushina sputtered for a moment before replying, "Well, we both had some growing up to do." Minato leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. I knew from the moment I saw you, dear. Now fully flustered and blushing, Kushina just kept muttering, you know, and, ya know, over and over to herself while Minato and Naruto laughed warmly. Minato stared at Kushina for a moment softly before turning to Naruto with a small frown. I think it's time I tell you, Naruto. As much as I would love to stay here forever, we have to go over that night sooner or later. Naruto leaned back with a sign before standing to his feet. Fine, fine. Kushina, now back to normal, walked over and held Naruto's hand as Minato went into the dark details of that fateful night 13 years ago. Naruto, while slowly becoming more and more angry, silently listened as his father told the tale of his mother giving birth, the masked man showing up in the attack of the Nine Tails. The man that took Itachi and Kisame from the fortress yesterday was him. Minato said darkly, the one with the mask is the same man that attacked that night, released the Nine Tails and orchestrated the entire event. Naruto grit his teeth so hard he felt they may crack. With a face to the reason behind the endless torment he faced as a child, the loneliness and the fact he was stuck with the Nine Tails within him for the rest of his life. Ever since he was a child he pushed down and avoided the anger, the rage, the raw sadness of his life. In this moment it fully hit him as he now had a face to put all the blame on. The six eyes burned to life, glowing and gleaming a bright sapphire as Naruto's chakra exploded around him. Not as a roaring fire, no, in this moment it was like the very air around him was heavier. It was visible on Naruto's face what he was going through, and it broke the hearts of his parents. Kushina and Minato rushed forward and pulled Naruto into a tight embrace to pull him out of his mental spiral. Kushina whispered comforting words as Naruto reeled himself in. It will be up to you from here on out, son. Minato said sadly, I wish your mother and I could be there with you, to fight side by side against them. Naruto stayed silent as Minato spoke while Kushina rubbed his back. But we know that you can do it. Kushina said brightly, I know for a fact, that my son can do anything. Not to mention all those wonderful friends of yours. Kakashi, who tell him I said he needs to brighten up and find a nice woman already, and Jiraiya-sensei who I really need you to filter aspects of his to respect. She finished lamely, clearly not approving of Jiraiya's antics influencing her son. Minato grinned, Jiraiya-sensei is fine role model. He was mine after all. Naruto couldn't hold back a smirk, old man Jiraiya is great. I always laugh when I think about his reputation while watching him act like a fool. He snickered, is there anything else I need to know? He finished quietly, as he came to terms that the time he had with his parents was coming to an end. Kushina grabbed him and pulled him tight, I've told you how your father and I met, the night of your birth and our words to you. So you know all that. I'll just say this, live a long and full life, help who you can, fight for those who can't and always be true to Naruto. I'll love you always. She finished with a kiss to his forehead and a soft smile. Minato ruffled his hair, strength like yours will put a weight of responsibility on you that may be unfair. Find friends and allies that will see Naruto and not the weapon you'll be seen as. Like your motor mouth mother said, always be true to Naruto. I'll leave it all to you, son. Naruto watched them slowly fade, his legendary eyes taking in every small detail perfectly stored in his memory forever. A small coldness in his chest fading as he watched them completely fade as their chakra ran out as he now had memories and stories passed to him from his parents directly to him. He knew without a shadow of a doubt his mother and father fully loved him and wholeheartedly believed in him. Something he never truly could know till now. The world around him morphed and changed and in an instant, he was back in the damp hall with the Nine Tails, who was surprisingly calm. I see you've returned, insolent little whelp. A dark deep growling voice emanated from the cage, I take it that wretched fourth Hokage and Kushina are gone. Good riddance. Naruto snorted, I guess you would hate them, they sealed you after all. He said nonchalantly, so I got the story from mom and dad. I guess you were an unfortunate victim of circumstance in all this. The Nine Tails visibly bristled at his words, what do you? Naruto interrupted him, all I'll say is I don't plan on using you or something like that. Maybe in the future you and I can come to an agreement, but let's be honest. I'm plenty strong without you. You think you're strong, you little twerp, roared the Nine Tails, you're no stronger than any of my weaker sibling and I'm more than a match for all of them at once. By human standards you're strong, but even then, I've seen real monsters, you're not even close yet. Naruto waved his hand lightly, Yeah, I know, but I'm working on that. Now that the seal is back to normal, I'll come visit sometime. I doubt sitting here alone is all that interesting. We can be pals. I am not your pal. Right, we'll work up to that. Naruto finished with a grin. Face the facts. We're stuck together until my death, and then I'm sure the old fogies will move you to some other unfortunate soul, so might as well be friends in the meantime. Naruto turned around and started walking. Take it easy. He broke the connection and left the mental plan right as the fox began roaring. Jiraiya stared at the unconscious Naruto with a surprised face. You know, while he's like this, I can pretend he's just a normal kid. Not some super ninja like he's become, he said with a nervous smile. Kakashi sighed. He's certainly not a regular kid anymore, not that he ever really was one. Tsunade bit her thumbnail in worry. It's been over 5 minutes, how long will he be like this? I don't like it, it's not normal seeing him out and unresponsive. It's unlike you to be this worried, Tsunade, commented Hiruzen while looking out the large windows behind her. I just don't like seeing the little brat down like this, she responded with a frown. Jiraiya crouched down to Naruto's level. He doesn't seem hurt or anything, though I wish I could hear the conversation he's having with the Nine Tails. If anything, it's likely quite entertaining. He and I didn't talk much, responded Naruto before opening his eyes, gathering the surprise of everyone in the room who came closer to inspect him. Lots to talk about. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, mom said you need to lighten up and find a woman. Kakashi reeled back in surprise. Huh? Mom, your mom, Kushina. Well, yeah. She would say something like that, he finished lamely. Jiraiya laughed before turning to Naruto. So some of Kushina's chakra was within the seal. That's amazing, I'm glad you got to meet her, he said while smacking Naruto on the back, which surprisingly hit and wasn't stopped by infinity. Naruto stretched. Yep, Dad was there too, we talked a lot. They told me everything, he finished blankly and turned to Jiraiya and Kakashi. Remember that man, the one that took Itachi and Kisame? Jiraiya and Kakashi shared a look. Yes, the strange one, who said his name was Toby. Kakashi said with a nod. Both Hiruzen and Tsunade listened intently, both having been briefed on the 2 new Akatsuki members. Naruto frowned and his eyes burned to life as a weight fell over the air for a moment as Naruto's murderous intent was briefly felt before he fought it back down. Yeah, he killed Mom and Dad. No one in the room moved or said a word as they digested his words. Tsunade and Hiruzen were caught off guard by his announcement, but Kakashi and Jiraiya that had more pronounced reactions. Jiraiya's face could have been carved from stone as he took slow breaths, while Kakashi was visibly shocked and frozen in place. So we, or I should say now, have a new target. Naruto said darkly. I'll keep training, I'll keep growing stronger. Then when the time comes, when those Akatsuki show themselves again, I'll be there, and I'll kill them all. Naruto clenched his fists. I'll write up everything relevant they told me and hand it in tomorrow. Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to need you and Sasuke to help me with something. I want to reverse engineer Itachi's domain jutsu. I think between the 3 of us we can do it. He didn't wait any longer for them to respond to his words. Naruto clapped his hands together into the snake hand sign and warped out of the room. 2 years later, Land of Wind, outskirts of the village hidden in the sand. 2 figures in Akatsuki cloaks, one tall and the other hunched over and less human-looking, sauntered through the endless desert, neither moving with urgency nor worry of the storm around them. The target is the cage of this village. I sure do hope your ally is going to be enough to get in close. I don't have to tell you that we aren't going to be able to take on an entire village, huh? Said the tall one. The smaller humpbacked figure next to him growled his answer. It'll be enough. We need only a distraction and we'll be able to take the One Tails. We must move quickly. If they raise the alarm, then he will come. Right, we don't want that. Then we'll both be dead. The boss's main rule about him is avoid confrontation. The gates to the village hidden in the sand were now visible in the distance. Both Rouge Ninja continued to make their way forward. The re-emergence of the Akatsuki began now.